First call, Class 13 and 14 Shorthorn Plus bulls. First call, Class 13 and 14 Shorthorn Plus bulls.
Well, it's a pleasure and an honor both to be here today to sort through your ROV show here on the Angus side. And as we get started here in your bull show, just a single entry, but if this bull calf's an indication of what we're going to see here today in your bull show, I think it's going to be really, really good. Very high quality individual we have here, bull that's really good on his feet and legs. Love the product he has coming out of the backside of his shoulders, down his top, and out through his hip. I think a very, very high quality individual to start off your show here today.
Second call, Class 4 and 5 Angus bulls. Second call, Class 4 and 5. Second call, Class 13 and 14 Shorthorn Plus bulls. Second call, Class 13 and 14 Shorthorn Plus bulls.
Well, another single entry bull here on your Angus side. Really nice calf out here. He's a May calf that's got a lot of meat and product down his top. Once again, really stout out through his hip. This bull here, I'd like to tweak him just a little bit in his joints, maybe see him just a little bit smoother as we compare him to what I believe is ideal. Maybe free him up just a little bit on both ends, but a really powerful bull calf here as a single entry.
Third and final call, Class 13 and 14 Shorthorn Plus bulls. Third and final call, Class 13 and 14 Shorthorn Plus bulls. This is your third and final call, Class 4 and 5 Angus bulls. Third and final call, Class 4 and Class 5 Angus bulls. This time, we'd also like to introduce our Angus judge today, Mr. Barry Nowatzki of Michigan City, Indiana. Barry is the current owner of Nowatzki Cattle, and he is involved in the American Angus Association and was a former board of director member at the American Maine and Jew Association. He and his family raised and managed a purebred Angus operation, raising performance breeding stock, show heifers, and bulls. Barry has judged several shows across the country, including 3 different shows here at the North American, the OIE Junior Heifers, American Royal Junior Heifer Show, Kansas, Michigan, Virginia, and Wisconsin Beef Expos, as well as the Ohio State Fair. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Barry Nowatzki here to the Green Chips at the North American.
Here in our Shorthorn Plus side, again, an honor to be here this morning and go through your Plus cattle, but two interesting bull calves here we can go back and forth on, and to be honest, I wish we were somewhere in the middle of these two, but I like this one's extra length of hip. He still has some width when you get in behind him. The shape of his body in terms of his center body is good. He's got a more exquisite look from the side in terms of where his chest and everything sits there. I want to make him just a little more opened up maybe in his heart and forerib. On paper, he's just slightly on the wrong side of breed average in terms of his Cavanese number there, but I don't see that in terms of his head shape and his shoulder. All that still sits right. And I think where the trade-off is, this more moderate bull is probably a little more opened up right there in his heart and his forerib. His body shape is very good, a very muscular bull. He gets just a little short and bunchy everywhere. He's a little rounder off both ends there for me. I like to just make him longer there, maybe change his head shape just a little bit, but nice pair of bulls to get us started.
Well, here on the Angus side, another good class here of Angus bulls. We have some April bulls out here, and to me, a real logical place to start. I think the bull calf combines a lot of quality about him. He's a bull that's got the most rib shape. He's got the most volume and dimension as we view him coming out of the backside of his shoulders. Just love the rib cage this bull has. He's a bull, when we put him into motion, he gets out and goes. You get behind him, he don't disappoint you, and he's the calving ease bull of the bunch, but along with that, he's got the most power as well. I like the growth of the bull that's here in second, really a bigger frame, longer sided kind of a bull. But a bull, I'd like to change the slope to his shoulder, see him move just a little nicer out of his front end, and as we compare him to the bull that wins the class, fill him in just a little bit right there behind those shoulders. We conclude the class with a bull that gives up a little weight and performance. I think you take this one home and feed on him for a while, and he could be more competitive in this class.
First call, Class 6 and 7 Angus. First call, Class 6 and 7 Angus. Your Angus Bull Show results in class number 1 goes to entry number 361. Your class winner, DHAS Brinkout 960, exhibited by Katie Saintry of Montague, Texas. In second place goes to entry number 363. WGA Ghost 8M, exhibited by Holly Rose Marsh of Earlville, Illinois. Your Class 3 results. In first place goes to entry number 364, AML Landman 412, exhibited by AM Livestock of Richmond, Kansas. Second place goes to entry number 368, Circle R Bulletproof 4047, exhibited by Circle R Angus of Alma, West Virginia. Third place goes to entry number 367, Destiny Wills High Road W40, exhibited by Destiny Angus Farm of Illinois. Class 4 is now exhibiting in the Angus ring. This is your second call, Class 6 and 7 Angus. Second call, Class 6 and 7 Angus bulls.
Another interesting pair here, bulls, and there's give and take definitely between these two. I think both these bulls I like to maybe sure up at the ground and in their angles, but I do think this roan bull is much better in terms of where his shoulder lays onto his body, where his knee is positioned there onto his body. He's a longer hip, one that still has the width and the center body and the stoutness that he needs there as well. He's a little up on his back feet. I like to just make him more relaxed and more comfortable there, but still a nice bull. Long-sided bull, probably a little more advanced in terms of his growth on paper there as well, a little more favorable in terms of his dollar indexes. For me, though, I want to see him different in his knee and his shoulder. Just a little more upright up front, a little shorter out of his hip. Just doesn't come together in his upper skeleton when he's on the move, wants to run downhill just a shade there as well. But again, two nice bulls there in that class.
All champion and reserve champion Shorthorn bulls, please remain in the makeup arena. Once again, all champion and reserve champion Shorthorn bulls, please remain in the makeup arena.
Well, a real logical way to line up this pair of bull calves we have out here. Gentleman's bull that's going to win the class, extremely attractive. When he comes in the ring, he's just very striking, gives you a striking look. He's a bull when we study him from the ground up. He's big-footed. He's really sound as he gets out and goes about the ring. You get behind him, he don't disappoint you. He's really wide in his pin set. I like this bull a great deal. When we look at the data, we'd maybe like to tone his birth EPD down just a little bit, but I think he's a very logical winner in this particular class. This bull in second's a really nice bull, very functional, very practical type of a bull. He doesn't quite have that eye appeal that our class winner has, but I think that bull is very practical, and you'll hear me talk a lot about practicality today, and I think that's just good stock right there. So congratulations to those two, a good class of bulls.
Third and final call in Class 6 and 7 Angus bulls. Third and final call, Class 6 and 7 Angus bulls. This is your first call in Class 8 and 9 Angus bulls. First call, Class 8 and 9. Additional results of your Shorthorn Plus Bowl show your Class 1 results. In first place goes to entry number 547, SMMT Endless Fame 406M, exhibited by Summit Livestock of Charlay, Montana. Second place goes to entry number 548, Smith's Hot for Teacher 419, exhibited by Smith Showstock of Brown City, Michigan. Your Class 4 results, your class winner, and also your early spring bull calf champion goes to entry number 550, B&M Mr. Red Roman, exhibited by B&M Livestock LLC of Mount Perry, Ohio. Your reserve champion early spring bull calf goes to entry number 549, PLM Bullwinkle, exhibited by Patrick McCord. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn Plus Bull Show ring is class number 7 of your junior bull calves. Your Class 4 results of your Angus Bull Show. In first place goes to entry number 371, Horseman Don Juan, 442M, exhibited by Larry and Joe Horseman of West Lafayette, Indiana. In second place goes to entry number 370, MSC 24K King of Style, exhibited by Evan James Polinsky of Butler, Indiana. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is class number 5 of your Angus Bulls. This is your second call, class 8 and 9, Angus Bulls. Second call, class 8 and 9.
Got an awesome pair of bulls here, and again, it's pick your poison with these two, and I think they're totally different. You could swap them for some different reasons and be justified in doing it. Just kind of depends on what your cow herd needs, what you're wanting to do with things, which one of these that you want to use. This one's acting like a turd up here, but in terms of chest width, body density, softness, and just that more practical look, I'm more into that Red Bull. I like him up front just a little better in terms of his width of base as he leaves you. He's definitely a wider pin bull that's softer all the way through and still balanced, still got some symmetry, still comes together. This wild-looking black one here is easy to look like. He is so high-necked. He has no chest floor. That one there still probably has enough base width as he leaves you. I like the way his back leg goes to the ground. For me, he's a little flat-bodied. For me, he's a little narrow out of his pins. I just want to open him up and give him more man all the way through to go with that stunning look that he has. But if he's got enough for you, you need to switch those two because that's a neat pair of bulls.
Well, here on the Angus side, a really, really nice class of bulls. And as we get these two out here that are going to be our class winner and our second, you know, I'd really like to combine these two cattle together because there's sure enough some give and take. The bull that's going to win the class, for me, from the ground up, he's more right on his feet and legs. I like how his joints are. I think he's just a little smoother about his joints. He's more flexible. When he leaves the ring, watch him go. He just gets out and moves about the ring. Just quite a bit more athletic than the bull that stands directly behind him. The bull that's going to come second, when she gets him parked, I mean, this thing's a load. I mean, he's wide down his top, thick out through his hip. Really love the rib cage he has. My issue with him is when we get behind him, he wants to bow on his right hock ever so slightly. When we ask him to get out and go, I'd like to free him up a little bit. If we could free that bull up in terms of his movement, he could win this class quite handily. The bull that comes in third is really a solid bull, real practical, functional type of bull. He's a bull that doesn't quite blend together as good as the two cattle ahead of him. Maybe not quite the eye appeal out here today that the class winner in the second has, but a very, very nice bull that's got a lot of power and dimension to him. Love the design of this bull that comes next, that concludes the class. I think if we take this one home and put a couple 100 pounds on him, I think this bull can compete and move up in this class as he matures and gets a little more age to him. So congratulations on a good class of bulls.
This is your third and final call, class 8 and 9, Angus Bulls. Third and final call, class 8 and 9.
Got a single entry here on our plus side, really a heavy-duty one in terms of just his rib and his muscle and his stoutness, his masculinity that he brings forth is all very, very good. Wants to be a little awkward out here because he's kind of alone and get him some more company in here. But if you study his front end angle, that's maybe where I change him the most. He's just a little more outside himself in terms of his shoulder and his knee, maybe a little more far forward than you'd like him to be or call ideal. But that's a muscular bull that's got a lot to him, got a good hind leg under in there as well. So nice single entry here in this class.
Results of class number 5 of your Angus Bull Show. In first place goes to entry number 376, Pipe Creek's Joker's Wild 1324, exhibited by Ethan Miller of Gaston, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 375, BHA Gold Card 45, exhibited by Keegan Mather of State Center, Iowa. Third place goes to entry number 372, JJB Riz for Days 227B, exhibited by John Bond of Gowanda, New York. Fourth place goes to entry number 374, exhibited by Destiny Angus. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is class number 6 of your Angus Bulls. This time, we'd also like to introduce our judge for your Shorthorn Plus show today, Mr. Brandon Callis of Minco, Oklahoma. Brandon is a 2005 graduate of Texas A&M, and after his bachelor's, he earned his master's degree from K-State and is currently a professor at Redlands Community College. Brandon operates BKC Livestock with his wife Kelly and kids Brandon, Heidi, and Cambry, where they run 100 head of Simmental and Simmental-influenced cattle. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming Mr. Brandon Callis to the Green Chips here at the North American. Results of Class number 7 of your Shorthorn Plus Bull Show. Your Class 7 winner and also your champion and junior bull calf goes to entry number 553, Gun SF-17E Red Flamingo 22M, exhibited by Smith Family Farms and Gun Brothers Cattle Company of Greenfield, Indiana. Your reserve champion and second place in class goes to entry number 554, SVV Stormfront 1824, exhibited by Samantha Van Voorhees of Bowling Green, Ohio.
We're here on the Angus side. Another nice pair of bulls in this particular class, and once again, a logical way to line these bulls up. The bull we're going to use to win the class, extremely long-bodied. I love the added length this bull has. He's a bull that's attractive when you get off and view him from the side. We ask him to go, he gets out and goes. He's a bull that's got a tremendous amount of power when you get behind him. Love the rib cage he has as well. Just a very high quality, very practical and useful type of bull to start off this class. The bull that comes second, very eye-appealing bull when you get off and view him from the side. He's a bull that gives up some power. He definitely gives up some length as we compare him to the class winner. Just like to maybe see this bull a little bit better right there from hooks to pins and maybe free him up a little bit once we put him into motion. But two good bulls, a nice class of bulls, January bull calves.
Results of Class number 6 of your Angus Bull Show. In first place goes to entry number 378, Seldom Rest Battle Cry 4011, exhibited by Seldom Rest Farms of Niles, Michigan. Second place to entry number 377, DC Hard Times 111L, exhibited by Michaela Dockery of Limestone, Tennessee. This is your first call, Class 10 and 11 Angus Bulls. First call, Class 10 and 11 Angus Bulls.
Got another good pair of bulls, and again, just opposite things and what they can bring to a cow herd as far as their transmitting ability is concerned. And this one's just smoother. He's deeper. He's just a little more massive everywhere when you study him in terms of his body shape and his volume. And then mainly for me, how he's built. He's much better in the angle of his shoulder, the bend of his knee, but yet there's still some squareness up front in terms of chest width. He still has some squareness out of his hip. Probably uses his hind leg a touch more athletically than what the critter does here behind him, but a nice kind of a bull that leads us off. Very muscular bull, very bold body bull, very opened up bull that comes here next in 2. He is extremely impressive out of his hip and pins, and just the boldness and spring he has to his body and cage. For being that long-sided, he still handles himself adequately well. It's just his front skeleton I maybe pick on him for. He's a little more coarse and out in his shoulder. That caused him not to look as smooth from his shoulder to his forerib. I don't call him necessarily shallow, but he's just not as soft as what that class winner is. Kind of hurts his balance a touch, but a competitive pair of bulls.
Results of Class 10 of your Shorthorn Plus Bull Show. In first place, and also your intermediate champion bull goes to entry number 560, THR Brandy 988, exhibited by Abigail Thornton of Amanda, Ohio. Results of Class number 13 of your early spring yearling bulls. In first place goes to entry number 566, LPW Bone Duke, exhibited by Alexis Wright of Philippi, West Virginia. Second place to entry number 564, EGL Masterclass 326cc, exhibited by Eva Enos of Martinsville, Indiana. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn Plus Bull Ring as class number 14. Once again, all champion and reserve champion of Shorthorn Bulls, please be in the makeup arena. All champion and reserve champion of Shorthorn Plus Bulls, please be in the makeup arena. This is your second call for your Angus bulls for classes 10 and 11. Second call, class 10 and 11 Angus bulls. And throughout the show today, we'll be recognizing our 2023 through 2024 Roll of Victory Award winners here for your American Angus Association and your Angus Show. During the 2024 Angus Convention held earlier this month in Fort Worth, Texas, the American Association recognized the Breeder of the Year, Show Bull, and Show Heifer of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in congratulating Express Angus Ranches of Yukon, Oklahoma as the Breeder of the Year. BNWZ Executive Decision 2219 earned the Show Bull of the Year, owned by Hunter Angus of Missouri and Kaden Nowatzki of Indiana. EXAR Princess 2717 was the Show Heifer of the Year, owned by Jake Allison of Oklahoma. Throughout the show today, we'll be recognizing both the champion and reserve champion Roll of Victory winners. When your name is announced, please come to the backdrop for your awards and photograph. Your Roll of Victory Junior Bull Calf Champion of the Year was a tie between AML Party Line 310, exhibited by AM Livestock of Kansas, and WB Kilo 301, exhibited by Ward Brothers Livestock. Congratulations to our Roll of Victory winners.
Well, here on the Angus side, as we get ready to select your Junior Bull Calf Champion, we're going to go back through and talk about these bulls. There were some smaller classes, and just maybe you I'll explain to you how I see these cattle out here today. We started off with a really nice calf up here that won the first class. Love the balance, love how smooth this bull is. He's a bull that's really nice out through his hip. Love him from hooks to pins. If we were going to change this bull ever so slightly here today, I'd maybe like to see just a little more cushion to that front knee, just set him back ever so slightly. Maybe see just a tad more slope to his shoulder, but that's a really high quality bull that gives you a really good look. The bull that comes out of the second class is a bull that's really deep-sided, a bull that's got a lot of product to him. As we talked in his class, I'd like to tone him down just a little bit in his joints, just see him be a little bit more flexible as we view him from the ground up. The bull that comes out of the third class is a bull that I really, really like. He's a big-bodied bull. He's really soft-made as you get back and view him from the side. He's a bull that gives you a look of one that's got some power and got some dimension. Along with that dimension, we maybe like to see him a little squarer out through his hip, maybe tuck his tail head down in him ever so slightly. But that's a very, very high-quality bull. The bull that comes out of your fourth class here, he's probably the most striking bull that we have out here when you get off and view him from the side. Extremely attractive up through his front 1/3. Love the way his shoulder sets in. He's maybe the deepest bull too in terms of the center part of his body. When we put this bull into motion, he gets out and goes very, very nicely. As we compare him to his counterparts out here within this division, I think he gives up a little power and dimension when we view him from the side, and ultimately when we get behind him, he gets a little flatter down in his lower 1/3, but I really, really like that bull. Really like the bull that comes out of the next class as well. He's just rugged built, and he won that class just because of the way he moves. He's big-footed, really loose in terms of his structure. I like the way he gets out and goes about the ring. Along with that, the bull's got a little extra shoulder. I'd like to blend him together. Maybe being loose made is a little bit of a it's hindering him out here just a little bit because he gets a little soft in his top as you view him come out of the backside of his shoulders. So if we can make him a little smoother in the point of that shoulder, make him tie together just a little bit better, I would really, really like that bull. I appreciate him for what he brings to us here today. The bull that comes out of the last class, I think in this group, he's a little bit different. Different type and kind, but he's a bull. Love his length. He's extremely long-bodied. I like the way the bull ties out of his shoulder into his rib cage. He's a bull, when we put him into motion, he gets out and goes very, very nicely. You know, when we look on the paper, this bull has some added value in terms of some genomic quality, I think, as we compare him to some of the other bulls. But ultimately, when we get down and we start talking bulls that are fault-free, and I think this bull suits me quite well. I think he's the most fault-free bull out here. We're going to use him to be your champion in this division. Congratulations.
Here on our plus side here, a nice pair of bulls, and again, a lot of give and take between the two, but to me, you start to study their lower joints, the design of their hind leg, and just a more muscular build. Even in a more Cavanese package on paper, that's where I enjoy this Red Bull here. Just one that opens up better in his rib cage. He parks a little better in terms of his knee and shoulder, and although he just works his spine up a little tighter when he gets to move, and part of it he's just lazy, I still think he lands in his lower joints just a little more pleasing and athletically than the White Bull here. White Bull here is a little better in his testicle shape. He's just a little deeper and smoother all the way through, and he's got the advantage in growth. I want to change his hind leg and the way he handles it, set his tail head into him a little differently, and then just open that guy up in terms of pin width and dimension when you get on his top side there. But again, a nice pair of bulls.
First call, Class 1 and 4, Shorthorn plus females. First call, Class 1 and 4, Shorthorn plus females. Results of Class number 14 of your Junior Yearling Bulls here at your Shorthorn Plus Bull Show. In first place goes to entry number 567, Mad CFM Mona Lisa's Da Vinci, exhibited by Madeline Rhodes of Centerville, Maryland. In second place goes to entry number 568, JSF Kane Eastwood 67L, exhibited by Brunstall Farms LLC and Agater Cattle Company of Seward, Nebraska. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn Plus Bull Ring is a selection of your champion junior bull.
Here in our champion junior bull selection here again, 4 nice individuals. That pair that came out of that first class, again, a little different, a little opposite there, but still love this one's smoothness and his symmetry and the way things come together. Paints a pretty fault-free picture out here. And then the pair that came out of the second class, again, this more moderate bull. I like his hind leg, I like his feet, I like his shape here. And so interesting to compare them. To me, the real question is what to do for reserve. I do think we have one that's pretty logical and comfortable for me. One here out of this first class is going to be our champion. And we'll study these other 2 for reserve. But let's give all 4 of these bulls a nice round of applause.
Well, a nice pair of December bulls over here in your Angus ring, and really nice bull to start off this class. Again, very functional type of bull. He's actually a calving ease bull as well. I really appreciate that. To be calving ease and to have the amount of power that this bull has, I think is quite unique. And he's a bull that's good on his feet and legs. When he gets out and goes, I really, really like how he gets about the ring. So very nice place to start in this particular class. He excels our second place bull just in terms of the design of his shoulder. The second place bull, I'd like to lay his shoulder back a little bit better. See him just a little fuller right there in his heart behind his shoulders. But this is a bull that also offers some product when you get behind him. He's got some shape and dimension about him. So 2 nice December bulls in this class. Give him a round of applause if you would.
This is your first call, Class 12 Angus Bulls. First call, Class 12 Angus Bulls. Additional results of your Angus Bulls show. Congratulations to your champion, a junior bull calf. Goes to entry number 378, Seldom Rest Battle Cry 4011, exhibited by Seldom Rest Farms of Niles, Michigan, and Krebs Ranch of Gordon, Nebraska. Congratulations. Reserve champion, junior bull calf, goes to entry number 371. Out of class number 4, Horseman Don Juan, 442M, exhibited by Larry and Joe Horseman of West Lafayette, Indiana.
Well, single entry bull out here in this November class, but a bull when this young lady gets him parked. I really appreciate this bull for the amount of product he has. He's a big-bodied bull, tremendously thick down his top, carries it out back through his hip very, very nicely. He's a bull that's got just a tiny bit of shoulder, but for as much power and as much mass as he has, I'll take that today. So a nice single entry bull that could withstand some competition. Congratulations.
This is your second call, Class 1 and 4 Shorthorn Plus females. Second call, Class 1 and 4 Shorthorn Plus females. Congratulations, your junior champion bull here in your Shorthorn Plus Bull Show goes to entry number 566, LPW Bo Duke, exhibited by Alexis Wright of Philippi, West Virginia. Your reserve champion out of class number 14 goes to entry number 567, Mad CMF Mona Lisa's Da Vinci, exhibited by Madeline Rhodes of Centreville, Maryland. Congratulations. Now exhibiting the Shorthorn Plus ring is the selection of your grand and reserve grand champion, a Shorthorn Plus Bull.
We'll keep it rolling here. A really nice set of bulls here. We'll be quick as we go through them. That first pair of bulls out of that first division, again, wanted to be somewhere in the middle of those two, but I sure do like the look and the quality of this bull we lead off with. Still one that's kind of deceiving when you get in behind him. He's actually got some pin width and some base width to him. Just want to make him just a little more solid right there in his heart and his full rib, and that's where that advantage to the blue bull was, but wanted to stretch him out. That next set of bulls here. Maybe not the most athletic pair, but boy, at the standstill, there's a lot of look and some presence to both those bulls. They've got some real true meat and muscle in them. I do respect that about them. Just wanted to make them a little more secure there at their surface. A neat pair of bulls. And again, you can go back and forth on these two, just depending on what your cow herd needs or what you particularly like. I chose this softer bodied one here that's just smoother all over in the way he's designed. He's just a little bolder in terms of his chest width. I like his balance. I wish he was had a little better attitude out here today, but boy, still a neat kind of a bull that you can still see the good and the pieces in, and his division mate over there, that's a crazy looking one that's got a high neck set, no chest floor, good hind leg. Just depends on where you are on chest width and dimension on that guy. Single entry, probably still as muscular of a bull as we've had out here in terms of just real shape and real body. Again, don't mind his moderate kind at all. Just want to change his shoulder and his knee. And then the pair of bulls we ended with, again, the black bull led off that pair. Just really good in a lot of places. He's smooth, comes together well. You know, he's not maybe a breed changer on paper, if you will, and getting to that, but still a lot of usefulness to that bull and a nice stout moderate one that he comes there with. So to me, it's pretty good. Still very, very comfortable. There's 2 or 3 of them here. I think that sort up pretty quick. But let's give all these Shorthorn Plus bull exhibitors a nice round of applause. Awesome bull show.
Second call, Class 12 Angus Bulls. Second call, Class 12.
Well, a very, very nice class of September bulls here on the Angus side, and really, really close up here on the top pair. And I think the bull that we're going to use to win the class, when we start studying him from the ground up, I think he's a little more true on his 2 front feet. The bull in second wants to turn his left front foot out ever so slightly. So I like how square this bull is on them front 2. From there, we put him into motion. I think this bull gets out and goes really good. I think he's a little more comfortable on his hind 2 as well. I think he's got just a little more cushion to his pasture. And from there up, I think those bulls are really, really similar. They're very functional, very practical. They got a lot of power to them. I think they're really nice beef bulls. Very attractive bull from the side. This class winner is. Love him down his top. He's really good out through his hip. Really good place to start. Take nothing away from this bull in second, because he's a power bull as well. Just don't think he's designed quite as nicely in his shoulder as our class winner, but love him down his top. He probably is a little wider in terms of his pin set than our class winner. I like that about him as well. So those are 2 really, really good bulls to start off with. The bull that comes in third, I love this bull's design. I love his kind. He just gives up too much weight per day of age, too much power today as we compare him to the other bulls in this class. But if you study that bull, there's a lot of good right there. Good-footed, really square out through his hip, gives you a killer look from the side. So I'd say take this guy home, let him mature, feed the dickens out of him, and I think that's a really, really good bull. The bull we conclude with, as we compare him to his counterparts, gets a little more elevated in terms of his frame size for me, but he's a really powerful, practical type of bull as well.
This is your third and final call in Class 1 and 4 Shorthorn Plus females. Third and final call, Class 1 and 4 Shorthorn Plus females.
We'll hear as we select your senior bull calf champion and your Angus side. What a nice division. 3 classes in this division, and all 3 of these bulls are very useful, functional type of bulls. The bull that comes out of the first class, just tremendous amount of power. Big down and good out through his hip. And as I stated in his class, he's a bull that, is relatively calving ease compared to some of his counterparts, and to have that much power, I really, really appreciate that. He's a bull, when we put him into motion, he gets out and goes just really, really nicely. Does he quite have the eye appeal that a couple other bulls in this particular lineup have? Maybe not quite here today, but I really appreciate it, that bull, the type and kind he is, I really, really like. Power bull here in second. Big top, thick-ended bull. If we would tweak him just a little bit, we'd change the design of his shoulder as we compare him to some of the other bulls in this particular lineup. But I really appreciate that bull for the amount of power and muscle that he has. The bull that comes out of the third class, just for me, ties a lot of good things together. As we talked him in that class, he won that class as we study him from the ground up. He's square on all 4 corners. We put that bull in motion. He gets out and goes very, very nicely. He combines it with some power, with some eye appeal. He's going to be your champion in this division. We're going to go ahead and use the bull that was second to him for reserve. Congratulations to both of you.
Third and final call, Class 12 Angus bulls. Third and final call, Class 12 Angus bulls. Congratulations, your grand champion Shorthorn Plus bull goes to entry number 566, LPW Bone Duke, exhibited by Alexis Wright of Philippi, West Virginia. In your reserve grand champion Shorthorn Plus bull goes to entry number 553. Congratulations to Gun SFF 17E Red Flamingo 22M, exhibited by Smith Family Farms and Gun Brothers Cattle Company of Greenfield, Indiana. Congratulations once again to our Shorthorn Plus bull exhibitors. This is your first call, Class 5 Shorthorn Plus females. First call, Class 5 Shorthorn Plus females.
Young lady has an August bull calf here. That's a single entry, and he's a bull that if we get him out here, he's a bull, gets around and goes around the ring fairly nicely for us. He's a bull that's got some shape down his top. He's got some width when we get behind him. But to me, when you really study this bull on the papers where you can kind of escalate his value, I think this bull reads very, very nicely. I think he's one that's he's a calving ease bull. He's sure got some carcass merit to him. So a very, very high quality individual this young lady brought out here to us. Congratulations.
First call, Class 13 Angus bulls. First call, Class 13. This time we'd also like to recognize additional ROV winners for 2023 through 2024. Your senior bull calf champion of the year went to Wheeler Hunters Ted Lasso, exhibited by Rance C. Wheeler of Missouri. Your reserve senior bull calf champion of the year went to Destiny's Back in Black 320, exhibited by Morgan Leah Hutchins of Illinois and Sawyer Keith Eastridge of Indiana. Congratulations once again to our ROV winners. Your Class 7 results of your Angus Bull show in first place goes to entry number 382, Woodson City 2330, exhibited by Ava Elizabeth Wood of Willow Spring, North Carolina. In second place goes entry number 381, Conway King 1223, exhibited by Mackenzie and Grace Conway of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Your Class 8 results. In first place goes to entry number 384, SKW Phantom 312, exhibited by Cheyenne Walker of Tawney, Alabama. Class 9 results. In first place goes to entry number 388, and also your champions in your bull calf, Fitzgerald St. Elmo 1997, exhibited by Broderick Fitzgerald of Fairmount, Indiana. Your second place Class 9 and also reserve champion senior bull calf goes to entry number 389, SAF Slayer 3099, exhibited by Brianna Smith of Russell Springs, Kentucky. Third place in class number 9 goes to entry number 385, Decker Good Time 2332, exhibited by Lindsay Decker of Philo, Illinois. In fourth place goes to entry number 387, exhibited by Sophie Toll of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Your Class 10 results. In first place, entry number 391, LWF Voracious 2302, exhibited by Annalise Harden of Springfield, Kentucky. This is your second call, Class 13, Angus Bulls. Second call, Class 13, Angus Bulls. Second call, Class 5, Shorthorn plus females. Second call, Class 5.
Well, sorry for taking a little extra time in this class. These top two bulls, I think, are really, really close. There's just a little give and take in a couple spots. And I keep coming back to this bull that I'm going to use to win the class. I just think this bull, I think he excels if you view him from the top of his shoulder all the way back to his hip. I think he just blends together nicer. He's a little stronger in his top. He's got more width down his top, I believe. I think the bull's got just a little more ideal shape to his rib cage, and I think the bull's a little neater right there in his sheath. With that being said, I'd like to change him on his left front leg. He wants to turn that out ever so slightly, but I think there are so many other traits that I like on this bull. I'm going to use him to win this class. The bull in second is a little squarer on his front too, I admit that, but I also think he gets a little weaker in his top. I think he's got just a little more sheath than our class winner does. But those are two really, really high-quality bulls that I appreciate a lot. The bull that comes second, love his pin width. He's really wide when you get behind him and study him up high. So 2 real high quality bulls to start off that class. The bull that comes in third's a bull that's got a lot of meat and product in him. I'd like to change the design of his shoulder, just lay his shoulder back a little bit. I think ultimately it would free him up once we put him into motion. But 3 really, really nice bulls in that class.
This is your third and final call, Class 13 Angus Bulls. Third and final call, Class 13 Angus Bulls. This is your third and final call, Class 5 Shorthorn plus females. Third and final call, Class 5. Results of class number 11 of your Angus Bull Show. In first place goes to entry number 394, AML Party Line 310, exhibited by AM Livestock of Richmond, Kansas. In second place goes to entry number 393, DAJS Tricked Out 610, exhibited by Angus Satry of Montague, Texas. Third place goes to entry number 395, SWA Doc Holiday 302, exhibited by Nicholas G. Jackson of Paris, Kentucky.
As we get your intermediate champion division out here, just 3 bulls in this division. And as we talked, these bulls in their class, this first bull, he's a bull. He gives up a little power and dimension, but we talked about him in this class. He sure has some data and some carcass merit that we really like, so I really appreciate him for that. 2 stout, powerful bulls that come out of that second class we just talked about. They're going to be your champion in reserve in this division. Congratulations.
Your champion intermediate Angus Bull goes to entry number 394, AML Party Line 310, exhibited by AM Livestock of Richmond, Kansas. Your reserve champion intermediate Angus Bull goes to entry number 393, DAJS Tricked Out 610, exhibited by Doug Angus Satry of Montague, Texas. Congratulations, Angus exhibitors. This is your first call, Class 15 Angus. First call, Class 15 Angus. Second call, Class 15, Angus. Once again, second call, Class 15, Angus bulls. Once again, we'd like to recognize our Roll of Victory Angus Awards winners. Your 2023 through 2024 Intermediate Champion Bull of the Year was a tie between Double C Mayday 40 RJ, exhibited by Clayton Hesser of Iowa, and also WGA Maverick 12K, exhibited by Holly Rose Marsh of Illinois, and J-Bell Angus Genetics LLC of Missouri. Congratulations to our ROV winners.
Well, a really, really good class of March bulls out here. And with that being said, there's some give and take in these top two bulls. And we'll talk through them. You'll kind of understand how I see them. You can agree with me. You can not agree with me. But I think the more powerful bull is going to win the class. I think when we get this bull parked, coming out of the backside of his shoulders, he's just so broad down his top. He's got so much muscle shape and dimension from his hip and out through his quarter. He's a bull that when he's parked, he gives you a really nice look from the side. Really like his length of body. Now, I'll be the first to admit, I'd like to change the design of this bull's shoulder. I'd like to lay it back into him a little bit. I'd like to see him have just a little more cushion to that front knee, which would allow him to get out and move around the ring just a little bit better. But I think there's so much more bull there. I think he's close, so I'm going to use him to win the class. The bull that comes second, the design of his skeleton, I really, really like it. I'd just like to see more power. I'd like to see more expansion in terms of his rib cage. Like to see a little more muscle shape and dimension. Love this bull when we put him into motion. He gets out and goes really, really good. Just wish there was more muscle there today. The bull that comes third, this is a nice bull. Long-bodied, square-hip bull, good on his feet and legs. He just got in a class with two very, very powerful individuals. So I really, really like this bull. He's one that sure could be competitive at many levels, and he just got in a really, really tough class out here today.
Nice class of plus heifers that we kick off with, and to me, interesting all the way through as you get through here. Again, I don't mind moderate cattle. I like this heifer from that standpoint. She's still built nice. Again, her structure, her build, her feet from the ground up. I like her body density and squareness is all very, very good. And she reads just very proportional everywhere you look at her. She's just a touch on the quicker side. And that's what you get on her about. Maybe just make her a little better in terms of her growth curve here. But again, still one, I think the basics and design is good. Big Red here brings an interesting discussion here. Again, a really nice one in terms of just her balance and smoothness. No, she's not as crisp in her lines in terms of the way we got her put together as some here. Probably a major factor with her, and then maybe even another heifer down the road. We start to talk about calendar genetics out here. That's a big one. She's putting up 4 pounds a day already. That's either impressive or it's aggressive. I'll let you decide which one it is. I like to tone her down just a touch more for me. I like to maybe make her angle of her knee and shoulder just a little better. She's getting up there in terms of weight per day of age, though. Square hip one here in terms of width. Softness is good. When we made that last walk with this one, I want to change her in her spine and out of her hip and make her a little better there. She wants to go forward and just be a little more upright in her shoulder there as well. Neat looking one here, fit to a T. Just taking a picture of them, you love her off either end of her. She's too narrow for this guy. I got to open that one up quite a bit more. She, too, though, is pushing the envelope there in terms of her calendar genetics there. She's pretty big in terms of her weight per day of age on her card there, pushing what she's pushing. But a neat one in terms of look and presence. Just want to tone her down, but at the same time, put more into her in terms of width. Soft one here that's got some body shape to her. She's the one I made the call that she's probably too moderate for me, too quick for me. Want to see her just a little different in the angle of her knee and her shoulder, just make her a little longer, later maturing in terms of her look and her presence there. But again, neat class, interesting class of cattle.
Third and final call, Class 15 Angus. Third and final call, Class 15 Angus. This is your third and final call, Class 5 Shorthorn plus females. Third and final call, Class 5 Shorthorn plus females. Results of class number 12 and also your champion junior yearling Angus bull goes to entry number 400. Coulter FCF All Due Respect, exhibited by Circle M Farms of Rockwall, Texas, Sunrise Sunset Farm of Indiana, and Ella Coulter of Wentzville, Missouri. Your reserve champion junior yearling bull in second place in class number 12 goes to entry number 399, EXAR Hard Rock 3690B, exhibited by Express Angus Ranches of Yukon, Oklahoma. Third place in class number 12 goes to entry number 404, GZ Heavy Hitter 324, exhibited by Gage Zener of Attica, Indiana. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is class number 13 of your Angus bulls. This is your first call, all champion and reserve champion Angus bulls to the Makeup Arena. All champion and reserve champion Angus bulls to the Makeup Arena. This is your first call, class 16, Angus cow-calf pairs. First call. Class 16, Angus cow-calf pairs. This is your first call, Class 6 and 7, Shorthorn plus females. First call, Class 6 and 7.
Well, once again, a class that's really close up here on the top end, and some give and take again. We're going to use the bull. We're going to stay to form. The bull that's got the power, the bull that's got the mass. We get back off and view him from the side, and I think this bull, along with the power and mass, I think he gives you a really awesome look from the side. He's stronger out of the backside of his shoulder, a little wider out of the backside of his shoulder than the bull that comes second. He's definitely got a little more shape and dimension out through his hip and down in his lower quarter than our bull that comes second. Now, I would like to see this bull just reach a little bit better off of his hind two when we put him into motion, but you study the angles. He's big-footed. He's got a lot of cushion. He's really got some set to his hock. So to me, I think that bull just a little more power, a little more shape and dimension than our bull that comes in second. Like the attractiveness of this bull that comes in second. He's one, like I said, just if you study him out of the backside of his shoulder, he just gives up a little width, a little dimension, a little capacity in his rib cage, and then when we come back and study him in from hooks to pins and down through his stifle, I think that bull just gives up a little more muscle than we can deal with to make him win the class here today. The bull that comes third is a bull that gets into a really tough class once again. Big-boned individual that's got some shape and dimension about him. We'd just like to see a little more overall balance to make him compete against the two good bulls ahead of him here today.
Got another nice class here, and then again, a good trio of them we'll bring out here, but one that leads off just starts to put things together a little more my speed. She's got some extra to her. Love the heaviness of structure and the foot and bone. I like the body density and the real hip when you get in behind there. There's some real pin width to that one. I like the way her head and neck shoots off the top of her blades in an attractive fashion as well. Now, with that pin width, she's just a little more open at the top of her shoulder. Maybe you could square her up in her knee ever so slightly when you're just getting critical of her, but a stout one that's still mobile, still has some look to her. I like the look and attractiveness of this heifer run here in second. Again, her balance reads very, very well. There's still some true shape to her, especially the boldness of her back and the way she puts that on. Maybe not as heavy in terms of her structure and her footwork as what that class winner is. Maybe not quite as high-necked and neat looking in there in terms of her front skeleton as what that one is, but still a neat kind of cattle. We just got to loosen the red one up. I like her muscle. I like her body shape, her balance and symmetry and proportions all read very, very right. She's just flirts with that line of being a little more terminal in her shape. I think when we get her on the go, she's just a little tighter there in terms of her feet and legs and the way she utilizes them. But again, good trio cattle.
Second call, Class 6 and 7, Shorthorn plus females. Second call, Class 6 and 7, Shorthorn plus females.
Well, once again, two nice bulls in this class here as we get close to the end of your bull show. We're going to use the bull here up front. I think he's just got the most balance. I think he's a bull. He's wide down his top. He's got that dimension out through his hip. But as we study him from the ground up, he's more appealing to me. I think that foot sits down. He's a little squarer on both ends, and he's a bull that gets out and goes very, very nicely. Love this bull in second just in terms of his power, but he's a bull that's getting up there in terms of his frame size for me, and when we watch this bull get out and go, we sure like to loosen him up on both ends.
Second call, Class 16 of your Angus cow-calf pairs. Second call, Class 16 Angus cow-calf pairs. Results of class number 15 of your Angus bulls. In first place goes to entry number 415, AR Horseman High Society 207. Owned and exhibited by Larry and Joe Horseman of Indiana and Ardridge Cattle Company of Kentucky. In second place, entry number 419, APS Walter Express, exhibited by Ann Patton Schubert of Taylorsville, Kentucky.
As we get these bulls out here for your senior yearling champion, once again, it's been a nice group of bulls we've had here within this division. And when we get out here, we just talked about these bulls. I think it becomes obvious. I think there's two logical bulls to use in this division. We're going to keep these two bulls out of the first class together. Congratulations to both of you.
Congratulations, your champion and senior yearling bull goes to entry number 411 MC TSSC Outcast 2095, exhibited by Tom McCall of Virginia and Tim Schaefer Show Cattle of Hagerstown, Indiana. Your reserve champion and senior yearling Angus bull goes to entry number 412 Wheeler Hunter's 10th Lasso, exhibited by Rance C. Wheeler of Paris, Missouri. Congratulations to our Angus bull exhibitors. Now entering the ring is a selection of your grand and reserve grand champion Angus bull. This is your third and final call, Class 16. Third and final call, Class 16 Angus cow-calf pairs. This is your first call, Class 17 and 18 Angus cow-calf pairs. First call, Class 17 and 18 Angus cow-calf pairs. This is your third and final call, Class 6 and 7, Shorthorn plus females. Third and final call, Class 6 and 7.
Got a nice class of heifers here, and these top two, I think, cut to the top pretty quickly amongst these five, and then they're just a little different maybe in what they bring to the table here. I would say this one's burly, but she's still a lady. I love just how opened up she is. I like the density she has in terms of her body. There's some true width and some true shape when you get in behind this heifer, and when she decides to pull it together, she's still good-headed, she's still neat there at the base of her neck, and her balance all ties together very, very well. I think the difference is maybe a shot longer and flatter hipped here in the one ear and second, but to me, she still handles herself good in terms of her footwork and keeping her spine like she needs to there. This one here in second, I like her length, I like her smoothness, love the way her shoulder lays in. I like the length of her hip and design of her hind leg. Just wish there was a little more of her for me personally. Open her up in her chest, open her up there at the base of her heart and her forearm. Still a good kind of cattle, though, the second in this class. Love the length and look of this one here in third. She is so attractive in terms of her head and neck and very ladylike wherever you analyze her. Just needs more time yet. I think she's just a little flatter bodied relative to the top two there. Want to open that one up, and when she decides to relax and become a show heifer, it'd be interesting to see what that one does because she's got the right kind of look for it. A burly cowie one here in the red one, big hip, massive rib cage. Just wish she is a little stouter down low or just smoother everywhere, make her a little cleaner, neater up front, and that's the trade-off with her and the blue one here. She is a little flatter and cleaner neck. She's just a little longer and smoother everywhere. Just got to open that one up, relax her in her spine, and just give her a touch more dimension and volume to run with those ones ahead of her. But a good class of cattle.
Second call, Class 17 and 18 Angus cow-calf pairs. Second call, Class 17 and 18 Angus cow-calf pairs.
Well, here as we get out here to select your champion bull, I'm not going to talk about these bulls. I think we've went through and discussed them in their particular classes and divisions, and we got a long day ahead of us, so I'd like to just keep moving. I will just touch on a couple little things. You know, as these bulls come out here, there are a few classes that I felt we sure had some give and take in those particular classes, and when we get them out here and ultimately, we're going to select our grand champion bull at the North American, and I'm going to go and use the bull that I think, even with that give and take, I think I'm going to use the bull that's the most fault-free, the most well-balanced. Even though there's maybe a thing or two we'd like to tweak on all these bulls, I'm still going to pick the bull that I think is the most fault-free and the most balanced bull that's the most correct in terms of his skeletal makeup. So with that being said, give these exhibitors a round of applause. I'll go find you a bull.
Congratulations, your grand champion Angus bull goes to entry number 338, Fitzgerald St. Elmo, 1997, exhibited by Broderick C. Fitzgerald of Fairmount, Indiana. Your reserve grand champion Angus bull goes to entry number 400, Coulter FCF All Due Respect, exhibited by Circle M Farms of Rockwall, Texas, and Sunrise Sunset Farm of Indiana, and Ella Coulter of Missouri. Congratulations to our Angus bull exhibitors. This is your third and final call. Once again, Class 17 and 18 Angus cow-calf pairs. Third and final call, Class 17 and 18 Angus cow-calf pairs. First call, Class 10 and 11 Shorthorn plus females. First call, Class 10 and 11 Shorthorn plus females. Results from your Shorthorn plus female show. In first place, and also your late spring heifer calf champion, goes to entry number 586, CJM GSMC Karma's Martini 421M, exhibited by Ella James of Minito, Illinois. In second place, entry number 585, T2 Tallulah, exhibited by Toby Behrens of Sheffield, Illinois, and Toby also exhibited your late spring heifer calf reserve champion. In third place goes to entry number 589, JBF 24M, exhibited by Payson Collins of Hillsboro, Ohio. In fourth place, entry number 578, exhibited by Summit Livestock of Charlay, Montana. In fifth place, entry number 587, SL Glamour 1124M, exhibited by Michaela Sugg of Alden, New York. Results of class number 4 of your Shorthorn plus females. In first place goes to entry number 594, SFF Augusta Pride 441, exhibited by Lane Hall of Noblesville, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 596, Armstrong Crystal Style 2412, exhibited by Benjamin P. Allen of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania. Third place to entry number 593, THR Getcha Alley, exhibited by Abigail Thornton of Amanda, Ohio. Your Class 5 results. In first place goes to entry number 606, WSCC Steck Chelsea BL 452M, exhibited by Keegan Steck of Woodstock, Minnesota. Second place goes to entry number 604, LPW Beth Dutton, exhibited by Alexis Wright of Philippi, West Virginia. In third place goes to entry number 608, SN Maryland's Charm 493, exhibited by Abby Brown of Linwood, Kansas. Fourth place goes to entry number 603, exhibited by Cheyenne Baker of West Alexandria, Ohio. And fifth place to entry number 185, exhibited by Belle Browningham of Sydney, Ohio. This is your second call, Class 10 and 11 Shorthorn plus females. Second call, Class 10 and 11 Shorthorn plus females.
I think an interesting class here, and again, just maybe not that perfect critter amongst, and you got to figure out where you want to be on things. I could single trait this one and say, boy, maybe there's not enough there for me, but I just can't get past. I just feel like that's the best one in here. Just her design, her look, her structure, her balance, her symmetry, just all those things. I think she has too many positives amongst this group to just go ahead and say she's not stout enough. Now, that's where I change her for me personally. I like to give that one a little more shape and a little more muscle, but when we get to the side of them, but especially when we watch these girls on the move, that's the most comfortable one. That's the most correct one. That one's the best at the ground with the right kind of look here, so she gets to win this class. And now do make it a horse race with her and this black one here. She's probably a little thicker when we get in behind her, but I don't think she's any more expansive up top. I'd still like to open her up just right there on the top side of her there. I do like her base width, though. I like her foot and bone. She comes with a little more chest and a little more shoulder, and when we get her on the move, she maybe doesn't hold her balance together in that same kind of attractiveness. She wants to pull down her loin and come apart up front relative to that class winner. The blue one's the hard one for me because, again, we've got her fit ideally, and we've got her shown right. Her thickness is good. Her body shape is good. For me, she's a little frail, and her shoulder angle gets her in trouble. I want to lay open back in her shoulder, set her back in a knee, and just intensify her there at the ground in terms of foot and bone to really make her fit me quite well. Big hip one here that's got a ton of width and a ton of stoutness. She's extremely long-bodied, a little coarser about her head, neck, and shoulder. Probably of those four, she's just a little more restricted in terms of her movement. Interesting class there. You can shake those up a lot of different ways.
This is your third and final call, Class 10 and 11 Shorthorn plus females. Third and final call, Class 10 and 11 Shorthorn plus females. Your Class 6 results of your Shorthorn plus females show of your early spring heifer calves. In first place goes to entry number 610, Shelf Crystal Lucy, UH 2414, exhibited by Cameron and Blue of Greenfield, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 612, LDB BB Melania's SM 411, exhibited by Emily Schenenberg of Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Third place to entry number 614, Haley's IT Girl 191M, exhibited by Haley Anderson of Milnor, North Dakota. Fourth place to entry number 609, Reba, exhibited by Cheyenne Baker of West Alexandria, Ohio. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn plus female ring is class number 7 of your early spring heifer calves. This is your first call, Class 19 and 20 Angus females. First call, Class 19 and 20 Angus females. This time we'd like to recognize additional Roll of Victory Award winners. Your Junior Champion Bull of the Year went to BNWZ Executive Decision 2219, owned by Hunter Angus of Missouri and Caden Nowatzki of Indiana. Your Reserve Junior Champion Bull of the Year went to Twin Falls Abbott TF93, owned and exhibited by Chris and Sharon Sankey of Kansas and Twin Falls Angus of Kansas. Your Senior Champion Bull of the Year and Reserve Show Bull of the Year went to ACC Draco, exhibited by Doug Sanctuary Angus of Texas and Alley Cattle Company of Mississippi. Your Reserve Senior Champion Bull of the Year went to Silveris Heritage 1028, exhibited by Silvera Brothers of California. Once again, throughout the show today, we'll be recognizing both the Champion and Reserve Champion Roll of Victory winners. When your name is announced, please come to the backdrop for your awards and photograph.
Got another good class here, an interesting pair here up top, and what makes it interesting really is how you read this black heifer here in second, because to me, the young guy's heifer that's going to lead off, she's just the most consistent in her views, whether she's walking or whether she's standing. Her head and neck posture is the same. Her length of spine is still the same. She's got relative squareness when you get it behind her. I like the depth of her body there, and she's got enough in terms of width up high. My only reservation on that heifer is she can be just a little shorter stepping than you'd call ideal. Want to make her just a little freer and easier to move, but I think she's more comfortable in her spine, though, more often than not, than the heifer here in second. Heifer here in second's a frustrating one for me because when they first come in, I think if she's not fighting the system, you really want to say, hey, that's the one, just go with it. And there's times when she's headed this direction, when she's walking, she handles it fine, but she's really wanting to get stove up in her back just a little bit, run downhill a touch. And I want to change something about her hip and tail head when she's at the standstill. She just doesn't give you those consistent views as she goes there. You can kind of see her front skeleton falls out of her a touch. A softer made one here that's got a good big back leg that goes a little plainer there in front when you study her. Then the one that kind of neat colored one here we close with, long-sided, heavy bone, and really big structure there. Just want to see more body to go along with that, just to have her a little softer relative to her classmates there. But interesting class, cool pair there up top.
Well, here as we start your cow-calf show, very competitive out here, and I'm going to use the young man's cow and pair to win this class to start this off with. I just like the design of this one from her shoulder forward, the cow in particular, and I think it translates to I like the calf from the shoulder forward a little better than our pair that's going to be second. I think both cows are really nice in their udder development, their teat size. I think this cow gets out and goes very nicely. And she just gives you that added look when you get off and view her from the side. I do like the cow that's on the second place pair. She's one that's very attractive as well. Not quite as sharp in her chest and up through her front 1/3. Not quite as angular as our class winner, but she's raising a really stout-made calf. I'd like to clean that calf up just a little bit up through its front 1/3. Then the pair we conclude with just gives up a little condition here today as we compare it to the two cattle ahead of her. Just like to see a little more flesh on her as we get them out here and evaluate them today.
Once again, third and final call, Class 10 and 11, Shorthorn plus females. Third and final call, Class 10 and 11, Shorthorn plus females. Results of class number 7 of your early spring heifer calves. In first place, entry number 621, TSSC KNK Crystal Blue 4614, exhibited by Noah Geisler of Piney Flats, Tennessee. In second place, entry number 628, CF Max Rosa 450 Primo X, exhibited by Mallory Inskeep of Lafayette, Indiana. In third place, entry number 623, NFS Duchess 303, exhibited by Lucy Klosterman of Menton, Ohio. In fourth place, entry number 620, exhibited by Drake Penrod of Jonesboro, Illinois. Results of class number 16 of your Angus cow-calf pairs. In first place, entry number 421, S.E. Rita K105, exhibited by Sawyer Keith Eastridge of Tazewell, Indiana. In second place, entry number 420, Seldom Rest Cassandra 2097, exhibited by Cobble Cattle Company of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Third place goes to entry number 422, BJF KCC Elba 2410, exhibited by Nora Claudia Noon of Upton, Kentucky.
Got a nice division here on the plus side. Definitely has some quality all through this division, and be interesting to watch these girls continue to change and develop as they make breds here later on in the future, because it's a neat division, but there was just a lot of different mixes of things within this division. These first two that came out of that first class, again, very, very solid pair, a lot of quality in them. This one's got those big extra pieces that we like to see in terms of bone and heaviness of structure, and there's still some hip there, just still at times want to make it all make sense in terms of right behind her shoulder and really just the blender and the top of her shoulder to sit it all in very, very correctly. Now, when she comes on the move, all that kind of assembles itself and makes it right here. This one here out of that second class, again, beautiful heifer here at the standstill, especially neat-headed, neat-necked here, but then so husky and good in terms of her body shape and a real dimension of muscle, and still handles that in terms of her feet and legs as well. I think with those cattle that come with shape, you can say she's just a touch shorter around their hip relative to some others out here. But again, I think she handles her spine clean enough and good enough out here. I just love her density and the quality look she possesses. Had a nice maternal one there in class with her. The outlier probably of this group is a red one here. Obviously, she doesn't come to us with as much horsepower when you get in behind her. But again, the awesome silhouette, the awesome feet and legs and look and design that she has. I think that one, again, as she continues to get older and put things more bulk on, maybe she can become even stronger as we get down the road. Still thought she could win that class. And that pair of them here, you can still go back and forth on those two and change your mind a lot. But I do like the silhouette this one poses. I still think she's got some width to her there as well. Like I talked about in class, make her just a little longer strided, make that one just a little more appropriate in terms of just her front construction, the way she handles her spine, but a good set of cattle. Two of them probably hit me a little harder, and of those two, one of them just puts all little pieces of balance together just a little more ideally in terms of her chest and her head and the way things fit together. Class 2 will be our champ. Class 1 will be reserved, but a nice set of calves here in this division.
Well, here in the Angus side, a little give and take amongst this trio right here. And the pair I'm going to use, I think, as you just study the cow alone and not pay attention to the udder or to the calf, I think this is the most high-quality cow that we have out here. Love the way her shoulder lays in. She's very maternal and angular up through her front 1/3. She's a cow. When we put her into motion, she gets out and goes really, really well. I'd like to change her udder, her left hind quarter. I think just looks maybe like it's blank perhaps, or it's just not producing like I'd like to see it. But I think that's the case with all three of these cows. I'd like to tweak them in terms of their udder ever so slightly. And this being the highest quality cow, I think has the highest quality calf out here amongst this trio. This calf is very, very nice. So she's done a nice job raising this calf with the milk she has. This calf is very high quality. Then the cow we're going to go ahead and use for second. She's a cow. I'd like to just moderate her in terms of her teat size and maybe firm her udder up ever so slightly and see it just a little squarer on all four corners. But she's raising a big stout calf. She's a cow that gets out and goes very, very well. So to me, she just logically winds up here in second. Then the cow we conclude with is a cow that's got a good calf on her side. I'd just like to see more udder underneath of her today as we evaluate her in this cow-calf pair division. Well, single entry here in this class. Really nice cow, and this cow's, she's kind of putting it all into her baby. Love the udder she has. She's really square on all four corners of that udder, really moderate in terms of her teat size. The cow, when we put her into motion, she's wanting to dip in her loin a little bit here today. Maybe she's a little fuller than ideal, but she's doing a good job raising a really stout May bull calf here. So congratulations on a nice pair.
First call, Class 12 and 15, Shorthorn plus females. First call, Class 12 and 15, Shorthorn plus females. Second call, Class 19 and 20, Angus females. Second call, Class 19 and 20, Angus females to the makeup arena. This is your first call, Class 21, Angus. First call, Class 21, Angus.
Well, here as we get ready to select your champion cow-calf pair, not a lot of numbers, but the quality's been really, really good. We'll take a second and go through and discuss these just a little bit. The first pair, that heifer calf is really, really nice. I like her. That cow's doing a great job raising that calf. And as we view the cow today, the calf's probably taken a little condition off of her nursing this long, and that's okay because she's in her working clothes. But ideally, when we get out here and the two cattle behind her just got a little more power and a little more shape and dimension, the cows do. So as we view them today, I'd maybe like to change her a little bit as far as that goes. Love the cow that comes out of the second class. She's one, like I said, just if you evaluate the cow, she's very attractive. Really like the way that shoulder lays in there. She's good down her top. She excels the cow that stands right behind her, just in her loin and the way she handles her top. But she does have a disadvantage when we start analyzing her udder. We'd like to see her a little squarer on all four corners of her udder, maybe give her just a little more in terms of quantity of milk as well as we stand and view her today. The cow that comes out of the third class, she's one that's very maternal, very feminine up through her front 1/3. As I stated, I think she's a little full today, and it's making her break in her loin ever so slightly. But if we study this one from the ground up, she's good-footed, she's good on her feet and legs. In terms of udder quality and design, I think she excels the two cows that stand ahead of her, and she's got a nice, powerful bull calf on her as well. So for me today, we're going to use the cow that comes out of the 3rd class to be your champion cow-calf bear. Congratulations.
In our plus side of things, again, another nice class, 4 nice females to sort here, but I'm still pretty comfortable with the one that leads off this class. Just a little more correct wherever you analyze her neatness up front, her depth of body, her comfort out of her hip and rear skeleton, and her spine probably suits me a little better, and so much more attractive there than the one here in second. If you're going to change that heifer any, maybe for me, you square her up front just a touch in terms of knee and shoulder. I could always use them just a shot more powerful, but she still probably has enough. I think she wins this class, though, pretty handily. Here's the stoutest one here in the class in terms of body shape and how opened up she is, but yet she still uses her structure maybe as loose as the other two. Really good in her back leg, really good in the way she lands on her back feet. She's just a little quicker looking, if you will, like to clean her up and refine her just a touch in terms of her head shape, and then probably make her a little better on paper in terms of the way she reads there in her indexes. Got a pair of heifers here, a little greener mixed, if you will, and if you wanted to swap them with that one, I wouldn't have a big argument with you because they are a little late in maturing here. I love this one's boldness up high. I like her squareness from behind. Just wish she was a little softer. She gets just a little stilty looking for me here. Same thing with the blue one here. Beautiful head, beautiful neck. She's got plenty of width of skeleton. Just want to soften that heifer a touch in terms of her body. And then she gets just a little upright off either end of her structure and her skeleton. Want to relax her in those joints. But again, nice cattle here in this class. They'll change a lot as they continue to grow.
This is your 3rd and final call, Class 19 and 20 Angus females. 3rd and final call, Class 19 and 20 Angus females. 2nd call, Class 21 Angus. 2nd call, Class 21. Congratulations to your champion, Angus cow-calf pair. Goes to entry number 428, TLF Northern Miss, exhibited by Holly Rose Marsh of Earlville, Illinois. Your reserve champion, cow-calf pair, goes to entry number 421, SE Rita K105, exhibited by Sawyer Keith Eastridge of Tazewell, Indiana. Congratulations once again to all of our Angus exhibitors. This is your 3rd and final call, Class 12 and 15 Shorthorn plus females. 3rd and final call, Class 12 and 15 Shorthorn plus females. This is your 1st call, Class 16 and 19 Shorthorn plus females. 1st call, Class 16 and 19. Results of class number 10 of your junior Shorthorn heifer females. In first place goes to entry number 633, CF Cherry 444 Primo, exhibited by Samantha Van Voorhees of Bowling Green, Ohio. Second place goes to entry number 639, Joan Augustus Prime 401M, exhibited by Piper Campbell of Eaton, Ohio. In third place, entry number 635, 6R Dark Crystal 225M, exhibited by Skylar Ward of New Paris, Ohio. In fourth place, entry number 638, exhibited by Andy Dillon of North Adams, Michigan. Now exhibiting the Shorthorn plus female ring is class number 11 of your junior heifer calves. Attention Shorthorn exhibitors, entry number 663, 665, and 666. Please report to the makeup arena immediately. Once again, Shorthorn plus entry number 663, 665, and 666. Please report to the makeup arena. This is your second call, Class 16 and 19, Shorthorn plus females. Second call, Class 16 and 19, Shorthorn plus females to the makeup arena.
Got a nice class of cattle, and I think are pretty comfortable in the lead off with super maternal, super soft, just in her kind, in her makeup, just very, very cowy and symmetrical there from her shoulder back, but yet still a show female when you study her there up front in terms of her head quality, her head neck posture, the way she gets and goes in this class in terms of her ease of movement and her angularity, I think is really where she distanced herself from this particular crew. Again, if you're going to compare maybe some of these heifers in behind her, they might be just a touch square up high all the way down to their base relative to her, but she's still got plenty in that regard. Just a super neat one that's got some quality, got a lot of good pieces to her. Big square hip and bow-bodied in this one. Love her head and neck carriage. Like the way she bends up front in terms of her shoulder angle and her knee there as well. Maybe a little more aggressive in her tail head relative to your class winner here. She's just maybe not as smooth on the move. She's just a little tighter in the way she handles herself in terms of her spine and her hind leg relative to that one that wins, but still a very, very good critter. A little closer between these two, and at the standstill, it's easy to go with this red one here just because of her added length, her look she has, her length of hip, the strength of her spine is just a shade better. But when we get them in motion, she's just a little tighter there for me. Like to loosen that one up off either end and make her more comfortable as she moves, and that's the trade-off between her and the black one here. To me, her lower joints work just a little more ideally. She is just a little more comfortable. I want to change her right behind her shoulder and her forerib there for me, though. She's just a little more upright in her knee and her shoulder all at the same time there. Just wants to run downhill and break apart in her balance when she's on the go. Alongside one here that's very late mature, she's got some shape up high. Just wants to come into her base a little more than I'd like her to. She's a little greener there in terms of her body shape relative to her classmates as well. But really a nice class of cattle.
Shorthorn Plus female entry number 663 and 666. Please make your way to the makeup arena immediately.
Well, here as we start your female show on the Angus side, what a neat one to start with. This June heifer calf out here, very youthful and elegant about her front 1/3. I really like that about her. She's one that's really loose made. She gets out and goes around the ring, and that one will be fun to watch as she matures and gets a little more age to her. Very, very high-quality heifer to start off your show here today. The heifer that's comes in second, it's a female. It's got some width and dimension about her. I'd like to change the design of her shoulder, give her a little more cushion to that front knee. Ultimately, that'd help her get around the ring just a little freer and easier.
This is your third and final call, class 16 and 19, Shorthorn Plus females. Third and final call, class 16 and 19, Shorthorn Plus females. Results of class 11 of your Shorthorn Plus females. In first place goes to entry number 647, SFF Augusta Pride 412F, exhibited by Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 642, Fox Perfect Princess 403, exhibited by Julia Brown of Ettrick, Wisconsin. Third place goes to entry number 645, CSF Lady Crystal 2425, exhibited by Barrett Griffin of Batesville, Arkansas. Fourth place goes to entry number 643, exhibited by Gage Farr of Oak Hill, Ohio. And fifth place goes to entry number 644, exhibited by Haley Mayer of Sumner, Michigan. Congratulations. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 12 of your Shorthorn Plus females. This is your third and final call, class 21, Angus females. Third and final call, class 21, Angus females. This is your first call, class 22, Angus females. First call, class 22. Shorthorn Plus entry number 663, Haley Jester to the makeup arena immediately. Shorthorn Plus entry number 663. You are needed in the makeup arena. This is your first call, Class 22, Angus females, first call, Class 22. Results of class number 19 of your Angus females. In first place goes to entry number 1, heading BCII Sandy 4052, exhibited by Spencer Allen Wright of Lebanon, Tennessee. Second place goes to entry number 2, Destiny Wills Barbara W49, exhibited by Sienna Hutchins of Raymond, Ohio. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 20 of your Angus females. This is your second call, class 22, Angus females, second call, class 22. First call, class 23, Angus females, first call, class 23.
Well, here on the Angus side, really nice pair of heifers here in this May class to start off with. I'm going to use a heifer, to me, just a longer-sided female. I think she's a heifer, that's got a little more base width as we compare it to the heifer that comes in second. Very attractive from the side, this female that wins the class. She's got that added shape to her rib cage that I really, really like. She's won from the ground up. We put her in motion. She gets out and goes very, very nicely, so a really nice place to start off with. The heifer that's in second, I think give this one some time and some maturity and a little feed. She's going to catch up, and she's going to contend to win this class because the parts and pieces are there. She just don't quite have that base width. She don't quite have that dimension through the center part of her body yet, but I think it's maturity. I think that heifer's got some width built in her, and as she matures and gets a little age to her, I think that heifer be very, very competitive. Real stout female comes next. Like to see her just a little more feminine and attractive up through her front 1/3. Like to see that tail head set down in her ever so slightly, but a stout, big-bodied female that you really got to like for that. The young lady's female that concludes the class, really attractive heifer when you get off and view her from the side. Gives up a lot of power and dimension here today, but keep an eye on her. I think that heifer's got a lot of quality within her.
Additional results from your roll of victory winners. Your Junior Champion Bull of the Year went to BNWZ Executive Decision 2219, owned and exhibited by Hunter Angus of Missouri and Katie Nowansky of Indiana. Congratulations to our ROV winners. Your Champion Cow-Calf Pair of the Year went to Green's Elba's Mocha 2118, exhibited by Garrett Green of Oregon. Your Reserve Champion Cow-Calf Pair of the Year went to Diamond T. Sarah's Dream 206, owned and exhibited by Morgan Leah Hutchins of Illinois. Your Roll of Victory Reserve Breeder of the Year went to Seldom Rest Farms of Niles, Michigan. Congratulations. Please note that throughout the show today, we'll be recognizing both the Champion and Reserve Champion Roll of Victory winners. When your name is announced, please come to the backdrop for your awards and photograph. Your Dam of the Year here in your ROV Female Awards went to DAJS Molly 830, exhibited by Alley Cattle Company of Mississippi. Your Reserve Dam of the Year went to Hunter's Blackbird 43 PBCC, owned and exhibited by Hunter Angus of Missouri, Rance C. Wheeler, and Ross Wheeler of Missouri. Congratulations.
Really a nice class, and maybe one of our deeper classes we've had so far on this side. Again, this heifer, this pair of heifers, very, very nice. Again, there's some trade-offs definitely between the two, but boy, when this one stops and gathers herself, that's a wow look that she gives you. So good in terms of her head and neck set, and so dimensional in her body and her rib cage there. I like the squareness out of her hip. I like the length of the hip, but yet there's still some true shape to that female when you get behind her and study her there as well. She gets just a smidgen uncoordinated as she goes, but I'm not so sure that isn't just her fighting the system a little bit out here, not wanting to be a show heifer, but boy, a neat heifer. Got a lot of breeding value, that one, a lot of positives to brag on with her. I wish all of them had the feet and bone of this one here in second, and I think that's what sets her apart here, and we could switch those two just based on that. I love her at the ground. I love the extra substance she has there. Still some width and thickness when you get in behind her. She wants to be just a little lower in her head and neck carriage there, just not quite as exquisite out through her hip and tail head as what that one that leads out of her heifer, just not that same kind of look and presence from the side, but that's a heavy-duty one that uses her legs in a very, very functional and correct manner there as well. A pretty profiling one here that comes next in 3. I like her head and neck carriage. I like her smoothness. She's probably got the edge and width over the one we set in behind her, but she, too, I want want to change just a little differently there in terms of her spine and her tailhead relationship there as well. Smooth made one here that's got some depth, just needs more power when you get in behind her. A square hip one here that's pretty bold rib, just want to change her from her shoulder to her full rib and soften her just a little bit here within this class to run her up higher here. But again, good cattle all the way through.
This is your first call, Class 22 and 23, Shorthorn females. First call, Class 22 and 23, Shorthorn plus females. Your Class 20 results of your Angus female show. In first place went to entry number 7, Seldom Rest Cassandra, 4123, exhibited by Seldom Rest Farms of Niles, Michigan. In second place goes to entry number 5, Henning BCII Sandy, 4048, exhibited by Kate Ray Levin of Lexington, Georgia. Third place to entry number 6, Circle R Elbria, 4125, exhibited by Circle R Angus of Alma, West Virginia. Fourth place went to entry number 3, Triple K Lady, 294, exhibited by Braley Yeomans of Citra, Florida. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is class number 21 of your Angus females. This is your third and final call, Class 23 Angus females, third and final call, Class 23.
Well, here is we bring on your Angus side another class of maize out here in a nice class, and to me this class lines itself up rather logical. The heifer with the biggest rib cage, with the nicest look from the side, with the most power is the heifer we're going to start with. She's a female that also is good enough as she goes and gets about the ring. I think she's the most high quality female in the ring here today. I think that she's a little ahead of stage in terms of maturity than our second place heifer is, and this second place heifer's got some parts and pieces that are really neat. Very attractive up through her front 1/3. Love the way that shoulder lays in. If you study this one at the ground, she's got a big foot. The angles are all right. She just needs some time, and I think this heifer here could move up and win this class quite handily. A little more moderate heifer that comes here in 3. She's a female. I appreciate the width down her top and the width when you get behind her. She just gives up a little overall frame size and length of body as we compare her to the 2 cattle ahead of her in this particular class. Then we come with the heifer next. Just gets a little flatter in terms of her rib cage. She's a female. I like to lay her shoulder back a little bit, but she's square hipped. She's long bodied. I really like that about her. Really stout made heifer comes next. She's one that's got some power and dimension to her, but along with that, she's got a little more chest and a little more throat to go with that. The heifer that concludes the class, I feel bad for this young lady. That's a really good heifer. She's hurt a little bit, it looks to me like on her right front foot. She's wanting to favor that out here, so I think you take her home, get that healed up. This heifer can move up several classes or several spaces in this class.
First call, Class 24 Angus females. First call, Class 24. Second call, Class 22 and 23, Shorthorn plus females. Second call, Class 22 and 23, Shorthorn plus females.
Well, we won't take a lot of time, but this first division, it's if this is any indication of how the day is going to be, it's going to be really, really fun. We'll talk about these just briefly, and then we'll get you a champion and a reserve. This first heifer is just stunning. The look she gives you out here, the way that neck ties really, really high on top of that shoulder. She's got the parts and pieces. You know, she needs some maturity. I think this one here could be really, really good someday. That's a very high quality heifer that come out of the first class. The heifer that comes out of the second class is another one, really like this one in terms of her length of body. She's really long from her tail up to her nose. It's a long ways up there. And with that, she maintains the balance of her underline. She's got that added sweep we like to her rib cage. She's very attractive from the side. She's angular and feminine about that front 1/3. Really like that about her. That's a high quality heifer there, comes out of that second class. The stout cowy one's the female that comes out of class 3. From her shoulders back, this one's big, bold in her rib cage. She's got a lot of shape and dimension to her. As we compare her to the two heifers that come out of the first two classes, not quite as attractive up through her front 1/3. So with that being said, we won't take much time. I like the two heifers that come out of class 2 is going to be your champion. Class 1 is going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Really a strong division here on our plus side of things, and again, nice set of seconds, but boy, 3 firsts that make you scratch your head just a minute and really try to dig in and get it as correct as possible. One of those divisions, somebody's not going to be very happy because they've got high quality, good stock. Just got to see kind of how they suit the judge, I guess, if you will. And so this one here at the front of the line, beautiful from the side. I love her silhouette. I like her depth. I like her smoothness. She's not one to cooperate as well, but even when she does, boy, her hind leg and the way in which it sets is very good. Her feet shape I like quite well there as well. Got some squareness of her chest. I think she's good enough there in terms of her body and rib cage there. As I stand in front and study her all the way back, I wish she was a little wider pinned and hipped to match everything else from there forward. I think it's not a problem in terms of length of hip. Get in behind her, I'd still power that one up just a shade for me, but boy, she's in the game still. Just her silhouette, her look, her presence is still very, very good. The red one here in the middle of the lineup, very, very heavy bone, very, very big middle, and very comfortable moving. I think she's built in a comfortable way in terms of shoulder and knee, the size of her feet, but yet the shape of them and the way she can plant and go. She's square up front, and then again, she's got some hip in her when you get in there and really get to studying her as well. She's probably just a shade softer spine at times than heifers on either side of her. That kind of comes with the territory when you're loose moving like she is, and she can get and go and covers her track very, very well. Then the black one here, again, that was a neat pair here that came out of that class. Just a neat presence to her. You get to the profile of this one, and she really can get in your eye very, very quickly. Even though she's not one of those real zipper-necked and extra clean sculpted ones up front, I still think just her length, her balance, her symmetry, her proportions, I still read very, very, very quality. I like her movement from the side. I like her true cow dimension that she has. Like we discussed earlier, sometimes it's her getting just a little of a rush. The heifer herself here, she can get just a little uncoordinated as she goes from behind, but that's, again, I still think she's sound. I still think she's athletic in the way in which she goes. So it's kind of pick your poison out here. Is that one stout enough? Maybe is that one strong enough in her lines everywhere? Does that one move as completely athletic as you want her to really get out here? So really nice set of them. My favorite one I keep coming back to is red. She's going to be our champion in this division. Young lady out of class 3, there's going to be reserve.
What a really nice class of April heifers we have out here. And with that being said, just a combination heifer to start off the class. Gentleman brings a heifer that's really long-bodied. I really appreciate that about her. We talked quite a bit throughout the day so far from the ground up. This one's good at the ground. She's big-footed. She's a female that's got a little bit of that extra power that we like. She's got that dimension throughout her rib cage. Just a high-quality individual to start with. The heifer that comes second in this class just gives up a little bit in terms of maturity to our class winner today, but this one's designed very, very good. Very youthful about her front 1/3. I like the added femininity that she has, but along with giving up that maturity, she's still got some dimension to her rib cage. She's got some width to her pins. I think that heifer, as we project her forward, will be very, very competitive in this particular class. If you like them stout and muscular, you're going to tie to this heifer that we have third. She's probably the most powerful female we have in this class. But for me, I'd like to just see her muscle just a little longer, a little squarer and flatter, if you will. She's a female, to me, just gets a little short and quick about her muscle. But if you like them muscular, this is going to be the heifer you'd want to tie to. For me today, I just like to square her up and mellow her out just a little bit in terms of that muscle shape and dimension. The heifer that comes next is one, to me, with maturity, with a feed bucket. This heifer here also has the parts and pieces to be a really, really good one as we project her forward. Good at the ground, super attractive up through her front 1/3. Just gives up quite a bit of width and dimension today as we compare her to her other classmates. The heifer that comes next is a female that's just complete and practical and functional. She just doesn't have quite that eye appeal, quite that show ring presence that the cattle above her have in this particular class. We conclude with a real practical heifer again, just long-bodied female that's good in her structure, just needs that little extra pizzazz for the show ring here today.
Got a class here, our winter calves here, and again, 4 interesting ones. I chose to go with the 2 more modern ones of the pair, and then of these 2, I just like this one's look of quality. Her balance, her style comes together just a little more attractively in terms of head and neck set. I like the contour of her body. I like her feet and the way in which they land, good foot shape, and good in terms of just her agility and the way she gets when she wants to lead. She's a little lazy moving sometimes out here. I think the trade-off is I like to square this one up just up in her upper pins and her hip there from about the middle of her back, just square that up and make her a shot more level. And to me, that's where this one starts to get at that advantage. Heavy bone, longer hip, square hip as you study her up high. I like the body dimension and the stoutness of this heifer, not as tidy up front. And then when we get these 2 on the move, she just doesn't handle her front skeleton with quite as much reach and comfort as what that class winner does, but she's probably a little better in terms of the way her hip stays level as she goes out. So a little trade-offs there. Blue heifer here, got some extension, really has some boldness and some stoutness to her there. I want to just send her into her shoulder a little differently and make her just a touch more ladylike in her muscle pattern. Same thing with the roan heifer here, lots of width and lots of stoutness. When she stops, her head and neck set's awesome. Just want to soften that heifer just a shade. Want to change her in terms of her angle just a touch more, make her a little more comfortable as she gets and goes. But 4 good cattle, 4 useful cattle here in that class.
Your Class 22 results here in your Open Angus Female Show. In first place goes to entry number 30, Seldom Rest Sandy, 4104, owned by Seldom Rest Farms of Niles, Michigan, with a weight per day of age of 3.65. In second place, entry number 32, EXAR Princess, 4905, exhibited by Clara Sinclair of Williamsburg, Iowa, with a weight per day of age of 3.41. Third place to entry number 31, Huth PVF, Proven Queen, 423, exhibited by Jenny M. Watts of Herdsman, Kentucky, with a weight per day of age of 3.77. Fourth place goes to entry number 28, exhibited by Michaela Dockery of Limestone, Tennessee. Fifth place to entry number 25, owned and exhibited by Sturge Ball Cattle Company of Louisville, Ohio. In 6th place, entry number 34, exhibited by Sienna Hutchins. And 7th place, this is your second call, Class 25, Angus Females, second call, Class 25, Angus Females. This is your first call, Class 26, Angus Females, second call, first call, Class number 26. This is your third and final call in Class 22 and 23, Shorthorn Plus Females. Third and final call, Class 22 and 23, Shorthorn Plus Females. Your Class 12 results of your Open Shorthorn Plus Female show. In first place goes to entry number 649, TSSC AGRF Game On Girls, exhibited by Manny Smith of Athens, Texas. In second place goes to entry number 657, CF Lady Crystal 41 Primo X, exhibited by Carter Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana. In third place, entry number 648, CF Max Rosa 425, exhibited by Grady McGrew of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Fourth place to entry number 650, exhibited by Stetson Reedy of Bethany, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 654, exhibited by Emily Adams of Wilkinson, Indiana. Congratulations to your champion and junior heifer calf here in your Open Shorthorn Plus Female show. Goes to entry number 647, SFF Augusta Pride 412F, exhibited by Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 649, TSSC AGRF Game On Girls, exhibited by Maddie Smith of Athens, Texas. Your Class 15 results. In first place, entry number 662, CF Margie 3140 Primo, exhibited by Piper Cates of Modoc, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 663, JF Dream Only 2403, exhibited by Haley Jester of Moreland, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 666, NBS Rose 68L, exhibited by Lane Forrest Coker of Henry, Illinois. In fourth place goes to entry number 665, exhibited by Cora Schrader.
Well, what a fun class here on the Angus side of these April heifers, and the quality is really, really good out here. And these first two I exceptionally like. The heifer that wins the class, just one that is very well balanced. She's extremely complete. She's extremely fault-free. Is she the freakiest one in terms of her chest and neck? No, she's not. But for me, that shoulder lays in there nice and flat. She's got that presence. That neck comes out of the top side of that shoulder that I really, really like. And she's one that's got some power and some width about her when you get behind her and view her from right behind. So very, very nice place to start. The heifer that comes second is one, to me, it's just very maternal, very angular in her look. She gives up just a little bit of top shape and dimension to our class winner. She gives up a little bit of frame size to our class winner. But this one here, she is just so angular, so maternal, so feminine looking. I really like her type and kind. She's extremely sound, gets around the ring very, very nicely. I think just a real nice place, real nice heifer to come second in this really tough class. like how attractive this heifer in third is. She's one that gives you a good look from the side. She's stout and level out through her hip. When we put her into motion, she wants to drive that hind leg into the ground just a little bit harder than I think is ideal here today. But when she gets her parked, that's a really, really high quality female. Love the way this one coming next is built. She's big bodied, she's cool necked. Just like to pull her apart a little bit. She gets a little shorter in terms of her hip. She gets a little shorter bodied as we compare her to the other cattle in this particular class. Now the heifer that comes next is long bodied, and being as long as she is here today, she gives up a little spring to her rib, a little bit of rib shape. As she gets mature and as she comes on, I think this heifer could move up in this class. We conclude with two females that just give up a little balance, a little quality up through their front end to move up in this class here today.
I think a neat class, and again, a lot of interesting discussion you can have, at least in my opinion, from 2 to 4 here and go back and forth. But if you like them skeletally correct and with some true honest shape to them, I don't think there's any other place to start than the young ladies here that leads off the class. So much more correct in her angle of her shoulder and her knee. To me, she's the only one that's appropriate in the way she's set back there. I like her foot shape. I like her hip. I like her boldness. Here's the deal about her. She's not the belly dragger we find in these two cattle behind her. And so you could soften her up, but yet we're still in this kind of yearling growth phase there. And so they're not putting on the most grease, if you will, here. But I just love her skeleton and her build in this class, and she's got some true shape to her. These next two we can go back and forth on. I finally decided this one's probably slightly better in terms of the curvature up front and her squareness and the way she plants up front. We get behind those two cattle. She too probably hits out of her hock just a little more correctly. She's a little, I like to clean her up at her crest and at the base of her neck and chest and make her just a little more ladylike there. Maybe make her just a little more comfortable in the way she goes off of her skeleton, but her body density is still good. Here's this one parked standing still. I like the top of her neck. I like her symmetry and her balance, and we've done a nice job getting her ready. It's her front skeleton for me for the most part. When she goes, she wants to get outside of herself and not work it as correctly. She's pushing a little more condition, maybe I'd call ideal, and then from behind, I like to square her up at her hock there. Hard one for me was this roan one, because you can call her green and move her up there with the other one we lit off the class with and just say, hey, she's a little more juvenile, if you will. Then at the same time, is she just a little harder keeping maybe? And I couldn't figure out where I wanted to be on that. Want to see her different, though, in her front skeleton there. Just soften her up to make me more comfortable pulling her up in this class. But interesting class. Neat heifer there leads off.
Third and final call, Class 25 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 25 Angus females. This is your second call, Class 26. Second call, Class 26 Angus females. First call, Class 27 Angus. First call, Class 27 Angus females. Your Class 23 results of your Open Angus Female Show. In first place goes to entry number 39, Sol Ellie, 4562M, exhibited by Josie Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky, with a weight per day of age of 3.65. In second place goes to entry number 40, Horseman Frontier Gal, 443M, exhibited by Larry and Joe Horseman of West Lafayette, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 42, Henning BCII Sandy, 4023, exhibited by Brenna Leanne Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 45, exhibited by Maddie King of Cornersville, Tennessee. Fifth place, entry number 44, exhibited by Larry and Joe Horseman of West Lafayette, Indiana. In sixth place, entry number 36, exhibited by Cade Henderson. Seventh place, entry number 43, exhibited by Kyla Fogg of Rushville, Indiana. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 24 of your Angus females.
Got a good division here. Again, these winter heifer calves. Really like what we brought back out here, and then you end up getting to have on our front line 2 of them that you like at the ground, probably the best of this division in terms of the way they're built and structurally, and then just some slight, trade-offs between them. That's probably the more attractive one here up front in terms of head and neck and chest and shoulder and way it all sits together. I love her body dimension, just the way she transitions her pieces there. Like I said, maybe you could make her just a little different there from her hip and tail head and set that in her a little differently. And again, that's the trade-off. This one, from about her hip and rear leg, it's hard to get them as good as what this one is in terms of just her length of hip, her width of hip, and the way everything comes square to the ground, the quality of her feet, and the way she sets there as well. We transition there forward again like we talked about. You could pick on her for not being as deep maybe as some of the other ones. She starts to put just a little more roundness in her shoulder and her chest relative to this one. But again, there's some trade-offs between the two. They're still probably my 2 favorite. Probably the one that just grabs you a little quicker from the get-go, though, in terms of her look and presence today, is the blue one here up front. So she's going to be in our champion in this division. Young lady here out of Class 2 is going to be reserved, but a good set of cattle.
Your Class 16 results of your senior heifer calves here in your Shorthorn Plus Female Open Show. In first place goes to entry number 668, and she's also your reserve champion. Senior heifer calf goes to Soul Gracie 3610, exhibited by Caroline Sankey of Economy, Indiana. In second place goes to entry number 670, ST Only Dreams 3901L, exhibited by Ashton Bain of Lynchburg, Ohio. Third place to entry number 671, a Triple C Stylish Rose, exhibited by Aubrey Wakeham of Clinton, Maine. Fourth place, entry number 667, exhibited by Lane Blankenship of Orlando, Oklahoma. Congratulations to your champion, a senior heifer calf here in your Shorthorn Plus Female Open Show. Goes to entry number 662 from class number 15, CF Margie 3140 Primo X, exhibited by Piper Cates of Modoc, Indiana. Congratulations. Now entering the Shorthorn Plus Female Ring is class number 19 of your late spring yearling females. This is your first call, class 26 and 29. First call, class 26 and 29 Shorthorn Plus females. Second call, class 27 Angus females. Second call, class 27 Angus females. Class number 26, you should be in the makeup arena once again. Class 26, you should be in the makeup arena. We'd also like to recognize our Dame of the Year here for your 2023 through 2024 ROV Female Awards here in your Angus show. Your Dame of the Year goes to Triple C Sarah's Dream 5116, owned and exhibited by Herbster Angus Farms of Nebraska and Austin and Caden Nowatzki of Indiana. Your Reserve Dame of the Year embryo transplant went to Colburn Sarah's Dream 7027, owned by Rocking W. Angus of California. Your Junior Heifer Calf Champion of the Year went to Colburn D.S. Sandy, VA 3305, owned by Spencer Allen Wright of Tennessee. Your Reserve Junior Heifer Calf Champion of the Year went to EXAR Frontier Gal 3681, owned and exhibited by John Allison of Oklahoma. Your Senior Heifer Calf Champion of the Year was a tie between Three Aces Georgina 9182, owned and exhibited by Whitney Ann Meyer of Tennessee, and Seldom Rest Sandy 2210, owned by Josie Brooke Phillips of Kentucky. Congratulations to our Roll of Victory winners.
Well, what a really nice class of heifers again here as we start our March heifers. Little give and take up here on top, and I'll describe these to you and tell you what I'm looking at. I wish the heifer in second would be showing a little bit better right now, but it's probably her first time to town. But I'm real comfortable with the heifer I'm going to start with. I think just in terms of power, I think coming out of the backside of her shoulder blades, down her top, and all the way out through her hip, I think this one's just got a little more width and dimension, particularly through the center part of her rib cage and back into her lower stifle. I think she's just got a little more oomph right there than her heifer that comes second in this particular class. We put this heifer in motion. She gets out and goes really good. I'm going to give the advantage to our second place heifer from hooks to pins. I think she's a little squarer right there than our class winner, and I took a lot of extra time trying to get this heifer in second to settle down so I could really evaluate her, but I'm comfortable with this placing right here. I like this heifer in second. I think next time she gets in the ring and she shows just a little bit better, very attractive from the side. She's ultra cool up through her front 1/3. Like I stated, level from hooks to pins. Those pins sit out there really wide. Maybe gives up a little bit of lower stifle compared to our class winner, but I think that's a high quality heifer that's going to be really fun on down the road. Then we come with a heifer next that's attractive from the side. Like to see this heifer come out of the backside of her shoulders with a little more width in terms of her rib cage. She pinches a little bit there for me, but an attractive heifer that gets out and goes really, really good. The female that comes next is a heifer from her shoulders back. She's the stoutest one in the class. She's big in terms of her rib cage, a lot of volume, a lot of capacity, but along with that, she gets just a little plainer up through that front 1/3. We conclude the class with a heifer that's a little more moderate in terms of her overall makeup type and kind, and two heifers we'd like to see balance up just a little bit better to move them up into here today.
This is your third and final call in Class 27, Angus females, third and final call, Class 27. Your results of class number 24 of your Open Angus female show. In first place goes to entry number 58, Oakley Phyllis 414, exhibited by Remy Garner of Paris, Tennessee. In second place goes to entry number 66, PVF Lucy 4055, exhibited by Allie Perry of Fayetteville, Tennessee. Now in third place goes to entry number 55, FCF JAF Proven Queen 421, exhibited by Macy Bartlow of Macomb, Illinois. Fourth place goes to entry number 64, Campbell Co. Queen 2416, exhibited by Blaine Smith of Russell Springs, Kentucky. Fifth place to entry number 49, KBK Miss Kit, exhibited by Kobe Ishmael of Boswell, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 51, Clay Craft. And seventh place, entry number 59, exhibited by Nelea Boblins.
Got another nice class here. And again, a little more intrigue all the way through here. Maybe not that one that just easily wins it here, but I just think this one's combination of moderate cow size, her body shape, her flexibility amongst this crew, and still one that manages to travel with some skeletal width is what gets her the nod up here, especially when she's moving. She comes together at the standstill. Want to change her out of her hip. She gets a little short and awkward out of her hip. When she moves, it all comes together, makes for a nice one to win. If we didn't have to move them, maybe this is our class winner, because I like her at the standstill, her posture, her stoutness, her squareness, her boldness. Gets in motion, though. She wants to pull out of her front end and get outside of herself. Really comes apart there. And so that's what makes it a challenge with her and the black one here. This one is a little longer, smoother moving all the way through, but as you can see coming and going, that's probably the narrowest heifer of the class. I like to open that one up quite a bit more and give her more sheer width and the stoutness all the way through. But I like her length of stride. I like her smoothness and doability. Very, very heavy structure, big bone one here. Just got to move a little more ideally. She's a little long-sided, a little tucked up probably in her lower body, but she just gets a little more awkward, not as comfortable on the move as she goes, wants to come into pieces. Hard one for me was the heifer we closed with, because I like her performance and her body shape. I wish she was just a little longer strided. I wish she was a little stouter structured to match everything she's got up high. It throws off her balance. She's got a little crest and a little chest floor in her. Just doesn't have that same kind of look that grabs you initially as what those top cattle that are ahead of her do, but a nice class of heifers.
Third and final call, Class 27 Angus. Third and final call, Class 27 Angus. This is your first call, Class 28 Angus. First call, Class 28. Second call, Class 26 and 29, Shorthorn Plus. Second call, Class 26 and 29.
Another good class here, and to me, it comes in two pairs, and we can flip-flop these pairs, and again, you wouldn't get an argument from me. As we're traveling these top two around, to me, the red and white heifer, just a little more athletic. She's got more reach up front. She plants and pushes just with a little more reach and comfort off of her rear step, and then you get from this vantage point, still one that has some look, has some width, and some presence there to her. I'd probably like the balance and proportion from the side just a little better. The black heifer, particularly, just a little extra shape to her there, but this one still has skeletal width, and when we get them traveling and moving, that's where I like her comfortably here to lead off this class. Again, this one, boy, she's close because her look is good, her shape is good, the broodiness of her is good. I like her body shape there as well. She just gets a little tighter as she goes. I wish we could just loosen that heifer up off either end to make her more athletic and just have more reach, but still a good pair of cattle here. You can flip these back and forth. Obviously, this one isn't going to win any performance races by any means, but boy, I love her build. In terms of just comfort of movement, correctness of skeleton, strength of spine, length of hip, just building the cattle, I like her build a little better. Wish there was a little more of her, and that's what makes it a swap you can make. This one is bigger and longer and just more outline to her. Heavy bone and big-footed there as well. Want to change her in her top line there for me personally. Want to give her more when I get right in behind her and just soften her at that kind of length and frame size there. But again, good class of cattle.
Your Class 19 results here of your Shorthorn Plus Open Female Show. In first place, and also your champion intermediate female, goes to entry number 686, GTG Augusta Pride 328L, exhibited by Tyler Dossley of Thurman, Ohio. Your reserve champion intermediate Shorthorn Plus female goes to entry number 679, TBFC Red Beauty 20L, exhibited by William Benovich of Maconica, Pennsylvania. In third place, entry number 683, BONL Prime Crystal 314L, exhibited by Betsy Hain of Elizabethtown, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 677, Queen Sapphire, exhibited by Bristol Tipton of Hopedale, Ohio. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 23 of your Shorthorn Plus females. Your Class 22 results. In first place goes to entry number 697, CF Mona Lisa 382, exhibited by Josie Beiser of Camden, Ohio. In second place goes to entry number 669, CF Dream Only 473, exhibited by Lindsay Jester of Moreland, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 696, Bloodstone Holly, exhibited by Mallory Peter of Hicksville, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 698, Miss Ruby's One Oak, exhibited by Callista Alba of Waterloo, Indiana. First call, Class 32, Shorthorn Plus, Cow-Calf Pairs. First call, Class 32, Shorthorn Plus, Cow-Calf Pairs.
Well, I'm not sorry for taking an extra minute here because I want to make sure in my mind I have these exactly how I would like to take them home today. And this is how I would do it. Gentleman's heifer we're going to start off with. To me, from her shoulders back, that rib cage is designed just fault-free and beautiful in my mind. She lays in with a nice shoulder. She's very, the way the neck comes out of the top side of that shoulder, I really, really like that. She's a female from the ground up. She's big-footed. We put her into motion. She gets out and goes really, really nice. She's one. Where I see her excelling our heifer in second is from hooks to pins. I think she's got a little more width of pins right there. And I kept going back and forth between my mind because I give the heifer in second the advantage from the point of her shoulder forward. She's a little more feminine. She's a little more maternal than our class winner. But this one's feminine enough. She's maternal enough. I think you could put this one in any environment. Take her off the green shavings, take her home, kick her out in a pasture. That's going to be good cattle her whole life. That's the one I like the best in this class today. From there on, love this heifer in second. Her length of body, as I talked, how beautiful she is from her front 1/3. She's one that gets out and goes very, very nicely. She's too big in her rib cage. You know, where I see the difference, like I stated, from hooks to pins, I don't think that heifer's quite as wide as our class winner, but that's an awful, awful good one. As is the heifer that comes in 3 today. This one's stout and powerful, and I really like that about her. I see this heifer, and as I project her forward, she concerns me a little bit in terms of her joints. She concerns me a little bit in terms of keeping her fresh enough from her shoulder forward. She's getting a little full already in that chest as we view her out here today, but that's a heifer that's stout and powerful, gives you a good look. I think today for me she goes third. The heifer that comes fourth is one big-hipped individual. She's big-bodied. She's one that the necktie is really high on top of that shoulder. She's a female. It gives up some length of side as we compare it to the 3 heifers above her here today. Just like to stretch her out, make her just a little bit longer in terms of her length. The heifer that comes next is one beautifully presented, female, big-bodied, female that gets out and goes really good. But when she does get out and go, she pushes a little more shoulder than the cattle above her here today. That's why she winds up where she is. Female that comes next is a heifer that just gives up some width and dimension, gives up a little overall balance. The 2 heifers we conclude with just give up some power and balance and eye appeal as we compare them to the class. That's just a whale of a class of March heifers. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Got another good class here, pluses here, and it's got some depth and some quality all the way through, but yet some different pieces here. Again, one that wins, I think it's easy to find her, easy to latch on to her, just an overwhelming amount of volume and comfort here in terms of movement. Her angles and everything set the right way. Her foot quality is very, very good. A long hip one that's a little deceiving. She doesn't look like she has as much shape when you get to the side, you get behind her. She does have some pin width. If you're going to ask me what I want to change about her, I still want to open that one up at her base. She's a little narrow-chested for a guy like me. Want to open that one up at the base of her chest just to supply everything from there back and make sure it's all true and genuine when we set them out in the pasture someday. But boy, from a show heifer standpoint, that one's look and presence and volume out here definitely to be commended. These next 2 cattle probably come to you just a little more stoutness and ruggedness, if you will. I love this one, shape and boldness. Her look and attractiveness up front is awesome. Just want to turn her head a little more correctly there in her front skeleton. She's starting to put a little more chest and sternum, just a little more rounder out of her hip, if you will. But boy, a lot of cow power in that one. Still has some agility to her. Just wish it was smoother everywhere. Female that comes here next, I love how honest she is in her composition, and then with that, there's real hip there. There's real genuine power. This female hind leg works well. She's a little base wide up front, a little more sternum and chest maybe, and that with being a little bit flatter forerib just doesn't have her look as smooth. She looks a little piecey out here at times. So I made a little switch here. I thought this one just is more collected about her spine when she goes. Her boldness is good. Just a little plainer up front. Real stout one here from a head and bone standpoint. She's opened up front. I want to see that same advantage when you come back to her pins. She just gets off balance in terms of her loin or top line. Doesn't have that same kind of look moving as she does standing. But nice set of cattle. Real nice one there to lead us off.
Second call, Class 28 Angus. Second call, Class 28. Results of class number 25 of your Open Angus Female Show. In first place goes to entry number 68, JCC Lola 411, exhibited by Josie Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. In second place goes to entry number 70, Seldom Rest Diva Bardo 4048, exhibited by Allison Friesen of Arnett, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry number 75, UDE Phyllis 4019, exhibited by Udell Cattle Company of Sioux City, Iowa. Fourth place, entry number 77, Jake Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. Fifth place, entry number 76, exhibited by Leo Cruz of Rude, Iowa. In sixth place, entry number 74, exhibited by Las Vegas Farms of Ontario. Seventh place, entry number 69, Kat Branscombe. And eighth place, entry number 73, exhibited by Camden Tingle. Now exhibiting the Angus ring is a selection of your champion and reserve champion junior heifer calf Division II female.
Well, here as we bring your class winners out here for this division, this has been an awesome division, and there's just quality from our first class all the way down to our next class, and we'll go through and briefly touch on these heifers, but you know, they're so good. I don't want to just go through here and nitpick on everything because, you know, I'd be proud to take any of these to the house. So with that being said, our heifer that comes out of our first class, just extremely elegant up through her front 1/3. She's a heifer like we've talked about all day, and I'm going to get repetitive here, but just she's got that cow look to her. She's got a nice depth and balance to her rib cage. I really like that. She's a heifer. When we put her into motion, she gets out and goes really, really nicely. Definitely a heifer that's in contention for this division. The heifer that comes out of the second class is another one, just really sound, really big bone, big-footed individual. Love this one from hooks to pins. She's really stout and wide in her pins, really level out through from her in her hip. She's also a female that's you know, got that extra body shape and dimension that I really, really like. Is she quite as chiseled up through her front 1/3 as a couple of the others? No, but as you've seen in the last class, if they've got all the rest of the parts and pieces, and if they're designed flawless, that doesn't bother me. But that's another high-quality individual that's going to go out and do a lot of winning here in this next year. The female that comes out of the third class is one, you know, in that class, she was the heifer that had the most power, had the most width and dimension. You know, she's one as she gets out here with the heifers on either side of her, maybe not quite as long-bodied, not quite as powerful as the cattle. And then the female that comes out of the fourth class, we just talked her. I think this one here is a combination female. She's one that she's got the presence to be out here on the green shavings and have that show ring look and presence. But then when you look at her body and the dimension and the capacity that she has, that one's going to make a cow. That one suits me quite a bit. She's going to be your champion. And then I'm going to go back and use a second out of that class in this division. Is going to be the reserve. Congratulations.
Here in this division in our plus show, again, really got some quality individuals in here once again. The red one here, love her freshness out here, her look of youthfulness amongst this group, her squareness of hip and boldness are all very, very, very good, and still one that's comfortable enough there in terms of way she gets and goes. Maybe not as overwhelming in terms of volume as the heifer in here behind her, but still a nice kind of a cattle. Again, big volume, very, very cowy in terms of just her center, her feet and legs and the way in which they bend and go, but yet still has a show heifer posture to her. I love the length of hip, the squareness of pins that we have in this heifer here as well. Like we commented, if you want to make her 100% my kind, you open her up at her base just a shade more, but I can't deny her just yet out here because, boy, that one's look and presence and what she puts together is still very, very impressive. So she's going to be our champion here in this division. Young ladies, red and white one here up front will be reserved.
Third and final call in Class 32, Shorthorn Plus Cow-Calf Pairs. Third and final call, Class 32, Shorthorn Plus Cow-Calf Pairs. Third call, Class 28 Angus. Third call, Class 28 Angus. This is your first call, Class 29 Angus. First call, Class 29. In your champion junior heifer calf Division 2, Angus female goes to entry number 68, JCC Lola 411, exhibited by Josie Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 70, Seldom Rest Diva Bardo 4048, exhibited by Allison Friesen of Arnett, Oklahoma. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is class number 26 of your Open Angus females. First call, all champion and reserve champion Shorthorn Plus females to the makeup arena. This is your first call, all champion and reserve champion Shorthorn Plus females to the makeup arena. Your Class 22 results of your Shorthorn Plus female show in first place, and also your reserve champion early spring Shorthorn Plus female goes to entry number 697, CF Mona Lisa 382, exhibited by Josie Beiser of Camden, Ohio. Second place goes to entry number 669, CF Dream Only 473, exhibited by Lindsay Jester of Moreland, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 696, Bloodstone Holly, exhibited by Mallory Peter of Hicksville, Ohio. Fourth place goes to entry number 698, Miss Ruby's One Oak, exhibited by Callista Alba of Waterloo, Indiana. Your Class 23 results in first place, and also your champion of your early spring Shorthorn Plus female goes to entry number 709, MFS Lucy's Masha 87L, exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry number 712, JF Max Control L2301, exhibited by Carter Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry number 710, BR Ferry Rose F205K, exhibited by Garrett Rausch of Spencer, Ohio. Fifth place goes to entry number 707, exhibited by Emma Arnett of Brookville, Ohio. Second call, Class 29, Angus females. Second call, Class 29, Angus females.
Well, another nice class of Angus heifers here in your February division. And to me, once again, a combination heifer surfaces to the top. I mean, from when this heifer come in the ring, she's just got that presence. That neck ties high out of the top side of that shoulder. She's a heifer that's very flexible as she gets out and goes about the ring. I think that's a very deserving winner in this class here. Just excels this class for me. The heifer that comes second, long-bodied female. I really like that. She's a female, just a little more frame than the other cattle in this class have, but a heifer that's got some body. She's good-footed. She's good at the ground. She gets out and goes really, really good. Maybe just like to tone her down ever so slightly as we compare her to some of the other cattle in this class in terms of her frame size. The moderate heifer comes next, very attractive from the side. This heifer is really not ready today. They did a wonderful job presenting her. Just needs some maturity, just needs some condition on her. She gets a little tight right there behind them shoulders, and I think as she gets some condition on her and we can project her forward, that heifer could contend to win this class. Two heifers next that are very similar. The young man's heifer that's in front of us right here, she's a female, just a little shorter bodied, shorter hipped, if you will. Female that's got some body. She's attractive through her front 1/3. Just a little better looking type of female than the heifer that stands behind her when you stand back and view her from her shoulders forward. This heifer here is one that's got some width, got some dimension. As you watch her exit the ring, she wants to get up ever so slightly in the center part of her back. The three heifers that remain are heifers, the one coming around the corner here, big-bodied female, just a little moderate. She gets a little awkward off her hind two when we put her into motion. I'd like to free her up and just see her get around the ring a little bit better. The two heifers we conclude with just give up some substance of bone and some overall balance to move them up here today.
This is your third and final call, Class 29 Angus. Third and final call, Class 29 Angus. This is your second call, All Champion and Reserve Champion Shorthorn plus females. Second call, All Champion and Reserve Champion of Shorthorn plus females. Please make your way to the makeup arena. Results of class number 26 of your Open Angus Female Show. In first place goes to entry number 81, Horseman LAH Empress 425M, exhibited by Larry and Joe Horseman of West Lafayette, Indiana. In second place goes to entry number 90, Core Proven Queen 407, exhibited by Michaela Dockery of Limestone, Tennessee. Third place to entry number 88, RRF Lucy 213M, exhibited by Caden Steedman of Quinlane, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry number 96, exhibited by Jack Selmeyer of Mayora, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 95, exhibited by Ethan Miller of Gaston, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 87, Logan Suits. Seventh place, entry number 92, John Harden. And eighth place, entry number 89, also exhibited by John Harden. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is class number 27 of your Open Angus Females. This is your first call, Class 30, Angus Females. First call, Class 30. Once again, Angus exhibitors, you are prohibited from using black paint or any paint. Once again, Angus exhibitors, you cannot use any paint.
Well, over here on the Angus ring, class of February heifers out here, and the heifer that wins the class, I think, in this lineup does so quite handily. She's extremely powerful. She's got a lot of meat and muscle down her top. She's really wide out through her hip. She's a female that's got that added rib cage we talk about. Neck comes high out of the top of that shoulder. And she's a heifer. When we put her into motion, she gets out and goes just really nicely for us here today. The heifer that comes second, I think, most closely follows the cow type and kind that we've been trying to follow all day. She's maternal and angular up through her front 1/3. She's got that added balance and sweep to her belly that I think enable her to go out and make a good cow once she gets to be a brood cow out in the pasture. And a female that's got a look. She's got some show ring presence to her. Just a high quality heifer that comes second. Really like this heifer in third. Like how attractive she is up through her front 1/3. Her shoulder lays in there nice. Like her from her coming out of her shoulders into her rib cage. Where I'd change this heifer, her hocks want to come together when we put her into motion and she goes a little bit. I think if we could square her up on them hind two, I think she could move up a spot in this class or maybe even contend to win the class. The heifer that comes next, I like her kind. She's attractive from the side. She's really sound. I'd like to set that tail head down into her. It just kind of comes out of her a little too much for me today. I think this heifer's green in her overall makeup. I think take her home, feed her, get some condition on her, get that tail head set back down in her a little bit, and I think that heifer could move up as well. real solid, practical female comes next. The young man has nice angular up through her front 1/3. Heifer's got some body, gives up some width and dimension as we compare to the heifers ahead of her. Big stout female comes next, just like to see her blend together a little nicer. Then we conclude with 2 heifers that don't quite have the rib shape or capacity or overall eye appeal that the other cattle in this class have.
Another good class, and again, a lot of challenge amongst this class, just because there's different kinds of good, and there's different lines you're forced to draw to really get comfortable what's out here. I like cow ones, and the best way to put it, this one looks like the most intriguing cow out here to me when you really get to studying them. Her combination of base width, her combination of pin width up there with the body shape that I like in terms of depth and smoothness, even though she's not as sculpted in her shoulder and chest, her head and neck posture and where it sets on top of her shoulder, I think saves her from a balance and proportion standpoint. The heifer's not wanting to show, and it makes it awkward. She give you an awkward look every now and then. Main thing about her, though, just to complete the picture, you like to set her in the point of her shoulder there, set it into the framework of her body a little more smoothly, and then that make everything make sense. But again, a good combo of broody, but yet enough show beast there, like her there at the surface here as well within this class. These next 2 you can go back and forth on, and this one's intriguing. I like her skeleton. I like her look, particularly her upper skeleton and her hip and the way in which it works. She's not the most dimensional there down low in terms of her lower. For me, though, I couldn't get convinced that one's as soft as I want to make her. She's just a little right there in her heart and forerib. She can cave in. We did a nice job fitting it out of her, but I still change her there. I like her mobility. I like her range of motion. I like her pin width relative to this one here in 3rd. If this one's got enough muscle for you, and I'm probably the only person in the world talks muscle with heifers, but I still think it's important. If this one's got enough muscle for you, you can move her to the head of the line, because this silhouette right here, this balanced look right here is worth something. I like her big legs. I like her big feet. Just made that call when I'm on either end of her. That one's just a little too flat and narrow for me personally. Want to open her up quite a bit more and give her more shape. This one here, again, if we could just change the way she looks moving and match what she does standing still, she makes it make sense a little more. I love her hip. I like her body dimension. She is so broody and good middled. And still her head character and head quality is all very, very good. When she gets on the go, she wants to run downhill and get a little tighter in her spine and not move out quite as comfortable up front as what I'd like to see her do. Then again, just a nice kind of a heifer here, but just got a little tight when we got them on the go. Female here is close, and there's pieces of her I love, but then it doesn't all go together as well as I want it to. She's pretty good in terms of length of hip. Her foot and bone are good. The flexibleness of her skeleton's good, but she gets so loose spine, opened up in that shoulder. When you get to a front 3/4 view of her, she really kind of falls apart. Tucks her hock into herself just a little more, and I like her too as she goes from behind. Want to square her up and make her stronger there behind her shoulder. Red's a beast. She's powerful. She is stout. Just had to make that call on her. She's probably got just a little masculine looking out here. Wanted to refine her, make her more ladylike about her head, make her just a little more appropriate even in her shoulder angle and the way it puts onto her body, but a stout one. Long-sided one here just comes into too many pieces there. Gets a little weak spine, a little awkward in her underline there. Not quite as clean underneath there. And then the roan one here has got some hip and width. Just became the small kind of compact one here amongst this class. She too, I like her to address the ground with just a little more comfort there to her lower joints. Intriguing class of cattle though.
Results of class number 26 of your Shorthorn Plus Junior Yearling Female Show. In first place, and also your junior champion female, goes to entry number 725, ST Cole Dream of Me 3011, exhibited by Whitney Swaim of Rockville, Indiana. Your reserve champion in second place in class number 26 goes to entry number 722, SNRJC Lady Crystal Luna 326, exhibited by Alexis Wright of Philippi, West Virginia. Third place goes to entry number 717, BR Dream Lady P233, exhibited by Caden Roberts of Cumberland, Ohio. Fourth place goes to entry number 728, exhibited by Samantha Van Voorhees of Bowling Green, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 727, exhibited by Emily Kramer of Vanderbilt, Pennsylvania. Sixth place, entry number 721, Mason Fuller. Seventh place, entry number 726, Cameron Blue. Eighth place, entry number 719, Adrian Brown. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn Plus female ring is class number 29 of your senior yearling females. This is your third and final call, all champion and reserve champion Shorthorn Plus females. Third and final call, all champion and reserve champion Shorthorn Plus females. Please make your way to the makeup arena.
Got a nice single entry here, a neat red heifer that, again, very honest in terms of just having some width and some boldness to her, still handles her feet and legs in an adequate way. Again, just a nice solid one. We'll compare her here a little back later on, but a nice way to represent this class here.
Results of class number 29 of your Shorthorn Plus senior yearling females. In first place and also your champion senior female goes to entry number 731, ACRC Hot and Spicy, exhibited by Addison Campbell of Eaton, Ohio. Now entering the Shorthorn Plus female ring is class number 32 of your cow-calf pairs. This is your second call, class 30 Angus females. Second call, class 30 Angus females. Results of class number 27 of your Angus females. In first place goes to entry number 106, UDE Sarah's Dream 4010, exhibited by Udell Cattle Company of Sioux City, Iowa. In second place goes to entry number 101, EXAR Princess 4663, exhibited by Eleanor Sinclair of Williamsburg, Iowa. Third place, entry number 104, BFBCII Sandy Birdie 404, exhibited by Tyler Kraft of Fort Collins, Colorado. Fourth place, entry number 107, exhibited by Blake Groats from Groats, Virginia. In fifth place, entry number 103, exhibited by Bo Wire of Indiana. In sixth place, entry number 105, exhibited by Riley Hobbs. Seventh place, entry number 100, exhibited by Macy Carroll. Eighth place, entry number 98, exhibited by Joel Kreider. This is your third and final call, class 30 Angus females. Third and final call, class 30 Angus females. This is your first call, class 31 Angus. First call, class 31.
Well, what a nice class of January heifers, and these two up front are really close. To me, a deciding factor, the heifer that's going to win the class, just a little longer sided. I think she's just a little more ideal for me. The way she handles her shoulder when we put her in the motion, she gets out and reaches just a little bit better than the heifer that comes in second. Both of these heifers, just they're cattle that are going to go on and make cows when we get them off these green shavings. Big rib cages. Both females got a tremendous amount of power about them. Both females, when we put them in the motion, they cover their tracks. As I mentioned, I'd maybe like to adjust this heifer in second just a little bit off her front end, but that's being very nitpicky because from there back, she's big in terms of her rib cage. She's stout out through her hip. She does it in a feminine type of way. I really like those two heifers that come to the top of that class. The heifer that comes in third is a very attractive female. She's one for me that just gets a little coarser about her joints and her bone work, just like to soften her up. And I think if you did, this heifer could move up and contend to win this class. Very good looking from the side. Female that's got some hip. Maybe like to add just a little more shape and dimension in her lower stifle as we compare it to the two cattle that win this class. Heifer that comes next is very attractive. From her shoulders back, I really, really like her. I just like to change the design of her shoulders. She gets a little more upright in her shoulder, a little more forward in her knee, if you will. If we could change that, once again, I think this heifer contends to win the class. Very attractive heifer that comes next. Female just gets a little flatter about her side, a little flatter about her rib. We conclude with two heifers again that just need a little more balance to move them up any here today.
Got a nice set of pairs here. We're going to leave them just like they came in and use these kind of redder pair here up front. Just skeletally, I think they operate with just a little more poise and correctness all the way through. I like her udder design there as well in terms of just the balance of it, the teat size of it there as well. Doing a nice job raising a pretty big calf there and keeping herself in condition here. The roan pair here, a really stout cow, heavy bone and big-footed, still really neat-necked here. And again, doing a nice job raising her calf. And again, there's not probably a cuter show team than these three out here trying to get this pair put together and get them presented out here. So let's give these kids a nice round of applause. Good set of pairs here in our Shorthorn Plus show.
Well, a nice pair of heifers on top of this class of Januaries over here on the Angus side. And to me, just getting back to the fundamentals, and I think it's just obvious the way we line this class up. I think this heifer that's going to win the class, we study her from the ground up. She's big-footed, just more ideal in terms of her bone work. Her joints are a little smoother. They're a little flatter. She's a little more angular up out of her shoulder. And as a result of that, when we put her into motion, she gets out and goes about the ring just a little bit better than a heifer than we have in second. Both heifers are powerful, tremendous amount of muscle, tremendous amount of volume and capacity. I like that about both of them, just like the design of the joints and the skeleton of the heifer that wins the class. As I stated, you got to like this heifer's power and dimension. Deep-sided female, tremendous amount of muscle, just like the changer in terms of her joints and in terms of her bone work. Female that comes next is one that's big-bodied type of heifer. She gets a little flatter down in her lower one-third as we compare her to the two cattle ahead of her. Maybe not quite as attractive up through her front one-third. We conclude with a heifer that's just behind in terms of her weight per day of age and overall body shape and condition.
Second call, Class 31 Angus females. Second call, Class 31 Angus females. This is your first call, Class 32. First call, Class 32 Angus females. Your Class 29 results of your Open Angus female show. In first place goes to entry number 122, BCIIBF Sandy Birdie 2124, exhibited by McGuire Inslee of Belmont, New York. In second place, entry number 123, TSSC AGRF Phyllis 4503, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 125, Lemmingager North Miss M6, exhibited by Logan Suits of Rantoul, Illinois. Fourth place goes to entry number 128, exhibited by Lucas Walker of Gilson, Illinois. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring will be class number 30 of your Open Angus females. This is your third and final call, Class 31 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 31. This is your second call, Class 32 Angus. Second call, Class 32 Angus.
Really had a nice set of pluses today, and I'll be brief. I do think warranting going back through these real quickly, just because there's some quality out here. Again, these calf divisions, they're fun. I do think a lot of these things will be fun and exciting to watch as they go on here. That first division, again, good cattle. They're opened up. They're broody. They've got some soundness advantages out here. Maybe a little plainer than some, but still good cattle. Second division, two cattle that probably bring some extras to the table in terms of having some shape on the front line here with still some look, having some bone right in there behind her there. Again, both of them you change here in a place or two, modify this one's hip just a little bit in terms of just to get a little shorter around her at times there, but still a neat kind of cattle here. This red one here, again, really opened up, really dense. Love her body dimension, love her bone and her base width here. Just got to make that call. Do you think there's enough just strength to her spine out here to run and say that one needs to be one of our top two holes out here, but still a neat heifer here that you like a lot, brings a lot to the table with a nice division made over there. I think when that one learns to show and do the right things, again, she makes that pair even that much more competitive. These winter heifers that came out next, again, good pair of cattle here. Again, ideally, you put these two together and you've got one that can really do battle. But, boy, you talk about two good-footed cattle that handle their structure and their skeleton very appropriately. That is definitely the case here. Just wanted to change this one just from her hip and upper skeleton there. Give that one a pinch more softness there to make it make sense here. Big body one here that's smooth made. You can tell she's just a little short and awkward in her hip, but when she moves, it comes together. But standing there, got a stout one in there behind her here. couple of nice divisions here that came out and probably had some depth and some quality in them. This female that leads off here, this next division, again, very overwhelming in terms of just volume and presentation and look and comfort out here. I like the way her angles are designed, I like the way everything bends and goes. And again, she's one that's deceiving. I tend to like a little more shape in these cattle and still stay that way. But you get in behind this one, there's still some pin width to her, base width there. Again, like we talked about, get right in front of her. I like to open her up in her chest width and just square her up and make her a little better in that regard, but still a very, very heifer. Nice red and white one here behind her as well. And again, that next class and division here, very, very strong one here. This one's built in a very, very broody and fundamental way. She's square from the ground up, big and square over her hip, and her body dimension's good. Just wanted to change her there in her shoulder and chest to make all that make sense, just to blend it in that much more correctly. We've done a nice job managing her, I think, to keep that chest in place. We're almost a little green behind our shoulder, but that's all. I understand that all works together. You get her on the move, though. She comes together. Still love her combination of skeletal width and cowiness out here. Very, very broody. Just got to blend her in right there into her shoulder to be ideal in terms of her chest as well. Got a neat classmate and division mate with her that's got a lot of skeletal quality and length. Just for me personally, for that size and scale, I wanted to soften that one just a touch. Single entry that came out here. Boldness is good. Feet are good. Bends good there up front. Gets a little high spine at times when she walks there, but I like her shape. I like her dimension. Then the pairs that we came out with, again, two cattle that are doing a nice job raising those calves there. Those kids are doing a nice job managing them, and I hope they continue to be fruitful for those folks. Again, after I put this mic down here, I really enjoyed coming out here. Always feel blessed and honored to work here on the green chips here. Again, they're only going to make a few people happy, but the only person I really care about making happy is the Lord above. And so I thank him for the opportunity of doing this and being asked to come out here. Again, let's put our hands together for all the Shorthorn Plus exhibitors. I'll show you my two favorites.
Well, here on your Angus side, class of January heifers, and I think this is one of those classes, just kind of, they come out here and it's just very logical of how they line themselves up, especially in the top end here. This heifer comes to the top just really handily. Big-bodied female. She's got a tremendous hip, tremendous amount of power down her top. She's a heifer. When we ask her to get out and go, she gets out and goes very, very nicely. So a real good place to start. The heifer that most closely follows her, just in terms of overall quality, smoothness of joints, structure, is a heifer that we have in second. She's a long-bodied female. She gets a little flatter as we compare her to our class winner, but she's one that has the skeletal design, I think, to go on and expand as she matures. I think that heifer could contend to win this class at some point. Then the big heifer we got coming next, a little coarser in her overall makeup, gets a little rounder about her joints, a little higher in her tailhead. She's very attractive up through her front end. I really like that about her. Just like to smoothen her up just a little bit throughout. The heifer that comes next, moderate, gives us a good look from the side. I really like that about that heifer. She looks like a cow to me. She just needs to be more of her. Just needs to be a little more power, needs to be a little more size, but that's a nice kind of female. The heifer that comes next, I like as well. She's powerful, big down her top, stout out through her hip. Just like to change the way she handles them hind two. She wants to hawk in ever so slightly once we put her into motion. And then the heifer that concludes the class is a female that just needs a little more body and a little more balance to move her up into here today.
Congratulations, your grand champion Shorthorn Plus female goes to entry number 709, MFS Lucy's Masha 87L, exhibited by Carter Cornegay of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Your reserve grand champion Shorthorn Plus female goes to entry number 725, ST Cole Dream of Me 3011, exhibited by Whitney Swaim of Rockville, Indiana. Congratulations once again to our Shorthorn Plus exhibitors. This is your first call, Class 1, 4, and 5, purebred Shorthorn bulls. First call, Class 1, 4, and 5, purebred Shorthorn bulls to the makeup arena. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to recognize our show honoree. Rex Cates, the founder of Cates Farm, started from humble beginnings as a sharecrop farmer on a diversifying farm. Like many farmers in the 1940s, there were hogs, chickens, milk cows, sheep, and a few commercial beef cows. The Shorthorn started as 4-H heifer projects and a handful of cows as he purchased a purebred cow for each of his sons. As time passed, land was purchased, and the operation was focused on grain production and purebred Shorthorns. Brian and Randy Cates became more involved in the Shorthorns, and by the mid-1970s, improvements were being made. One of the most notable bulls responsible for the improvements was C.F. Trump. He is still relevant in the herd today, as many of the present cattle carry his name in their pedigree. Today, Cates Farms is operated by the third generation, Tyler and Courtney Cates, along with her daughter Piper, representing the fourth generation in Modoc, Indiana. The focus at Cates Farms today is raising and marketing elite females, most marketed as show heifer prospects. Over the years, the showing has been a major part of the advancement of Cates Farms, as the family has won many banners, including several on these infamous green chips. Shorthorns have been very good to the Cates family. The biggest and best part of the rewards it has given is the people they have met and the lifelong friendships the lifestyle has provided the family. Congratulations to the Cates family on being named our 2024 North American International Livestock Exposition Show honoree.
Today we want to recognize the Cates family as a show honoree. As many of you know, they have dedicated their life for the betterment of the Shorthorn breed. And I think there's 4 generations involved in the family today, and congratulations to each of you. I think today what we have with us, we have Randy, or have Janet, and then also Brian and Angie's families, and both of their families are in attendance, so congratulations.
Well, here in the Angus ring, we got your junior heifer calf division 3 out here, and what a really, really nice division. There's 5 really, really solid class winners out here. Heifer that comes out of your first class, a female, it's very attractive from the side. She's one that's really loose made. She gets out and goes around the ring very, very nicely. When we get her out here with the heifers behind her, she just runs a little bit out of gas in terms of power as we compare her to the heifers that stand right behind her, because there's some really, really stout ones. The heifer that comes out of class 2, she's one of them. Just extremely stout and powerful in her kind and in her overall makeup. Big and bold in her rib cage as she comes out of the backside of those shoulders. She's big top. She's really stout and powerful out through her hip. Where I'd change this heifer is I'd like to adjust her shoulder a little bit. I'd like to make her joints just a little flatter and a little smoother. When we ask her to go and she gets out and goes about the ring, I'd like to change the way she handles her front end just a little bit, but that's a stout, powerful one. The long-bodied heifer that's really maternal and angular in this group is a heifer that comes out of class 3. I really love her length, but along with that length, she's got a tremendous rib cage on her. She's really deep in terms of her rib cage, comes out of the backside of her shoulders with a lot of dimension and volume, and she's a heifer when you get behind her, she don't disappoint you either. She's got a tremendous amount of width and dimension. Put her in motion, she gets out and goes around the ring just very, very nicely. That's a high-quality heifer out of your 3rd class. The heifer that comes out of class 4 is another one. Very attractive, powerful type of female. She's big and bold in her rib cage. As we compare her to a couple of the other heifers in this lineup, I'd maybe like to see her just a little longer in terms of her length of spine. She gets just a little shorter in her hip for me as we compare her to a few other ones out here. But that's a powerful, stout female that I really, really like the cow power that she brings to us. The heifer that comes out of class 4 is one in that class. She just looks like a cow to me. She's big, bold in her rib cage. She gets out and moves around the ring really, really good. Really level out through her hip. She's got a tremendous amount of power. That's just a high-quality individual as well. So with that being said, the heifer that suits me in this lineup to be your champion, and then I'm going to take a look again for reserve, is your heifer out of class 3. Congratulations. You're going to be our champion. Well, as we bring the second heifer to our champion out here, she's another one that I think just displays us a cow look, just big and bold in her rib cage. I like that about her. As I talked in her class, I'd like to change her and her shoulder ever so slightly and change the design of her shoulder. And ultimately, I think that would allow her to get around the ring just a little bit better. So with that being said, I think there's some give and take out here. I'm going to look one more time and show you what I like for your reserve in this division.
Second call, Class 1, 4 and 5 purebred Shorthorn bulls. Second call, Class 1, 4 and 5 purebred Shorthorn bulls. Third and final call, Class 32 Angus. Third and final call, Class 32 Angus. This is your first call, Class 33. First call, Class 33 Angus. Your Class 30 results of your Open Angus female show. In first place goes to entry number 134, EXAR Princess 4618, exhibited by Alexis Colling of Bowling Green, Missouri. In second place goes to entry number 131, Horseman LAH Empress 401M, exhibited by Larry and Joe Horseman of West Lafayette, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 135, Henning BCII Sandy 4000, exhibited by Jude Mosier of Larchwood, Iowa. Fourth place goes to entry number 130, EXAR Frontier Gal 4621, exhibited by Tyler Inlow of Indiana. In fifth place, entry number 136, exhibited by Christopher Inlow. In sixth place, entry number 139, exhibited by Lucas Walker. Congratulations to your champion in Junior Heifer Calf Division 3, and your Angus female show goes to entry number 108, SSFDS Lady 1314, exhibited by Weston Hag of Plymouth, Indiana. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 116, EXAR Princess 4630, exhibited by Jake Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is class number 31 of your Open Angus females. This is your third and final call, Class 32. Third and final call, Class 32 Angus. Second call, Class 33 Angus. Second call, Class 33.
Well, as we get into these December females, really, really nice heifer to start off this class. I mean, this one could handle some heat, in my opinion. You know, back to the basics. She's good at the ground. She gets out and moves about the ring very, very nicely. Love the way that head comes out of or that neck comes out of the top of the shoulder. She lays into her shoulder very, very nicely. But when she comes back out of her shoulder, she's tremendous in terms of her rib cage. Really bold sprung down her top, carries it all the way back out through her hip. That's a really high quality individual. The heifer that comes second, I really like this female. I wish I could relax her just a little bit right in the center of her spine. I think if we did that, tuck that tail head down in there, this would be more competitive in this class. But today she's wanting to get up just ever so slightly in the middle of that back. That's a heifer that has some power. She has some dimension. We put her into motion at the ground. She gets around really, really good, just like the change her inner spine ever so slightly. The heifer that comes next is really typey in terms of her kind. She gives you a nice look. Just needs to be more of her. Just needs more growth, more power, more dimension. We conclude with a heifer that lacks just a little bit in terms of balance and eye appeal as we compare her to our class winner here today.
This is your third and final call, Class 1, 4 and 5 purebred Shorthorn bulls. Third and final call, Class 1, 4 and 5 purebred Shorthorn bulls to the makeup arena.
Well, certainly an honor and a privilege to be out here today and this afternoon to judge the esteemed purebred open Shorthorn show. We start off this morning with an excellent trio of May bull calves, and really impressive in all three of these guys here. And I think at different, you know, we're talking about just May bull calves here that range in a weight from, you know, the 730 to, you know, the mid eights, and I think all three of these guys offer a lot of good and a lot of future and a lot of promise. Probably for me today, the dark red bull that just from his skeleton design at the top side of his blades, that from his hooks to his pins, I think he's got more true natural spread over his loin, down into that lower hip. He balances up really nice in his lower 1/3 as far as his chest, his forerib back into that rear flank attachment. A calf that's really sharp through his chest and his head and his neck. Still has some added flex when you set him into motion, especially off his rear two. We're going to change him just a little bit. For the power he has from his forerib back, I'd like to see him just have a little more width of chest, a little more spread between those front legs to go with that power from his forerib back. But as far as look, style, and balance and power, I think he's the one you tie into today. Little closer decision between 2 and 3 for me, but I'm going to stick to my guns as far as just skeleton design. The bull that ends up being second, he ties into his spine at the top side of his blades a little bit better. He in his hip-loin juncture, his hooks to pins, and still with that, he's the lightest bull of the three, but still his added depth and forerib is a little bit more appealing to me than the bull that ends up being third. He's still nice enough through his chest and his neck. He's really good at the ground. I see a lot of future and promise in this bull. He gives up a little bit of muscle to the two bulls on either side of him, but I think from a skeleton design standpoint, I prefer him. The power bull comes in 3, and I think he has that advantage as far as weight per day of age, and length of spine, and length of hip. I just want to change him in the way he ties into that forerib. He gets a little flatter in that forerib. Maybe doesn't handle his hip-loin juncture on a standstill quite as well as the two bulls in front of him. But I think he's got so much added width and dimension from behind. I just want to give him a little more spring and flair to that forerib in his rib cage. Bull that still gets out and goes extremely nice. 3 high-quality bulls, really good complete bull to win that class.
This is your third and final call in Class 33, Angus females. Third and final call, Class 33. This is your first and second call, Class 34 Angus. First and second call, Class 34 Angus. This is your first call in Class 8 and 11 Shorthorn bulls. First call, Class 8 and 11 Shorthorn bulls. Results of Class 1 of your Purebred Shorthorn Bull Show. In first place and also your champion late spring bull calf goes to entry number 7, Little Cedar Lasting Look 2418, exhibited by Little Cedar Cattle Company of Beaverton, Michigan and Dislisle Farms of Galdwin, Michigan. In second place and your reserve champion goes to entry number 4, OSF Chunker BF 549, exhibited by Oler Farm of Economy, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 5, J.A. Curfew 4J16, exhibited by Jordan Akers of Sibley, Illinois. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 4 of your early spring Shorthorn bull calves. This is your third and final call, class 34 Angus. Third and final call, class 34 Angus. This is your first call, class 35. First call, class 35 Angus. Your Class 31 results of your Open Angus female show. In first place goes to entry number 143, Seldom Rest Pinup Gal 3223, exhibited by Cody York of Palestine, Illinois. In second place, entry number 142, WB Adeline 338, exhibited by Addison Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. Third place, entry number 144, HFF Frontier Gal 336, exhibited by Thomas Edward Halsey of Hannibal, Missouri. Fourth place goes to entry number 141, exhibited by Sienna Hutchins of Raymond, Ohio. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is class number 32 of your Open Angus females. This is your second call, class 35 Angus. Second call, class 35 Angus. This is your second call, Class 8 and 11 Shorthorn Bulls. Second call, Class 8 and 11 Shorthorn Bulls. At this time, we'd also like to introduce our purebred Shorthorn judge today, Mr. Lydell Meyer. Lydell was born and raised in Stonewall, Texas, and was blessed with two brothers, Shane and Tyson, and wonderful parents, Edward and the late Diane Meyer. His father was the farm and ranch manager for the LBJ Ranch, in which was only a few miles down Ranch Road 1. My brothers and I competed heavily in the show ring, showing steers and heifers throughout our 4-H and FFA days. The highlight of his steer showing career was having champion Hereford steer at the Houston Livestock Show in 1994. After graduating from Fredericksburg High School in 1995, he attended college at Texas Tech University. While at Tech, he studied animal science and general business, in which he earned a dual degree in 1999. Also, while at Texas Tech, he abandoned his judging team opportunities to work as a freelance fitter, and with that gained great knowledge of the cattle industry, being able to work with some of the best cattlemen in the state of Texas and throughout the country. In the fall of 2001, he left the great state of Texas to pursue another great opportunity. He now resides in Clinton, Tennessee with his wife Holly and three wonderful kids, Andrew, Annie, and Alyssa. As a family, they own and operate Three Aces Cattle Company in Clinton, Tennessee. In their 150-head operation, they focus on raising and selling Red Angus, Simmental, Angus, and Charlay cattle. Their program has been fortunate to produce numerous champions of several breeds from coast to coast. The success of their program as Gamble Angus Farm and Three Aces Cattle Company has also allowed him to have the opportunity to fulfill many of his childhood dreams, such as judging cattle of all breeds on a state and national level. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Lydell Meyer, your purebred Shorthorn judge, to the green chips.
We're over here in the Angus ring. We have a really nice class of Novembers out here, and a really good one to start off with. Love this female, the way that shoulder lays in up through her front 1/3, extremely angular, very, very feminine about that front end. When we study this female from the ground up, she's big-footed. The angles are all right. Love that added cushion she has to her knee. Love the way she cushions on that pastern and up into that hock. She just goes on and moves around very, very nicely. And with that, she's one. She's not the most powerful one we've seen all day, but she's got plenty of power for me. That's just a high-quality individual. The heifer that comes second is a heifer that's got a lot of power to her. She's big in terms of her rib cage. She's stout out through her hip. But as we compare her to our class winner, she gets just a little shorter about her front 1/3. She gets just a little plainer about her neck as we compare her to our heifer that wins the class. If we could just freshen her up a little bit up through that front end, I think she could be a little more competitive to our class winner here today. Big stout heifer comes next. I'd like to tone this one down undoubtedly in terms of her frame size. But this heifer is powerful. She's sound. She gets out and goes very, very nicely. I really appreciate that about her. The heifer that comes next is really straight in her line. She's a good hip female. She just gets a little narrow. I'd like to see her widen up in terms of her base width. As you watch her exit the ring, she gets just a little bit awkward off those hind two, and I think it's just because there's a lack of muscle. This heifer that comes next, one that's very attractive, you know, she just needs some condition. She needs some maturity to compete with these other heifers within this particular class. The female that comes next is one that's a little moderate. She gets a little tight in terms of her structure. Then we conclude with a heifer that I'd like to change the structure of her front 1/3 to move her up any here today.
Well, here we go. Second class of the day, close decision, two highly presented, two high-quality bulls that I think are going to have big, bright futures. And so there's a big decision to be made in between these two good April calves that the young man and young lady bring us out here today. The big decision here, you got one that's just from a skeleton design standpoint is a little bit superior. Square, big-footed at the ground. He's soft and easy going, flexible in his spine and his skeleton. The roan bull that's right behind him, so massive over his top and up out of his hip, blows it back, and it just is stout in his bone structure, stout in his body, stout in his shoulder and his forearm, just a heavy muscle, but square and lays into it. And when that lady gets implanted, it gives you a good look. But for me, I'm going to take a little less power and get that flexible design. I think I'm a little more comfortable with the bull we lead off. He's so good in that realm at the ground. He's so smooth. He's so well balanced. And I still think there's enough muscle and go in that guy. And I think he's still a little fresher. He's still a little greener. But that's the big decision between the two. The young lady's bull that ends up being second, like we said, love the power, love the expression. I just don't think he's quite as flexible and as true at the ground off of all fours as the one that leads off. Two high-quality bulls, very, very close decision.
This is your third and final call, Class 35 Angus. Third and final call, Class 35 Angus. This is your first call, Class 36. First call, Class 36 Angus. Third and final call, Class 8 and 11 Shorthorn Bulls. Third and final call, Class 8 and 11 Shorthorn Bulls.
Well, here as we select your senior calf Division I in your Angus ring, two really competitive heifers out here, and they're sure enough different, not only in their type and kind, but they're different in the rig they're in. Their condition is probably on either side of the spectrum here today, so I think I'm going to take some time and study through these cattle, and we'll talk about them real quick. I'll take one more look at them, and I'll show you which one I like. The heifer that comes out of your first class, as I talked in that class, you know, I've been talking cow power all day long, and this female, she don't disappoint you. Comes out of the backside of that shoulder, down her top with a tremendous amount of width and power and dimension to her, but then yet she's feminine and angular up through her front 1/3. Is she as long about her front end or front 1/3 as our heifer that come out of the second class? No, she's not. I'd maybe like to extend her out ever so slightly, but this one's full of power. She's really sound at the ground. She's good on her feet and legs. Tremendous rib cage, tremendous hip. I really like her from hooks to pins. That's just a really high quality individual that comes out of your first class. As is the heifer that comes out of your second class, and that's what makes this a little challenging out here. You know, this one here, I appreciate the condition she's in because she's one that's fresh. She's one that's maybe not 12 o'clock today. And if we project her forward and get her to that stage, I think this one is phenomenal good. But as we get her out here today, she gives up a little power compared to the heifer in front of her. I love this one from the point of her shoulder forward. I think the angularity and the femininity that this one has is very unique. I think as we study her from the ground up, love her angles, love the added cushion she has as she goes about the ring. She excels the heifer that stands right in front of her a little bit in terms of her length of body. But along with that, that's hurting her a little bit today because without the condition, it's making her break just a little bit right behind her shoulders. So I'm being picky on two heifers that are really, really good. I'm going to take one more look because I think it's really close. Give these exhibitors a round of applause, if you will.
Results of class number 4 of your Open Purebred Shorthorn Bull Show. In first place, entry number 13, WSC Who's Dreamin' 319M, exhibited by Matthew Wallace of Williamstown, Kentucky. In second place, entry number 14, Springview Denali 61, exhibited by Springview Cattle of Neillsville, Wisconsin. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn Bull Ring is class number 5 of your early spring bull calves. This is your first call, Class 12 Shorthorn Bulls. First call, Class 12 Shorthorn Bulls. Your Class 32 results of your Open Angus Female Show. In first place goes to entry number 165, SSF Black Cap in 123, exhibited by Piper Cates of Modoc, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 164, Oakley Phyllis 394, exhibited by Jack Bagoon of Grotus, Virginia. Third place goes to entry number 156, KCC Edwina 9623, exhibited by Hallie Sheets of Millfield, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 150, exhibited by Cecilia Holsey of Hannibal, Missouri. Fifth place, entry number 160, exhibited by Spencer Wright of Lebanon, Tennessee. Sixth place goes to entry number 148, exhibited by Mackenzie and Grace Lott Conway of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Seventh to entry 152, also exhibited by Mackenzie and Grace Conway of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Congratulations, your champion at Senior Heifer Calf Division 1, Angus Female, goes to entry number 143, Seldom Rest Pinup Gal 3223, exhibited by Cody Robert York of Palestine, Illinois. Your reserve champion, Senior Heifer Calf Division 1, goes to entry number 165, SSF Black Cap and 123, exhibited by Piper Cates of Modoc, Indiana. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is class number 33 of your Angus females. This is your second call, Class 36. Second call, Class 36, Angus females. Second call, Class 12, Shorthorn Bulls. Second call, Class 12, Shorthorn Bulls.
Outstanding class here, guys, and there's a lot to absorb within this class of really good March bull calves, and not only from a phenotype standpoint, but on a paper standpoint. And what it comes down to my opinion, the two bulls with the most quality go 1 and 2, but both of these bulls are phenotypically and on paper are on different spectrums of what you might need within your own program. And so we'll talk about that here just for a minute. For me, the white bull here, you look at him physically, he's a little more refined in his bone structure. He's super classy, super smooth made. Right off the top of any cattleman you read, well, here's an awfully good, nice built Cavanese bull that's got a lot of style and a lot of presence. Well, you look at him on paper, he's a 16 CED, but yet he's got the best EPD profile from birth to yearling. And so, in my opinion, out here, and we evaluate these two high-quality bulls that go 1 and 2, the young lady's bull that's super stout, super powerful, the highest growth, highest performing bull, and he does show that on paper, but yet he does still show that he's one of the heavier birth weight bulls within on paper as well. And so to me, I mean, it comes down to just a little bit of a judgment call, because I think both of these bulls are extremely high quality, but yet they're two totally different bulls. For me, I want to reward the solid white bull with the excellent on paper and the excellent here in the ring, because I love his balance, I love his athleticism, I love the longevity that he shows me. He gives up quite a bit of power and weight to some of the bulls in this class, but as far as a bull that puts so many nice things together, not only here in the show ring, but on paper, I think that's why he's got to win this class. The power bull comes in second, young lady, and this thing is big top. He's big hip. He's presented to a T. I love his boldness. I could relax him in his pasture, and so especially on his front two, just a little bit more, rock that shoulder back into him just a little bit more, but when we set him into motion, he gets out and goes extremely nice. He's bold, he's stout, he's good looking. I just prefer a little bit more of a longevity, smoother package in the white bull today, but that's a high quality bull, young lady, no doubt. Bull in third is one that still rivals the top two as far as quality and smoothness and balance and design. I just want to change him a little bit from a skeleton design standpoint, especially on his rear too. He's got just a smidgen of a bow to those legs, but he's so sharp out of his top. Flat shoulder, good chested, good neck. Just want to change him just a little bit there. Bull coming in fourth is one that's good in his lines, gets a little tighter in his forerib. Maybe just a little straighter in that shoulder, but long hip, very extended over his top, very up-headed. Bull that's still got some quality, and there's still a lot of future about that guy. I like his design, his added length, and just a little bit more mass over his top. What gets over this sharp-made bull that comes in next. The bull that ends up being fifth is one that on his standstill I really like. He's sharp over his top and about of his hip. But for me, we set him into motion. He wants to labor a little bit more. He gets just a little bit tighter in that forerib for me to get him just a spot or two higher, but I like his smoothness and his balance. The next pair of bulls, the bull that comes next is one that's got some depth of body, some natural softness, gets a little more compact up through his front end, maybe a little shorter hip, and maybe just want to see him just extend it out just a little bit more to get around those bulls in front of him. From a skeleton design standpoint, that's where we want to change this bull rolling out. He gets a little rounder in his hip. He breaks a little bit more in behind those shoulders and that forward. We want to square him up and balance him up just a little bit, but he's soft and easy on the go. High quality set from top to bottom. Intriguing pair and an intriguing decision on the top two pair of bulls. Compliments to both of those exhibitors.
Well, here on the Angus side, a group of Octobers here, and a really nice class throughout, but I think there's a heifer to me, surfaces the top quite handily. I think this heifer most closely follows what we've been trying to do all day. She's got that brood cow look, little extra show ring presence about her. You know, she does give up just a little bit of power, but I just think in terms of her skeletal design, she's the one we need to start the class with. Love the heifer that comes next from her shoulders back. She's one that's big, bold in her rib cage, level and square out through her hip. I'd like to change the design of her shoulder a little bit, lay her back in her shoulder, maybe see her just a little bit more extended up through that front 1/3. Young man's coming here next. I apologize to him. I caught his heifer coming around the corner, and she handled her pastern just a little bit weird, but I don't think that's her. I just think she took a funny step, so I'm glad I caught it and got him moved up where he belongs in this class. Love the power this heifer has. She's big, bold in her rib cage, tremendous amount of shape and dimension. I'd like to make her a little neater in her chest and up through her front 1/3 as she exits the ring there. That's a nice cow prospect. The female that comes next is one that's really straight in her lines. She's a heifer that that just needs a little more capacity and rib cage here today to move up any. Gentleman's heifer that comes next, she's one that's extremely, extremely stout. I like that about her. She moves really good off her hind two. I'd like to see her reach just a little bit more off her front two. I think it's a result that her shoulders ever slightly just a little steep here today, but I love the power, love the shape and dimension that heifer has. The bigger frame heifer that concludes the class is one we just like to moderate a little bit to move her up any in this particular class today.
Third call, Class 36, Angus females. Third call, Class 36.
Excellent class. These April and March bull calves, we get into this division, and just a tremendous set from top to bottom. A little bit of give and take, and in our class winners, both of these, there was some give and take on my standpoint. You can step back, and we probably got two of the lighter muscled bulls in this particular division, compared to their seconds winning these classes. But guys, you're going to hear from me all this afternoon. One of the big things we got to really strive for in the cattle industry, and I really don't care what breed you're messing with, is a little bit of longevity, because longevity generates dollars and less replacements. And so to me, structure is going to be a big deal all day long. You're going to hear me talk it. So the two bulls that come out of each class, that is where they excelled in those classes. Both of these bulls are extremely flexible. You get in front of them, you get them in behind them. They're square off of both ends. Those front legs, those hind legs, they come out of the appropriate holes in a way that's in relation to their width of chest and width of base from behind. So that's where we landed on these two class winners. These guys here can get out and really go. They're flexible in their spines. And so that to me just reads a tremendous amount of longevity. The Red Bull that won that April class, I think he was a good combo as far as extra foot size and some bone and some natural softness. And this guy's still got a lot of future. He's not as heavy and not been pushed probably near as hard as some of these other bulls within this whole division. But I just loved his completeness, his balance, and his flexibility at the ground. The bull that was second to him in that class is so stout, so powerful, and I sure like that guy quite a bit as well. But I sure preferred the flexibility and the extra softness at the ground and relaxation in that shoulder to win that class. We just got done talking about the white bull and the big stout bull that was second to him in that March class, and what a unique difference that was. And guys, that was a little bit of a judgment call, because we know when we're sorting these bulls, there's some decisions. Do you need more mass? Do you need more power? Do you need more cavities and a little bit more refinedness and femininity and smoothness and balance within your cow herd? And that's where we landed on that white bull. I just think this guy offers so much good, not only here in the show ring, but on paper as well, and that's why he won that particular class. For me today, though, the bull that puts it all together as far as just soundness and look and balance and power is our April bull out of that first class. He'll be our division champion. Congratulations. We wheel that second place in there, and I sure like this guy. And this guy here, I was being a little picky, because I think both of these bulls are elite quality bulls, but I love the width of spread down his top and up out of his hip, and it's still his balance. I was being a little hard. I still think this guy's got plenty enough flexibility. He's just not near as flexible as that one that beat him in class, but he's most like our champion. Young lady, you'll be our reserve champion bull. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 12 Shorthorn Bulls. Third and final call, Class 12 Shorthorn Bulls. This is your first call, Class 15, 16, and 19 Shorthorn Bulls. First call, Class 15, 16, and 19 Shorthorn Bulls. Your Class 5 Shorthorn Bull results: in first place, entry number 29, Diplomat, PK 26M, exhibited by Q.W. Moore Jr. and Sons of Jerseyville, Illinois. In second place, entry number 18, Star Catcher GS47M, exhibited by Starman Cattle of Camp Point, Illinois. Third place, entry number 28, LTE All-In HC, exhibited by Ty Jordan Harden of Gibson City, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 27, exhibited by Gage Farr of Oak Hill, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 26, exhibited by Bruston Farms of Butler, Ohio. Sixth place, entry number 20, Sarah Lee. Seventh place, entry number 25, Place Family Farm. Your early spring bull calf champion goes to entry number 13, WSC Who's Dreamin' 319M, exhibited by Matthew Wallace of Williamstown, Kentucky. Your reserve champion early spring bull calf goes to entry number 14, Springview Denali 61, exhibited by Springview Cattle of Nielsenville, Wisconsin. Congratulations, Shorthorn Bull exhibitors. First call, Class 37 Angus. First call, Class 37 Angus. Results of Class 33 of your Open Angus female show. In first place goes to entry number 429, Seldom Rest Bardot 3207, exhibited by Seth Cox of Eagle Point, Oregon. In second place, entry number 171, EXAR Princess 3872, exhibited by Jake Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. Third place, entry number 174, SK Patton Sandy L17, exhibited by Jet Stillwell of Colfax, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 173, exhibited by Michaela Dockery of Limestone, Tennessee. Fifth place, entry number 168, exhibited by Ann Schubert of Taylorsville, Kentucky. Sixth place, entry number 175, exhibited by Katie Cooper.
Well, a nice class of October yearlings in this class here, and there's some give and take. These top 4 cattle, I think every one of them have something I'd just like to tweak a little bit, and so I took a little longer time, and this is how I'm comfortable with them, the way they stand out here. The heifer that wins, you know, as we talked throughout the day about bold rib cage and power and stout, you know, she does all that for me, and I really, really like that about her. I'd like to change her running gear. She gets a little straight in that hock for me. When she goes about the ring, she wants to drive it in the ground a little harder than I prefer. But to me, in this lineup out here with the give and take, I'm going to use her to win the class. I think there's so much power and so much mass and volume and capacity there. She follows what we've been trying to do throughout the day. The heifer that stands right behind her is a little neater from the point of her shoulder forward than our class winner. She's a heifer that doesn't have quite as much rib cage, not quite as much volume and mass and capacity. And along with that, I'd like to change her how she moves off her hind two. She don't get quite as comfortable when she sets that pastern down. I'd like her to set it down with just a little more comfort as she goes about the ring. If she did that, I would have used her over the heifer that wins the class. I like the heifer that comes third, big barreled female. She's also one that I'd like to change her a little bit on both ends, the way she moves about the ring. When he gets her set up, I mean, she's one that you got to consider to win this class because she's attractive through her front 1/3. She's got that added depth and rib shape that we would like. Just like to change her a little bit off of both ends. She don't quite reach out of her front two. She gets a little short out of her back two. I like this heifer that comes in 4. Now, she is probably the loosest made female in this particular class, but for me, she gives up a little bit too much power. She pinches a little bit right there behind them shoulders. Just like to see a little more width and dimension, and then I think she could move up in this class pretty handily. The heifer that comes next, another one, just a killer view from the side. Very, very sound in terms of her structure. Love the rib cage that she has. She just needs a little more muscle here today as we compare her to her counterparts. Really stout female comes next. I'd just like to blend her together just a little bit nicer. Tuck that shoulder into her, make her a little more angular about her front 1/3. The female that comes next, big-bodied, stout female. I'd like to change her from her shoulders forward, clean up her chest, maybe make her a little more feminine about her head. We conclude with a heifer that just gets a little flatter-sided, if you will. Like to change her the way she handles her top as she exits the ring here today.
Second call, Class 37, Angus female. Second call, Class 37. Your Class 34 results of your Open Angus female show. In first place goes to entry number 178, Saul Ellie 3655L, exhibited by Josie Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. In second place, entry number 186, EXAR Frontier Gal 3518, exhibited by Helen Orr of Davenport, Oklahoma. Third place, entry number 184, Oakley Phyllis 383, exhibited by Maddie King of Cornersville, Tennessee. Fourth place, entry number 176, exhibited by Brody Bolin of Ashland, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 185, Cora Craig of Indianola, Illinois. Sixth place, entry number 182, exhibited by Annalise Harden. Seventh place, entry number 181, exhibited by Camden Tingle. And eighth place, entry number 183, exhibited by Alexia Stevens. Now entering the Angus ring is class number 35 of your Open Angus females.
Winner take all here in our purebred Shorthorn January, February bull calf class and division, and what a good set of useful bulls from top to bottom. We get a little top heavy here in these top 4 bulls for me, and the way the kind of class broke down. We've got 4 bulls that go 1, 2, 3, and 4 that got a lot of class. These roan bulls and a lot of balance and a lot of quality. 2 white bulls that are very intriguing on paper, and then they're high growth, stout, powerful bulls. Maybe give up a little bit of class, and then 2 bulls that are nice made to just give up a little bit of power. But the bulls that go 1 and 2, I like these 2 guys quite well. Here's a pair of bulls that put a lot of nice things together. Once again, they are both extremely good at the ground. Their flexibility, their squareness, so they check that box for me quite well. Then comes down to a little bit of a decision. The one that wins is just so bold over his top and over his loin edge and up out of his hip. He's stouter and truer from his hooks to his pins all the way down into that stifle joint and back around into that twist. He's plenty good in his fore rib back into his rib cage. He's not over blessed in softness and depth of body, but he's plenty good. It's very proportional. It still balances up with his chest floor back into his rear flank, extra foot size and bone, extension up through his front end. It's a high quality bull. The bull that ends up being second in reserve in this division, when this bull's on the move, man, he just flows like a cat. He brings himself together so nice. He's a little better right in his middle part of his body and his rib cage design, probably than my champion, but he gives up a little bit too much muscle from hooks to pins and down into that stifle than our champion. But once again, so extended up through his front end. Love his length, love his flexibility off of both ends and his natural softness and balance. Two high quality bulls. A little more compact bull here comes in third, but I think his quality rivals our champion in reserve as far as width and dimension over his top and his hip, his depth of body, his quality at the ground. Young lady, I just wish he was a little bit more stretched out to run with those two right in front of him, but he, as far as quality and type and kind, he's right there with those top two that end up being champion in reserve, because that's a big hip, big body, big top bull that's still very flexible and pliable off of both ends. A bull that I read a lot of future into is this one that comes in fourth, and he, like again, he's a lot, his quality is there at the ground from a skeletal design standpoint, his flatness of his shoulder, his levelness over his top and his hip. He too is really good bodied as far as his natural softness. For me, he just plays out from hooks to pins and muscle to get around those top three bulls, but that's still a high quality bull with a lot of future. The pair of white bulls gets a little bit intriguing for me. Here's two stout, heavy, high growth bulls that offer a lot of quality and good. For me, just from a balance standpoint, is where they end up in this class, fifth and sixth. But the difference between the two, the young lady's bull that's going to win this pair, she's just a little more extended up through his front end, a little better through his chest, maybe just a little naturally softer through the middle part of his body, and just a little softer at the ground. The white bull that comes next gets a little higher in his tail head, a little deeper in his throat and his chest and his neck, but I love the power, I love the presentation, I love the width and dimension about this bull. I just like to give him just a shot more balance to get around those bulls that are right in front of him. But young lady, that's still a high quality bull with a lot of growth, not only here in the ring, but on paper as well. Good looking bull, young lady, with this red and white one. He just runs out of power and muscle for me to run him any higher. And young lady's bull rounding out the class. Good design, just runs out of growth and weight per day of age and just overall performance to get around those bulls in front of him. A good set, a really nice pair of bulls to take that champion drive.
Third and final call in Class 15, 16, and 19 Shorthorn Bulls. Third and final call, Class 15, 16, and 19 Shorthorn Bulls. Your Class 8 results of your Junior Bulls here in your Shorthorn Open Bowl show, and also your champion Junior Bull calf goes to entry number 48 for CSC Metallica, owned by Bright Light Show Cattle of Beloit, Wisconsin, and Alyssa Carter of Oregonia, Ohio. In second place, and your reserve champion goes to entry number 40, RF Pay It Forward 196M, exhibited by Riggs Farms of Glenwood, Indiana. Third place, entry number 34, 7G Boss Hog M9, exhibited by 7G Cattle Farms of Newark, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 45, exhibited by Carter Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 33, exhibited by Cornerstone Farms of Winchester, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 49, exhibited by Molly Lake. And seventh place, entry number 39, exhibited by Brian Jordan. In eighth place, entry number 36, exhibited by Addison and Bailey Ford.
We have a class of Septembers over here, just 4 heifers, and I think this heifer that wins this class, I like her a great deal. first thing I'd like to do is freshen her up a little bit, but I think there's a lot of quality within this heifer. I think if you could peel some of that condition back, I think this one's got a lot of power just in terms of her skeletal design. She's bold and wide down her top, and she's big out through her hip. She's a heifer, I think, because of her condition. I'd like to maybe see her move a little bit better off her front too. But when she relaxes and gets out and goes, I think it's good enough here today. But I think that's a heifer that's got just a tremendous amount of power. Wish this heifer that's in second would be acting just a little bit better here today. This heifer's got a lot of good about her. She's angular and attractive up through her front 1/3, and she has an advantage there as we compare her to the class winner because her condition is more right. To me, this heifer gives up a little bit in her lower 1/3 as we compare her to the class winner. Love this heifer out through her hip. And it's hard to tell. It's hard to get a true evaluation of this heifer the way she moves out of that front end because she wants to fight and kind of run like that just a little bit. So I hope for this young lady, this heifer comes out and acts better next time because I think that's a high-quality individual. The heifer that comes next is one that's ultra good looking from the side. Big, swooping belly on her. Very, very attractive. I think if you get behind her, she just gets a little base narrow, just gives up a little width as we compare her to the two heifers above her. The stout heifer in the class is the heifer that comes 4, but she's a female that's got just a little more chest, gets a little plainer up through that front 1/3, if you will.
This is your first call in Class 20, 23, and 24 Shorthorn Bulls. First call, Class 20, 23, and 24 Shorthorn Bulls. Third and final call, Class 37 Angus. Third and final call, Class 37 Angus. This is your first call, Class 38 Angus. First call, Class 38. Your Class 35 results of your Angus show. In first place goes to entry number 188, SSFHAG Georgina, 9293, exhibited by Trey Davis of Ivia, South Carolina. In second place, entry number 189, EXAR Frontier Gal, 3508, exhibited by Allie Perry of Fayetteville, Tennessee. Third place, entry number 193, exhibited by Briley Roberts of Orion, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 197, exhibited by Briley Ann Freeman of Coshing, Missouri. Shorthorn Bull entry number 72 to the makeup arena. Shorthorn Bull entry number 72 to the makeup arena.
Boy, here on our Shorthorn side, the bull quality just keeps getting deeper and deeper. And boy, step back and look at these 3 November bulls that these young ladies brought us here today. And I mean, there's a lot of good, a lot of quality. Beautiful in all 3 of these bulls' presentation. Little bit of differences, but man, once again, you know, evaluating these bulls, it's just, you know, the guy sorting them, or gal, it just kind of whatever your preference and where you need and what you want to do. But, you know, still going back to what we've done in the last couple of divisions is quality at the ground. And that's the one thing I think all 3 of these bulls, from a flexibility standpoint and true structural correctness, I think they check all those boxes. So we got to jump into some other realms. The dark red bull's just so massive bodied, massive footed, massive bone. And I just love the 3-dimensional way that he comes at us. The spread over his top, the spread out of his hip, the way he carries it deep down into that twist and that stifle, and he's just so bold to the center part of his body. He's a little looser in his shoulder blades than maybe the two bulls right in behind him, and that's where we want to change him, hook him up and tighten him up there just a little bit, but he's so explosive from there back. He's got to be the bull you got to tie into today. The bull that comes in second is the most like him, a bull that maybe just needs to relax just a little bit more out here, but his length over his spine and his smoothness and his balance, but he too, compared to the bull right behind him, has a little bit more width and dimension over his top and up out of his hip, and that's where he gets this beautiful bull. This redneck roan here on the side, guys, no doubt is just killer. Flat shouldered, good chested, good neck, good in his top line, so deep and smooth in his forerib back into that rear flank. For me, when you get behind him, I just want to blow him apart. I just want to see those from hooks to pins down in there. If that bull had just a shot more width of spread and just a shot more muscle shape, I think it changes the outcome of this particular trio. A good group, a lot of quality within those three that offer the Shorthorn breed. A lot of quality and a lot of future. My compliments to all three of those exhibitors.
Your Class 11 results of your Shorthorn Bull Show. In first place, entry number 57, SWMH Pirate Nancy 2307, exhibited by Skylar Ward of New Paris, Ohio. Second place to entry number 58, Free Fitz AFLS Renegade 2377, owned and exhibited by Armstrong Farms of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania, and Shrag Nickel Show Cattle of Marion, South Dakota. In third place, entry number 60, CF Flash Gordon X, exhibited by Piper Cates of Modoc, Indiana, and George and Logan Emmis of Galt, California. This is your second call, Class 20, 23, and 24 Shorthorn Bulls. Second call, Class 20, 23, and 24 Shorthorn Bulls. This is your second call, Class 38 Angus. Second call, Class 38 Angus.
What a really nice class of September females. And, do we have one in here that just runs away with it? We don't, but we have some really solid heifers in this particular class. The one that's going to win the class for me is the one that just has the most power, the most shape and dimension. She's a heifer that's not as attractive in her chest and up through her front 1/3 as the two heifers behind her, but I think there's just so much power and so much dimension there that I think that's the one I want to tie to win the class. Study this one at the ground. That thing has big feet, and they're just square, and she gets out and moves around really, really good. For one that's got that much power, I just love the way she gets out and goes about the ring. The heifer that comes next, this heifer follows really closely to the kind of cattle we've been looking for throughout the day, but I just think she gives up a little too much shape and dimension for me. She's got that added look. She's a good, sound female that gets out and goes really, really good. But a heifer, like I say, I'd just like to see a little more base width, just a little more spring to her rib in order to move her up to win the class here today. Same thing can be said about the heifer that comes in 3. Female just gets a little narrow about her chest, a little narrower as you get in view her base width from behind. She's a heifer that's got a striking look from the side. Nice sweeping rib cage she has that I really, really like. Just like to see more of her. The female that comes next is one that's really straight in her lines, just gives up a little overall depth and depth of flank, depth of body, overall rib cage mass for me as we compare her to the other heifers in the class. Maybe like to free her up a little bit as she goes about the ring as well. And I really like this heifer that concludes the class. I mean, that's one that's just functional. She'll get out and make a cow, but in the ring today, she just doesn't quite have that eye appeal to move up any in this class.
Third and final call, Class 38 Angus. Third and final call, Class 38 Angus. Once again, third call, Class 38 Angus, third and final call, Class 38 Angus. First call, Class 39, first call, Class 39 Angus.
We jump into these September bulls, and once again, good class here. A lot of things to digest, not only here in the ring, but a little bit on paper. And to me, once again, not to sound and keep being repetitive, but man, there's a lot of bulls in here that offer a lot of good things depending on what you need. The combination bulls are the ones that go to 1 and 2 for me. The redneck roan bull that wins, yeah, I'm on a standstill. He's the domineering bull, and that's for me what gets him up into this one spot. So good over his top line, the way that's designed. I love his hip structure, his hip loin juncture, and when you get behind him, there's a lot more width and spread than he shows you from the side, and that's where I appreciate him. His depth in his forerib, back into his rear flank, he's really unique through his chest and his head and his neck. Now, granted, when we set him into motion, and both of these bulls that go 1 and 2, there's a little bit of flexibility we could add to both of these guys, just a little bit. But I could see him just rock that shoulder back just a little bit more into him and just drive out of that front end just with a little bit more authority. But from a design standpoint and quality, he's got to be the one he tied to. The red bull, I love his length and his length of hip. A bull that's very well presented, very fresh in his condition. I appreciate that about him. I love his length. And so compared to the next 2 bulls, the top 2 bulls are just a little bit more well-balanced. And that's where this red bull puts a lot of nice things together. To get around that bull in front of him, I wish he was just a little bolder in his forerib back into that rear flank to go with that added length that he has. I like his muscle shape as well. The high-performing bull is the one that ends up being third. And, guys, this is a good bull. And he reads it not only in here but on paper as well. I think he's right at 100, maybe a little bit over here on his yearling. And he's a heavy, stout, long, high-growth bull. And, hey, if that's what you need. He's probably a little much for me. But he doesn't balance up through his forerib and his chest and up through his front end quite as well as those bulls right in front of him. He has some mass and some power. He has some depth of body. He has some added foot size and quality there. I think that's a high-quality bull. I just like to bounce him up from front to rear just a little bit more to get him around those 2 bulls, but an intriguing bull and a unique breeding piece for that one. A long extended bull comes in 4th, a bull that just, for me, just needs a lot more mass through the lower 1/3 of his body, and when you get right in behind him, but he's a long, extended, attractive bull, and still a high-quality one at that. A good group from top to bottom, 2 well-balanced bulls to go 1 and 2.
Third and final call, Class 20, 23, and 24. Third and final call, Class 20, 23, and 24, Shorthorn bulls. Second call, Class 39, Angus. Second call, Class 39.
Folks, we jump right into this picking our fall bull calf champion. And what a good set of bulls we get out here. And man, it's been impressive all the way up to this point, and we haven't got into our aged bulls. The pair of November bulls, what a trio, a class of those guys there. The one that ended up winning with that is a bull that's so good at the ground, added foot size and bone, his flexibility at the ground, but in his spine when you set him into motion. So stout in the middle part of his body, big top and big hip. A bull, you know, we talked about him. We could hook him up just a little bit better in that shoulder full rib juncture. But when you got that kind of skeletal width and spread, that's going to happen sometimes. Still very up-headed. Neck comes high out of that top side of those blades. His chest is still good, but love the power and flexibility into that guy. The sharp bull wins the next class, flat-shouldered, good trim-chested neck bull. So good over his top line and up out of his hip. balances so well on a standstill. Once again, this bull here, you got to appreciate he's got some width and dimension when you get in behind him, just because he's so smooth made from the side. But, you know, compared to the bull right in front of him, he's not near quite as flexible off of both ends, and that's where we'd like to just change him. But on a standstill, man, he's a dynamic bull and gives you an awfully good look. For me, within this particular division, it's going to be hard for me to keep these two bulls not together, because I thought that was such an intriguing class. But the young lady that won the November class is going to be our division champion, and the young lady that was second will be our reserve. Two high-quality bulls. Congratulations.
Well, a nice class of September heifers here in front of us, and a really, really good one out here to win this class. I think this heifer just does a lot of things that I've been talking about all throughout the day. She's from the ground up, she's big-footed, really handles her feet and legs just really, really nicely. Love the angulation she has to that knee and to that pastern and up through that hock. And for one that's that flexible, can get out and go that good, she's a female that has that power and dimension that I've been talking about throughout the day. So I think this one's really, really nice. Just a real easy class winner in my mind. The heifer that comes second, I think the challenge here was between 2 and 3. And I like the heifer in second. She's a little longer sided than our third place heifer. And I think she's just a little more refined, just a little more feminine up through her neck and her head as we compare her to the second place heifer. And to be that refined and feminine up through her front 1/3, this heifer's stout. I mean, you get behind her and she's really wide pinned. I really, really like that about her. Maybe like to loosen her up in her spine ever so slightly as she goes out of the ring right there. But very high quality heifer. The heifer in third is another one, really straight down her top. It's a female that gives you a nice look from the side. If you study her from her shoulder forward, she's not quite as refined as the two heifers that come before her in this class, but she's one that gets out and goes nice. She's got some rib shape. She's got some dimension. That's just good cattle. Very practical, very functional kind of a female there. Then the female that comes next for me here today gets just a little flatter in terms of her rib shape. She's not quite as deep-bodied as the 3 cattle that come ahead of her in this particular class. I think as she goes on and gets a little further along in calf, I think this one could maybe move up in this class a spot or 2. Then the female that comes next is one that's big-bodied. I like that about her. Just like to add some muscle to her. She's attractive. She's sound. Just like to see a little more shape and dimension to her muscle. The female we conclude the class with is stout. I like her kind. She's got a lot of top. She's got a lot of hip shape. Just like to make her a little more attractive up through that front 1/3 and maybe free her up a little bit as she goes about the ring.
Back on our Shorthorn side, single entry summer bull, August, young lady brings us one that's very bold featured at the ground. Big-footed, wide at his foot base, and that carries up a tremendous amount of bone and skeletal structure. A bull that's got some mass through the center part of his body, some skeletal spread when you get in behind him. A bull that's got some added length and extension, and just overall performance and balance. We'll get him a closer look when we get him back out here for division, but a high-quality bull with a lot of growth and power and skeletal prowess.
Your Class 12 results of your Shorthorn Bull Show. In first place went to entry number 67, NF Big Iron, exhibited by Kendall Nelson of Seneca, Illinois. Second place, entry number 64, exhibited by Sharman Shorthorns of Sharpsburg, Kentucky. They exhibited Ringo's Reward, 14-17. Third place went to entry number 63, CCS King of Queens, 96L, exhibited by Don Cagwin of Virginia, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 62, exhibited by Riola Shorthorn Farms of Washington Island, Wisconsin. Your senior bull calf champion here in your Shorthorn Bull Show went to entry number 57, SWMH Pirate Nancy 2307, exhibited by Skylar Ward of New Paris, Ohio. Your reserve champion went to entry number 58, Free Fitz Renegade 2377, exhibited by Armstrong Farms of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania, and Schrag Nickel Show Cattle of Marion, South Dakota. This is your first call, all champion and reserve champion Shorthorn Bulls. First call, all champion and reserve champion Shorthorn Bulls.
Another tremendous single entry here. Bull presented extremely well. Very smooth made in the way that shoulder ties it back into that forerib. So strong and bold over his top and up out of his hip. Very explosive in that lower 1/3, especially in that quarter. Bull that's still elegant through his chest and his head to his neck. Still has the masculine features. We'll get him back out here for the division, give him a closer look. High quality single entry.
Well, if we're got your senior heifer calf division 2 out here, and I hope you can kind of see a pattern of what I've been trying to do here throughout the day, because you know, this is a nice lineup. There's 5 really solid females out here. I'll go through and just talk them really quickly. The heifer that comes out of the first class, she's one that just, in terms of her skeletal design, I really like. You know, is she the stoutest? Is she the freakiest neck? Excuse me. No, she's not. But I think that's a real functional, real fault-free female that's very useful in a lot of different applications, if you will. So really nice heifer comes out of your first class. The heifer that comes out of the second class, you know, in that particular class, this female she's the one that had the cow power. She had that big, bold rib cage, and she still does. She's one that's really stout and wide down her top. She's good out through her hip. I really like that about her. As we talked in that class, and I think I feel the same way as she comes back out here, I'd like to just change the design of her hock just a little bit. I'd like to give her a little more cushion to it. I'd like to see it maybe just a little smoother as we get behind and view her from behind. But that's a really nice female that's going to go on and make a great donor cow. The heifer that comes out of your third class, she's one, as we talked in her particular class, I'd like to just lean her up a little bit, and I think she could be a serious player out here, because there's a lot of power in there that's not just condition. I think she's bold sprung, she's wide, she's a female. When you study her at the ground, she's got big feet, and I like that about her. But today, I'd like to see her just a little leaner in her overall makeup. The heifer that comes out of the next class is one that's just a cow. She's big-middled, she's stout, she's powerful, gets a little plainer about her front 1/3 as we compare her to a couple heifers out here in this lineup. And then the heifer that comes out of the final class in this particular division, for me, just big in terms of her rib cage. I like that about her. Study her at the ground. She's got a big foot. Love the angulation she has to her joints. Really smooth and clean about her joint work. And she's one you get back off and view her from the side, and she gives you a really nice look. So I'm going to use her to win your division. I'll take another look and show you what I like for reserve. Congratulations.
Back on our Shorthorn side, a pair of bulls competing here in this summer intermediate division. 2 high-quality, stout-structured bulls that offer a lot of good and a lot of quality. The young ladies' bull we talked about, big at the ground, extra foot size and extra bone with some length and extension, length of hip, and just very wide in the way that his skeletal is spread apart. You know, we could compare to the bull right behind him, that shoulder back into that forerib and that point of that shoulder, we could tie it into him just a little bit better. Maybe not quite as smooth in that transition, maybe not quite as explosive over his hip. The redneck roan bull that wins that next class, that is where he has that advantage. Flat shoulder, blends into himself so good, just flat explosive over his top and up out of his hip. And both of these bulls, you know, we can compare, you know, from a movement standpoint, we could free both of these bulls up just an ever so slightly, but as stout as they are, I still think they get around the ring with some relative ease and quality there. But the bull that puts it all together for me as far as smoothness and balance and power is the bull out of the last class. Young man will be our champion. Young ladies will be our reserve.
Third and final call, Class 39 Angus. Third and final call, Class 39 Angus. Your first call, Class 40. First call, Class 40 Angus. Your Class 35 results of your Open Angus Female Show. In first place goes to entry number 188, SSF HAG Georgina 9293, exhibited by Trey Davis of Ivy, South Carolina. Second place to entry number 189, EXAR Frontier Gal 3508, exhibited by Allie Perry of Fayetteville, Tennessee. Third place, entry number 193, FCF Johnson Missy 365, exhibited by Briley Roberts of Orion, Illinois. Fourth place goes to entry number 197, exhibited by Briley Ann Freeman of Missouri. Your Class 36 results. In first place goes to entry number 204, EXAR Frontier Gal 3525, exhibited by Eleanor Sinclair of Williamsburg, Iowa. Second place to entry number 199, HFF Frontier Gal 320, exhibited by Burton Halsey of Hannibal, Missouri. Third place, entry number 201, BK Lovely Time 3035L, exhibited by Bailey Harris of Bloomingdale, Ohio. In fourth place, entry number 206, FCF Proven Queen 363, exhibited by Kyra Moore of Fountain Run, Kentucky. Fifth place, entry number 205, exhibited by Jewel Toll of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky.
Another outstanding single entry here back on our Shorthorn side, and boy, you talk a bull that's just very elegant in the way he gets out and goes. So good in his design. You know, we talked about that starting the day. We're gonna talk a lot about that, especially when we get into the females. Just love his strength over his top and the way the way it all just joins together. Hip loin juncture, hooks and pins, way it transitions down into that stifle hock and down into that passing joint. This bull just really rolls and motors off of that back end. A bull that's still very elegant from the side, his chest and his head and his neck. And when you get in behind him, he's still got some added width and dimension and enough muscle shape to go with that extra length and smoothness. High quality bull, no doubt. We'll give him a closer look when we get back out for division.
Well, here we have a class of Augusts, and really, really good one to start off this class. This female just does a lot of things for me, just very flexible, gets out and goes really, really nice, combines a attractive package with a lot of power. She's got that cow look. I really like that one. From there, it gets a little tougher. The heifer that comes second, I think, most closely follows her in terms of her quality. She's straight down her top. She's a heifer that's got some rib shape. She's got some dimension from behind. I think she excels our third place heifer just in terms of her rib cage, her rib shape, and the amount of power she has when I get behind her and view them from behind. We put this heifer in motion, and she gets out and goes around the ring relatively well. I like how attractive our third place heifer is, but she just gives up a little more power as we compare her to our second place heifer. This heifer gets out and goes about the ring pretty well, pretty good as well. For me here today. Maybe like to see her tail head set down in her ever so slightly. We conclude the class with a heifer that's big-bodied and straight down her top. Just gets a little plainer about her front 1/3 as we compare her to the rest of the heifers in this particular class.
Third and final call in Class 40 Angus. Third and final call, Class 40 Angus. This is your first call, Class 41. First call, Class 41 Angus. Your Class 37 results of your Open Angus Female Show. In first place and also your champion, a senior heifer calf Division 2, goes to entry number 211, SSF HAG Georgina 9053, exhibited by Mercedes Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana. In second place goes to entry number 209, WB Winnie 3017, exhibited by Ella Marie Jordan of Savannah, Missouri. Third place, entry number 210, Henning BCII Sandy 3092, exhibited by Sophia Jentz of Fenimore, Wisconsin. Fourth place, entry number 216, EXAR Princess 3842, exhibited by Alexis Colling of Bowling Green, Missouri. Fifth place, entry number 215, exhibited by Ethan Miller of Gaston, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 217, exhibited by Cheyenne Noel Walker of Tony, Alabama. Your Class 38 results. In first place, entry number 223, Conley Sandy, 3712, exhibited by Finley Yoakum of Oklahoma. Second place, entry number 222, TML Ellie, 815L, exhibited by Ellie Jane Hensley of Tennessee. Third place, entry number 220, WGA Georgina, 14L, exhibited by Holly Marsh of Earlville, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 221, exhibited by Emma Toll. This is your second call, Class 41 Angus. Second call, Class 41 Angus.
Back on our Shorthorn side, a pair of January, February junior yearling bulls. The ladies' bull is, once again, we talked about skeletal quality at the ground, flexibility within that spine, and the way everything has come together, and I think is excellent, especially within this pair. But then you add that extra mass over his top and up out of his hip, and the way he carries it down, very soft in the way that he's built in the middle part of his body. Maybe could you hook him up just a little bit better from loin to hooks to pins, maybe, but I still think he bounces up still so nicely on the side with that flexible skeleton and all that mass. I think he puts a lot of nice things together. The young lady's red bull that comes in second, long, straight line bull, flat shouldered, good chested, good neck, just runs out of power right through the center part of his body. His quality at the ground is there. I just want to see a little more internal mass compared to the bull that wins. Two high quality bulls, congratulations.
Well, just 2 Julys here in the Angus side, and a really nice heifer to start off this class. Just a very powerful individual, a big downer top. Love this one out from hooks to pins. She's really square, really wide in her pins. Just displays a lot of power. This one's going to make a really nice donor cow when they take her home and put her in the pasture. The heifer that comes second to her is one that's got some width and dimension as well. I'd like to lay her back in her shoulder a little bit, and ultimately I think that would free her up and help her get around the ring just a little bit better. But I do appreciate her for the amount of product that she brings to us here today.
Your Class 15 results of your Shorthorn Bull show. In first place, and also your reserve champion intermediate Shorthorn Bull goes to entry number 71 at PCRC Wren Bull 356, exhibited by Piper Campbell of Eaton, Ohio. Your Class 16 winner and also your champion intermediate bull goes to entry number 73, Little Cedar Look Ahead 2306, owned and exhibited by Little Cedar Cattle Company of Beaverton, Michigan, and Mackenzie Ranch of Bethesda, Maryland. Your Class 19 results. In first place, entry number 78, Han Takeover S29L, exhibited by William Malowski of Illinois and Chandler Livestock of Springfield, Missouri. Your Class 20 results. In first place, entry number 86, Maximum Payday 1206, exhibited by Cooper Hetrick of Fremont, Ohio. In second place, entry number 82, CDR Max 1L, exhibited by Aubrey Short of Moncton, Maryland.
Here in our junior bull drive, not a lot of numbers, but the quality's sure there. Our class winners, a little bit of variance in type and kind. The dark red bull is one that we just love from an elegant standpoint. That straight line down his top, the way that spine ties into the back side of those blades, the way it hooks into that hip-loin juncture, just razors off from hooks to pins. We love that. He's flat-shouldered, he's good-chested, he's good neck. A bull that still maintains that integrity of rib cage and depth, and still the quality at the ground. We talked about his hip structure and his bone work all the way down, and then he just drives off of that back end with a tremendous amount of authority. Is he as massive in his features and masculine in his muscle pattern as the bull right behind him? No. And that's where the young lady's bull has that advantage. He's so bold over his top and up out of his hip. He's bold through the center part of his body. He doesn't hook up over from his hooks to pins and his shoulder probably quite as well as the bull right in front of him. But he has that advantage in added foot size and bone and flexibility to go with that mass as well. So I think there's a little bit of a judgment call as far as look and smoothness and give up a little bit of power, or do you maintain some width and dimension with some an ample amount of look? And probably for me, I'm going to lean a little bit more towards that added shape and dimension. the young ladies bull out of the last cast to be our division champion. Our other class winner will be our reserve. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 41 Angus. Third and final call, Class 41 Angus. This is your first call, Class 42. First call, Class 42 Angus. All champion and reserve champion Shorthorn bulls to the makeup arena. All champion and reserve champion Shorthorn bulls to the makeup arena. And your junior champion Shorthorn bull goes to entry number 86, Maximum Payday 1206, exhibited by Cooper Hetrick of Fremont, Ohio. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 78, Han Takeover S29L, exhibited by William Malowski of Minot, Illinois, and Chandler Livestock of Springfield, Missouri. This is your second call, Class 42 Angus. Second call, Class 42 Angus. Your Class 38 results of your Angus females. In first place goes to entry number 223, Conley Sandy 3712, exhibited by Finley Oakham of Sapala, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 222, TML Ellie 815L, exhibited by Ellie Hensley of Unicoi, Tennessee. Third place, entry number 220, WGA Georgina 14L, exhibited by Holly Marsh of Earlville, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 221, exhibited by Emma Toll of Kentucky. Your Class 39 results. In first place, entry number 225, Hill Valley Sandy 339, exhibited by Clara Henderson of East Troy, Wisconsin. In second place, entry number 226, Bess's Charm, exhibited by Harper Rose Starnes of Fort Payne, Alabama.
Three really nice heifers out here in this June class, and to me, it's a little give and take out here. The heifer I choose to use to win this class, gentleman out front here, is she's the power heifer. Again, just bold in terms of the spring she has to her rib, tremendous down her top. The amount of power and base width she has, I really, really like. When she's on the stand, her shoulder sits in there nice. She's a little more attractive than our heifer that we have in second from the point of her shoulder forward. I would like to change this heifer as she goes about the ring. I'd like to free her up. I'd like to make her a little more flexible, maybe freshen her up a little bit just in terms of her condition. I think that would help. But that's a high-quality heifer. I love a lot of the pieces she has. I'm going to use her to win this class. The heifer that comes second, in this trio of cattle, when we put her in the motion, she does get out and go as good as any three of these heifers do. But along with that, I think she gives up the most power as we compare her to her two counterparts in this class. But I elect her to go second. She's a little more comfortable down her top than the heifer that we have in third. She's one that's really level out through her hip. I like that about her. As I stated, just in order to move her up in this class, just like to see her a little bolder sprung, just a little more muscle shape, just a little more rib shape. The one in third, she's got a lot of muscle shape and rib shape, but along with that, when we ask her to go, she gets up in the center part of her spine. I'd just like to relax her up there a little bit as she goes about the ring, maybe set that tail head down in her a little bit too, but very attractive from her shoulder forward. I really appreciate that about that female.
Second call, Class 43 Angus. Second call, Class 43 Angus. Your Class 40 Angus female results. In first place goes to entry number 234, HTF Proven Queen 2381, exhibited by Riley Rhodes of Carlinville, Illinois. Second place goes to entry number 227, Seldom Rest Sandy Joe 3114, exhibited by Allison Friesen of Arnett, Oklahoma. Third place, entry number 233, FCF Phyllis 358, exhibited by Lauren Walter of Evanston, Illinois. Now exhibiting the Angus ring is class number 41 of your Open Angus Female Show. This is your third and final call, class 43. Third and final call, class 43 Angus.
Well, folks, here we go. Here's two two-year-old fall yearling or fall two-year-old bulls that, man, I think these guys here both could withstand a tremendous amount of competition. So first and foremost, before we just start describing them, my compliments to these exhibitors. You talk about two bulls at this stage of their lives and where they're at. And the one thing I'd like to first say about both of these, I love the flexibility off of both ends of both of these bulls. I do think my class winner's just a little bit better in that regard, because this big old stout guy just drives off of that back end. I love that extra flex in that hock down into his pastern. He's where he has that advantage. He's so long spined and long hip and just so bold through the center part of the way his body's constructed. And then with that, being that shoulder lays good and tight into his body. He's good up out of his chest. I love his skull shape and his design. And to me, he gets a little hard to pick apart, because you talk about flexibility, smoothness, and power and softness. That's a high quality bull. This redneck roan bull that comes next, now he's probably just a little sharper, and that's probably where the decision for me is just a little bit tighter, because I love this guy from his hooks to his pins and up out of his hip. He too is so good and strong right in behind his shoulders. He's probably just a little sharper and really chiseled right through his neck. But I think he gets a little shorter hip, a little shorter body. He's probably not quite as bold right through the center part of his body as our class winner, but still it balances up well with him. And then when we set him into motion, I still think he's got a tremendous amount of flex. I just don't know that he's quite as comfortable as our class winner off of those back two. But two ultra high quality bulls. My compliments to both of those exhibitors.
First call, class 44 Angus. First call, class 44 Angus. Results of class number 23 of your purebred shorthorn bulls. In first place, entry number 90, CF Logic, exhibited by Lehman Cattle Company of Fairland, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 92, CC Farm Night Vision, exhibited by Ryan List, Maryland. Now entering the ring is class number 24 of your 2-year-old shorthorn bulls. This is your final call. All champion and reserve champion shorthorn bulls. Final call. All champion and reserve champion shorthorn bulls to the makeup arena.
Single entry here in our last class of our purebred shorthorn bull show, and boy, this guy here doesn't disappoint. Once again, quality bull on the standstill, big top and big hip and bold all the way down, and has some added muscle shape, some quality of structure and smoothness and some balance. Bull, we'll get him back out here in our division drive and give him a little closer look. But once again, an outstanding high quality single entry. Well, folks, three individuals out here competing for our 2 spots in our senior champion drive, and man, this is tough, man. Here's a guy that I've shown bulls the last 20 years and drug them all across the country, big bulls and whatnot. And so first and foremost, I mean, I know what it takes to get a bull, especially a 2-year-old bull to this point, and shown and keeping them right and getting them show ready, but yet keeping them practical in the way that they're presented. And so my compliments to all 3 of these exhibitors for these 2-year-olds in doing that. The pair of bulls that came out of that first class, like I said, the Red Bull that won that pair, I love the width of body and just the width that he carries from front to center. A bull that's still so good and flexible off of that back end, and with that added length of spine and length of hip, he's just so naturally deep, and he's got that extra spring of rib, and that's where he has that advantage standing out here compared to the bull right in behind him. I think from a muscle standpoint, I think he's more than adequate from his hooks to his pins down low. The big 2-year-old is or coming 3-year-old is actually one that's got, I love his shape and turn, his expression of muscle. But the young lady's bull, I think he puts a lot of nice things together as far as that added softness and shape. There's at times we could for as wide as he is through the center and upper middle part of his body, I could just spread him apart just a smidgen more down low. But that's getting awfully picky on one. The big bull, there's a single entry out last class, one that's so good up out of his top line and his hip, so explosive up out of his hip. And still maintains some balance in his lower 1/3. When he gets around the ring, still for a bull his age, I think he's got some quality there. He's a little more rigid off of that back end probably compared to the bulls that go 1 and 2 in that first class. But on the standstill, guys, this bull deserves a lot of attention because his shoulder, his chest, and his head and his neck and his skeleton design is quite unique. Folks, I hadn't quite made up my decision. Let's give all 3 of these a nice round of applause, and I'll go out here and select your champion in reserve senior bull here in our purebred show today.
Well, what a really nice class of May heifers over here on the Angus side, and just a lot of competition out here. I mean, they're good all the way through. And with that being said, I really like this heifer that's winning this class. You talk about combination and balance and fault-free. This one checks a lot of boxes for me. Just extremely attractive from her shoulder forward. You put her in the motion and her top just stays dead level. She's beautiful out through her hip. That heifer's really big and bold in her rib cage. She's good at the ground. I like that one a great deal. The heifer that comes second, is she a little more powerful? Maybe a little bit. I think part of it's due to condition. I think if we could lean this heifer up, freshen her chest up, freshen her up through her front 1/3, I think this contest becomes a little closer because that one's powerful. I'd just like to see her just a little sleeker up through that front 1/3. The heifer that comes in third, she's one that is sleek up through her front 1/3, but along with it, she's a little bigger frame. She gives up some dimension, some power as we compare her to the 2 cattle above her in this class. But I love the look she gives you when you get off and view her from the side. As the heifer that comes next, here's another one that's very angular about her shoulder, very feminine up through her front 1/3. She's maybe not quite the balance that the cattle ahead of her have in this class, but I think there's a lot of good in that female. She's starting to build an udder already. She must be bred along to calve awful early. But with that being said, I like that female nonetheless. She has a lot of good traits that I really, really like. The female that comes next, big-bodied, stout-made female, like to clean her up in her front 1/3 ever so slightly. The heifer that comes behind her is one not quite as much rib shape and not quite as much volume as in capacity that the cattle have above her in this particular class, but a really functional, practical type of female, sound at the ground. Really like how this one gets out and goes. That's a very high quality heifer to be standing where she is in this really tough class. The heifer that comes next, we'd like to clean her up in her chest ever so slightly. If you look at her as she goes out of the ring, she's just pushing a little more of that chest for me here today. The heifer we conclude with is one that's a little bigger frame, just like to tone her down in terms of her framework, make her a little smoother about her joints as well.
This is your first call in Class 1, 2, and 3 Shorthorn females. First call, Class 1, 2, and 3 Shorthorn females. Congratulations, your champion of Senior Shorthorn Bull goes to entry number 90 out of Class 23, CF Logic, exhibited by Lehman Cattle Company of Fairland, Oklahoma. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 92, CC Farm Night Vision, exhibited by Ryan Leister of Taneytown, Maryland. Now exhibiting in the ring is a selection of your grand champion, a Shorthorn Bull.
Well, folks, if you could, let's put our hands together for an outstanding Shorthorn Bull show for these exhibitors. I think it gets pretty impressive. You run all these guys back out here. I think we ran about close to 40 head here through the ring here this late or early afternoon, I should say. And we get all these things back out here, and I hope you can kind of see where we're going and where we're going to jump into the heifer deal. We got some bulls out here that have got the right skeleton design, some flexibility, you know, and that's the key thing. We want that good skeletal design with that good look, but then we want to add as much nice product on top of that, and that's what, you know, for me, that's what I always try to search for. And I'm not going to go back through in each one of these, and hopefully within the divisions, I described these bulls well enough back then, and I know we've got a lot of females to get going through, and so I don't want to take up any more time. But I do want to say there's quite a few bulls out here that are sure in contention in my mind. And, you know, we only get to pick two, but I want to say to the Shorthorn breeders and the bull exhibitors today, what an impressive set. And I think there's some bulls that can really do this breed some good and have some big time futures. And there's also some bulls within some classes that offer some quality. But to me, it's extremely impressive from top to bottom, from our very first calf, or actually all three of our calves into the fall and intermediate and junior yearling, and you know, that was an impressive trio of senior bulls that came out of that last division. Once again, it's been an honor and a privilege. Looking forward to the female show. Let's reward these exhibitors one more time, and we'll pick you a pair of champions.
Well, here in the Angus ring, as we select your intermediate champion, very competitive once again out here. This division is awesome. I mean, there's 4 phenomenal females. I'll talk through them, and I haven't finalized my decision yet, so I'm going to talk through them, and then I'll show you the one I like to win this division. This first heifer, I've talked power all day long, and this one is tremendous in terms of her power. She's big and bold in her rib cage, tremendous down her top, carries that out through her hip and down into her stifle, just awesome. I really like that about her. I like the added depth she's got in her heart, carries it back into her flank. She balances up really, really nicely. She's a heifer. When we put her into motion, she's just extremely fluid about her movement. She gets out and goes really, really good. And I think to me, it's because she's a little loose made. And I'm going to pick on her just a little bit because I try to pick on all of them. If I could hook her together just a little bit coming out of her shoulder into her rib cage, that one there would be phenomenal in my mind. But she is loose made. It allows her to get out and move really good. I'm just being critical on a really, really good one, but I think we need to do that when we're out here evaluating these cattle. The heifer that comes out of the second class, like I said in that class, just extreme power, just big-hipped, really stout-made female, not quite as attractive up through her front 1/3, not quite the balance that a couple of the other heifers have in this particular lineup. The heifer that comes out of the third class, really, really like her when she's on the stand. Just big, bold rib cage. She's got that extra depth of body that I really, really like. She's a heifer, as we talked in that particular class. You know, if you leaned her up, I think this heifer, I think it would be to her advantage. She's really, really good, but I think she's a little past 12 o'clock, and I think it's affecting her movement as she gets out here today. And then the heifer that comes out of your final class, you know, if you talk balance and you talk being fault-free, and one that's really hard to pick a hole in, that's the heifer that comes out of our fourth class. Now, you know, she is quite as powerful as our heifer that comes out of our first class. I don't know if she's quite as powerful. The question is she powerful enough? She's very elegant in her shoulder. Love how feminine and how angular she is in her shoulder, up through her head and neck. I think that is ideal for an Angus female. I really, really like that. She's got plenty of body and rib cage and mass. I think for me, she just blends a lot of really, really good things together that I like. She's going to be your division champion. Congratulations.
This is your third and final call, Class 44 Angus. Third and final call, Class 44 Angus. Congratulations, your grand champion Shorthorn bull goes to entry number 9, a CF Logic, exhibited by Lehman Cattle Company of Fairland, Oklahoma. Your reserve grand champion Shorthorn bull went to entry number 57, SWMH Pirate Nancy 2307, exhibited by Skylar Ward of New Paris, Ohio. Congratulations once again to our Shorthorn bull exhibitors. This is your second call, Class 1, 2, and 3 purebred Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 1, 2, and 3 purebred Shorthorn females. Results of Class 41 of your Open Angus female show. In first place goes to entry number 237, Seldom Breast Pinup Gal 3095, exhibited by Caddo Craft of Anadarko, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 244, UDE Forever Lady 3037, exhibited by Kaylee Langford of Breckenridge, Texas. In third place, entry number 249, Saul Sarah's Dream 3323L, exhibited by Cheyenne Brunker of Ottawa, Kansas. Fourth place goes to entry number 250, exhibited by Kiana Hazel of Beresford, South Dakota. In fifth place, entry number 236, exhibited by Margaret Davis of Bidwell, Ohio. Sixth place, entry number 243, exhibited by Rosalind Kidwell. In seventh place, entry number 239, exhibited by Cade Henderson. And eighth place, entry number 245, exhibited by Colby Cooper. Congratulations to your champion intermediate heifer here in your Open Angus Female Show. Goes to entry 237. Seldom Breast Pinup Gal 3095, exhibited by Cato Craft of Anadarko, Oklahoma. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 223, Conley Sandy 3712, exhibited by Finley Yoakum of Zapula, Oklahoma, and John Earn Farms Limited. First call, Class 45 Angus. First call, Class 45 Angus. This is your third and final call, Class 1, 2, and 3 Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 1, 2, and 3 Shorthorn females. Angus entry number 262 to the makeup arena. Angus entry number 262 to the makeup arena.
Well, here in your April class on the Angus side, a little bit of give and take in this particular class, and I think the female I'm most comfortable with is a young lady's female out front here. Just one that when she gets her parked, we study her shoulder and up through her neck and head, and it's angular, it's feminine, I think like an Angus female should be. But then from there back, she's powerful, big, bold rib cage. You can tell she's far along in terms of her gestation. She carries that depth way back into her flank and into her udder. She's just full of power. Now, I'd like to freshen her up a little bit. She's just maybe got a little more condition on than I'd like her to have today. But for me, just she's the one I want to tie to use to win this class. The heifer that comes second, to me, just a little more elevation than I like to see. And I don't know if she's a whole lot bigger than the heifer that just wins the class. She just appears just a little bit to have a little more leg under her, if you will. I don't know if that's a proper way to describe that, but that's how I see her out here, so that's how I'm going to call it today. She's a heifer that's long-bodied. I like that about her. She's big-hipped. She gets out and goes really, really good. I'd just like to moderate her ever so slightly if we could. The heifer that comes next is one that's attractive from the side. She's another one maybe we could lean up ever so slightly. Long-bodied female, straight in her lines. When I get behind her, she wants to pinch pretty good in her hip. I'd like to see her have a little more shape. If she was a little wider in terms of her muscle pattern and her pin shape, that heifer would win the class here today. The heifer that comes next, she's one of those that's just a little outside of the box in terms of being freaky up through her front 1/3. She's really choked in that neck, and I'd just like to see her look a little more maternal up there. Big bone, stout in terms of her rib cage and her body. Like to maybe see her a little fuller right there behind her shoulders as she comes out of the backside of that shoulder and into that rib cage. The heifer that comes next is really nice pattern female. She gives you a nice look from the side. But if you study her and compare her to the other cattle in this particular class, she just gives up quite a bit of spring of rib, quite a bit of depth of body. Just need to be a little more of her here today to move her up any. Then we conclude the class with a female that, again, needs just a little more body depth and balance to move her up any here today.
First call, Class 45 Angus. First call, Class 45. Results of class number 42 of your Open Angus female show. In first place, entry number 254, SVF BF Proven Queen 301, exhibited by Abby Brancher of Elizabeth, Indiana. Second place, entry number 253, Saul Ellie 3491L, exhibited by Josie Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. Third place, entry number 257, FCF RNK Proven Queen 342, exhibited by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. Fourth place, entry number 255, exhibited by Selby Holsey of Hannibal, Missouri. Fifth place, entry number 252, exhibited by Emma Ann Armstrong of Tennessee. Sixth place, entry number 256, exhibited by Breely Yeomans of Citra, Florida. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is class number 43. This is your second call, Class 45 Angus. Second call, Class 45 Angus. Third and final call, Class 45 Angus. Third and final call, Class 45 Angus. This is your first call, Class 46. First call, Class 46 Angus.
Jump right into our females here on our purebred Shorthorn side, and what an excellent duo here, June females. The little bit more refined heifer at the ground is going to win this duo, but I think she just has more genuine shape as far as her rib cage design. Turn the middle part of that rib cage, shape over her top and up out of her hip. She's a little more genuine from hooks to pins as far as muscle density, and carries that down into a little bolder and deeper stifle. She's still so elegant about her front 1/3. She does give up that added foot size and bone to the heifer that ends up being second, but I prefer that extra shape. The heifer that ends up coming in second, so extended up through her front end, she has a little bit more advantage in added foot size and bone. I think she just gets a little flatter in her muscle pattern, maybe not genuine as developed through the middle part of her body, and her rib cage is our class winner. Two high quality females, compliments of those exhibitors.
First call, Class 4, Shorthorn females. First call, Class 4. Second call, Class 46 Angus. Second call, Class 46 Angus. Your Class 1 results of your purebred Shorthorn female show. In first place, entry number 100, CSF Augusta Pride 2456, exhibited by Cornerstone Farms of Winchester, Indiana. In second place, entry number 102, CCS DLJ Augusta Linda 603M, exhibited by Don Cagwin of Virginia, Illinois. Now entering the ring is class number 2 of your late spring heifer calves. This time, we'd like to recognize some additional Roll of Victory Award winners. Your 2023 through 2024 Intermediate Champion Female of the Year was a tie between Lemmingager Proven Queen K24, owned by Paige Lemmingager of Illinois, and SSF Envious Blackbird 5022, exhibited by Samantha Van Voorhees of Ohio. Your reserve show heifer of the year was also a tie between Lemmingager Proven Queen K24, owned by Paige Lemmingager of Illinois, and RW Sarah's Dream 207, exhibited by Jace Dickerson of Kansas. Your junior champion female of the year went to EXAR Princess 2717, exhibited by Jake Allison of Oklahoma. Your reserve junior champion female of the year went to Core Annie Lou 24K 230K, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Indiana. Your senior champion female of the year went to Henning Sandy 1104, exhibited by Sophia Jentz of Wisconsin. Your reserve senior champion female of the year went to PVF Missy 1139, owned and exhibited by Kaylin Callie Henson of Iowa.
Well, here on your Angus side in this April class, you know, we have all different kinds of sizes and shapes and kinds out here. And sometimes when you don't get two that are similar, you know, you kind of got to balance through these things and try to just pull out the quality. And I think that's what I did here. And I know these cattle aren't matching up frame-wise, but I think in terms of quality, I want to start with this gentleman's heifer right here. When we study her on her front two, especially when we put her into motion, I think she handles her front 2 feet. I think she reaches a little bit better than our heifer that comes in second. She's a female that's got a tremendous amount of power to her. Now, some of that power is conditioned, and I'd like to lean her up. She's got plenty on her for me. But with that being said, if we try to strip that all down, I think just in terms of her skeletal design, I prefer her front structure better than I do the heifer that comes second in this class. And I like her added bone and foot size that she has as well. I like this condition this heifer that comes second in this class is in. She's a little fresher than our class winner, but as I stated, I'd like to change the design of her shoulder just a little bit. She's you know, she's a little bit moderate. That don't bother me at all. My deciding factor, though, here today was just to structure the design of that shoulder. And then we come with a heifer that's stout and powerful, and she's one that's got a tremendous amount of bone, but her bone's a little round for me. Her joint gets a little rounder, her bone gets a little rounder. I like her power, I like her dimension, like to freshen her up too in the front 1/3, if you will, here today, but that's a very high quality female. Then we kind of get some ups and downs here. We got a real moderate cowie type of female that's really good in her structure that I snuck in there behind that big stout one. And then we go to the other end of the spectrum. We got a heifer that's plenty in terms of her frame size. She's just a little big, gets a little flat in terms of her muscle shape for me here today. We conclude with a heifer that gets just a little tighter in terms of her movement once I get up in her spine just a little bit as she goes about the ring.
Excellent class here, late May heifers here. Good from top to bottom, no doubt. Good combination, feet place to land for on this heifer here that leads off this class. Very bold and at the ground, or added foot size and bone and flexibility. I think she checks that box extremely well. Where I think she has the biggest advantage within this particular class is her added width of base through her chest floor all the way back, her spread up over her top, and when you get in behind her to go with that classy look and deep body that she shows you from the side. A little closer for 2 and 3 for me. I chose to go with the young man's heifer that's a little longer spine, a little longer hip, a little more extended. She too is plenty bold through the center part of her body. When I go watch her go away from me, she wants to narrow up just a little bit more, gets just a little flatter and steeper at the base part of that rib, especially back into her forerib. But her added length and extension is what gets over this really intriguing colored heifer that ends up being third. And young man, this heifer's got a lot of shape over her top. I like her from maybe a little bit more of a three-dimensional look than the one heifer that's right in front of her, but I think she just gets a little shorter neck and a little shorter body compared to that one. But I love the build, the shape and turn that young man's heifer has. Unique heifer comes at young lady. This heifer's fresh. She's very green, and that's okay at this stage of the game. I like her smoothness and her balance. She's so elegant up through her front end. She does give up a little bit of that extra width and dimension at this stage of the game as the 3 right in front of her, but I love her elegance and her refinedness. Just a very smooth, well-complete heifer. Young lady's heifer coming in next, one that's got some added length of spine and length of hip and extension as well. She gets a little flatter in her muscle pattern and her rib cage design compared to those ones. Maybe doesn't give us quite that extra 3-dimensional look to go with that added length and extension, but still a high-quality heifer that has a tremendous amount of future.
First call, Class 47 Angus. First call, Class 47 Angus. First call, Class 7 Shorthorn. First call, Class 7 Shorthorn. This is your final call, Class 4. Final call, Class 4 Shorthorn. Second call, Class 47 Angus. Second call, Class 47 Angus. Your Class 2 results of your purebred Shorthorn female show. In first place goes entry number 109, Little Cedar Marvelous DM 2426, exhibited by Wyatt Smith of Wolf City, Texas. Second place goes to entry number 111, Armstrong Rosie Rose DD 2413, exhibited by Armstrong Farms of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania. Third place goes to entry number 106, SFF Mona Lisa 462, exhibited by Morgan Brooks of Venus, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry number 108, exhibited by Alyssa Miller of Lanark, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 110, exhibited by Katie Fry of Roachdale, Indiana. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 3 of your late spring Shorthorn heifer calves. This is your second call, Class 7. Second call, Class 7 Shorthorn. Third and final call, Class 47 Angus. Third and final call, Class 47 Angus. This is your first call, Class 48. First call, Class 48 Angus.
Wow, what an excellent class of maize here. I mean, and I mean that wholeheartedly. I mean, there's from top to bottom, what a quality set of heifers that still offer a lot of good, but yet some future and some promise. The two heifers to me that rise to the top, though, are a young man and a young lady's heifer within this particular class that I think have just a little bit of the extras. Both of these heifers are extremely good at the ground, like their skeletal build, so their flexibility within their spine and at the ground and the way their joints work off of both ends, I think is excellent. The young man's redneck roan heifer is one that I just think is so elegant in the way she's made. We started in a day like with the bulls, I was talking about skeleton design. This heifer from the top side of her blades to over her top and then out of her hip, everything kind of just fits and works together so well. She's flat-shouldered. She's still good chest and neck. She still has an ample amount of shape and turn over her top and up out of her hip. She balances good in the middle part of her rib cage design and in her lower one-third. She just puts so many nice things together in a very well-balanced package. The heifer that has a little more wow features is young lady heifer that comes in second. She's a little bigger footed, a little bigger boned than this contemporary group. She's bold through the center part of her body. I love her flexibility off of both ends. But to get around the one that I used to win, she may be just a little bolder over the top side of her blades in her shoulder. Maybe doesn't tie into that forerib quite as well, but maybe gives up just a little bit of length of hip to that one that wins. But man, she's the bold-featured, sound-moving, big-bodied, unique-looking one that comes in second. Really refined, good-looking one comes in third. She gives up a little bit of that bone work and exoskeletal prowess to those two right in front of her. But I think one that has a tremendous amount of future. I like her skeleton design over her top and up out of her hip. Has some added depth and adds some shape when you get in behind her. Maybe just doesn't have those unique features to get around those top two. From her shoulders back, I really like this white one here. She's bold top, bold hip, bold body. She too is very good at the ground. Gets a little coarser and thicker about her chest and her head and her neck compared to those ones right in front of her at this stage of the game. Let's slow her down just a little bit from a feed standpoint. She's got the power. She's got the dimension. I just want to extend her out. A really good one still comes in out rounding out this class. Probably for me, she has the length, she has some width, and she has some muscle shape. But compared to those ones from the side, she just gets a little flatter in the way that rib cage design is just a little tighter in the middle part of her body compared to the ones right in front of her. That heifer has a tremendous amount of future and still has the quality at the ground we're looking for. A good set from top to bottom, compliments of those exhibitors.
Well, here on the Angus side, another class of Aprils, and I think a really good heifer to start off with. Another one that just balances up really nicely. She's a female that, you know, she's one that's fault-free, if you will. For me, she's very attractive from the side. I think she's got ample power in terms of her volume, of her rib cage. I think she's got plenty of power in terms of her muscle shape and dimension. I think that's just a really nice female to start off this class. The heifer that comes second, to me, it gets a little closer between 2, 3, and 4. The heifer that comes second, she landed here just because she's got a little more shape and dimension than our heifer that's in third. Like how attractive this one is. She's a little fresher up through her front 1/3 than our third place heifer is. This is a female. When we put her into motion, she gets out and goes around the ring really nicely. She holds her top together just a little bit better than our heifer that's coming in third. I catch this heifer in third every once in a while. She wants to come up in the center part of her top. Her tail head wants to get up, but ultimately she makes her dip in her loin a little bit. But this is a really nice female. She's straight in her line. She's square. Does she have quite as much punch in terms of muscle when we get behind her and view her as the top two heifers have in this class? Not quite here today, but that's a really nice Angus female. The young lady's heifer that comes next is another one, just high quality individual. You know, as you get back and view her from the side, she doesn't balance up quite as nicely from her flank and into her underline and then into her chest as the cattle that stand above her here today. But there's one that's got a lot of power, that's good on her feet and legs, gets out and goes very nicely. Just a really high quality individual. Young lady's heifer that comes next, another one, got some width, got some dimension to her. Like to make her a little more flexible on her hind two and set that tail head down in her. A bigger frame heifer that's a little flatter made comes next. Tremendous amount of power she has. We conclude the class with a heifer that gives up just a little overall power and balance as compared to the rest of the class.
Results of class number 3 of your purebred Shorthorn female show. In first place, entry number 112, GCC MFS Pinky the Roo, 40-41, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Bellbrook, Ohio. In second place, entry number 123, KMA Rosemary's Money, 4149, exhibited by Brianna Dury of Bristol, South Dakota. In third place, entry number 122, MH Margie, 2406, exhibited by Skylar Ward of New Paris, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 115, exhibited by Reagan Ray Ferris of Whiteland, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 125, exhibited by Jordan Akers of Sibley, Illinois. Second call, Class 8 and 9 Shorthorn female. Second call, Class 8 and 9 Shorthorn female. Results of the class number 43 of your Open Angus female show. In first place, entry number 267, MCDK Phyllis 4101, exhibited by Keegan Steck of Woodstock, Minnesota. Second place went to entry number 259, SCC Shizakiki 345, exhibited by Bryson Jones of Harrod, Ohio. Third place, entry number 270, Fruling's Pride 4103, exhibited by Madison Holes of St. Joseph, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 260, exhibited by Sawyer Noy of Lafayette, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 269, exhibited by Ben D. Selmeyer. And sixth place, entry number 262, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer. Your Class 44 Angus results. In first place, entry number 275, Reed Phyllis 336, exhibited by Jackson Corner of Caledonia, Ontario. In second place goes to entry number 279, CNC Princess 3211, exhibited by Helen Orr of Davenport, Oklahoma. Third place, entry number 271, it's Seldom Rest Sandy 3071, exhibited by Kelsey Ray Tice of Leavenworth, Kansas. Fourth place, entry number 277, exhibited by Savannah Evans of Clinton, South Carolina. Fifth place, entry number 278, exhibited by Susanna Sinclair of Fergus, Ontario. Sixth place, entry number 282, Haley Gents. And seventh place, entry number 280, exhibited by Matea Kraft.
Another really good class here. Last class, Amaze, and interesting here within this top trio. Probably for me, the heifer that's going to win is the combination heifer of soundness, flexibility, length and extension, and just overall balance. And to me, does she just overwhelm you in any one area? Maybe not, but I think she's got adequate foot size and bone. This stage of her development and very age appropriate. One that's got some length and extension and just balances up good. And but with that, she still has a tremendous amount of depth from the top side of her shoulder down into that fore rib and on back. I think when this heifer really relaxes, she gives you an awfully good look. A heifer that's sure no doubt the power heifer in the group and the weight per day of age. And she does it not only in the ring, but you know, it's nice when you see one that has that extra power and performance, but she matches it up on paper. You know, she's sitting here at over 104 on Yearling, and that's okay. And I mean, because this heifer's still got with all that power and performance she's going to have, and you can see it. She's still got the quality. She's flexible off of both ends, from her shoulders back, balances up nice, got some body, got some width, got some dimension, and some class and some look to go with that extra performance that she possesses. Still a high quality female. Really unique heifer comes in third, and I know this heifer gets a little outpowered here in this particular class, and you know, you could jump back and just say, hey, well, you know, she just needs to be a little bigger. Well, and that's probably true in this realm. I like her quality, though, her depth of body, the way she's built, her elegance up through her front end. I do want to see, hopefully this heifer keeps growing and going, because, young lady, this thing's got an awfully good look and to me, just a really good build. And as she grows and develops and catches up just a little bit from a performance standpoint, that heifer's going to be hard to handle. Heifer that's got some size and some length comes next. I want to change her from her hooks to her pins. She plays out there, wants to kind of narrow up when you get right in behind her, like her added depth of body and her extension up through her front end. I just want to change her from her hooks to her pins to the ground. Heifer rounding out the class, long, streamlined female, just needs a little more natural softness right through the center part of the body. A good group, a nice, complete heifer to win that class.
Well, a really nice class of March heifers here. And with that, there's sure some give and take on down the line with these heifers, but really nice class. 5 really, really good females. And the heifer I'm going to use to win the class, when we get back to talking balance and freshness and being fault-free, I just keep coming back to this heifer right here. And I just love this one, shoulder forward. I love the angularity and the femininity she brings us from her shoulder up to her neck and head. I really, really like that. She's a female that she has plenty of width and dimension for me. She's one, when we put her into motion, she gets out and goes really, really good. So to me, just balance, a female being fault-free, this heifer needs to win the class. The power heifer in this class is the heifer that comes in second. I admire this heifer for the amount of pure width she has coming out of the back of her shoulders, carrying it back through her hip. But she's a female, when we put her into motion, her tail head wants to come up. She wants to get a little low in her loin. She's just not holding that top together quite as well as our class winner. Does she have a little more power? Yes, she does. She's not doing it in quite as good a package today as our class winner is doing it in. The heifer that comes third is the one that's another one, extremely stout and powerful, and I admire that about this female. Tremendous amount of rib cage, and love the muscle shape and dimension she has. But if you study her from her shoulder forward, I'd like to freshen her up a little bit, and I think ultimately if we were able to take some condition off of her, I think this heifer has a little more throat and a little more chest than the class winner and the heifer that's in second ahead of her. I like this heifer that comes here for another big-bodied female with a lot of power. She's pushing a little more chest today than the cattle above her. She's one that doesn't balance up quite as nicely in her underline due to the fact of that chest, but that's a high-quality female nonetheless. I love this heifer that concludes the class when she's parked. She's big-bodied. She's one that gives you a nice Angus cow look from the side. But as you watch her exit the ring, she just gets a little stiffer moving off of both ends. If we could free her up, that heifer would move up quite a ways in this particular class.
Second call, Class 48 Angus. Second call, Class 48 Angus. Your Class 45 results: in first place, entry number 295, BLC Improving Queen, 2356, exhibited by Dakota Allen of Ottawa, Kansas. In second place, entry number 283, heading BCII Sandy, 3012, exhibited by Brianna Lee and Art Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. In third place, entry number 290, Cruises Annie Lou, 9273, exhibited by Sloan Curtin of Oxford, Iowa. In fourth place, entry number 288, exhibited by Kayla Elizabeth Lippert of Sinclairsville, New York. In fifth place, entry number 285, exhibited by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois.
First division here, these early summer-born females, and what an excellent set, man. This is gonna, if this is where we're starting, I can't wait to see where we end. June Heifer wins that first class, good balance one. Got some added rib shape and some look and some style and some balance. We commented she wasn't just the boldest featured one at the ground within that particular deal, but I love her balance and her symmetry and her look. I think there's a big time future up there. One that's got a little extra boldness and maybe a little bit wider in the way that she's built comes out of that next class of late Mays. One that's really good at the ground, square up over top, a little flatter, a little wider, especially from her shoulders back, and compared to a couple other heifers out here. Maybe doesn't have quite that unique sharpness to her chest and her head and her neck as maybe as the two heifers in behind her, but she's got that little extra added body mass, a little extra width, skeleton, and so that makes her a strong contender out here. The heifer that comes out of the third class, we talked about her, just so well balanced, puts a lot of nice things together from a flexibility standpoint, her body shape and her mass, and it just ties everything together so well. The heifer that comes out of that next class, once again, a heifer that's got some added rib shape and some depth, some foot size and some bone, and still maintains that structural presence that we want when you set her into motion. Still elegant about her front 1/3. Maybe, if you're going to change her just a little bit, you could just give her just a little bit more width right up from her hooks to her pins. But I think that thing does balance up extremely well, especially with the other heifers in this particular group. Guys, I'm going to give them another little close look. I think this is an awfully good set of heifers. Let's reward these exhibitors with a nice round of applause, and we'll pick you a pair of champions.
Third and final call, Class 8 and 9 Shorthorn. Third and final call, Class 8 and 9 Shorthorn. This is your third and final call, Class 48 Angus. Third and final call, Class 48 Angus. Congratulations, you're a champion late spring heifer calf of your purebred Shorthorn female show goes to entry number 112, GCC MFS Pinky the Roo 41, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Bellbrook, Ohio. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 109, Little Cedar Marvelous DM 2426, exhibited by Wyatt Smith of Wolf City, Texas. Now entering the ring is class number 7 of your Shorthorn females. This is your first call, Class 10 and 11 Shorthorns. First call, Class 10 and 11. This is your second call, Class 10 and 11 Shorthorn. Second call, Class 10 and 11 Shorthorn.
Well, a really, really nice class of March heifers out here, and to me, there's one, again, as we've talked in a couple of the classes earlier, you know, just balance and complete and fault-free. I think that's you could say that about this heifer, and you wouldn't have to say any more, because I think she's all of that. If you study this one from the ground up, she's big-footed. Love the angulation she has to her knee, comes up into her shoulder, and she's got a beautiful slope to that shoulder. When we put her into motion, she gets out and moves around the ring really, really nicely. She's got a nice presence to her when she's out here. That neck comes high out of the top of the shoulders. The female, to me, too, for one with that much power and dimension, she's really long-sided, and I appreciate that about her a great deal. That's a really good one that we have to start off this class. Gets close for me between 2 and 3. The heifer in second, I think, just has a little more width of base, has a little more width to her pins. She's a female that's got a tremendous amount of volume and capacity to her as well. Just a really nice heifer to come second in this class. The heifer in third is a really good-looking female. She's attractive in her front 1/3. She's really angular and feminine about that front end. But along with that, when you get behind her, she just gives up a little power and dimension as we compare her to the other heifers in this particular class. Love the design and the build of the heifer that comes next. Just a little moderate for me here today in this class, but I like her kind. That one's going to be a cool cow out in the pasture. Just really neat made, really sound, really stout female. The heifer that comes next is another one that's angular about her front 1/3. She does it in a way just like the way that shoulder sits in there. She gives up a little power and dimension when we get behind her. The heifer that's directly behind her gets a little flat in terms of her rib cage. She doesn't quite have that added swoop to her belly. The gentleman's heifer we conclude with is one that's stout and powerful, but I'd like to change the design of her shoulder. She gets a little more upright in that shoulder, causes her to labor as she goes about the ring.
Excellent class. We jump right into these late Aprils. Good combination heifer of soundness, width, and base, or with the base and power. The young lady's heifer brings us this red and white one. So bold through the center part of her body, but probably for me, even all the little extras she has, I love this one at the ground. Little added foot size. Foot size matches the bone. Get behind her, and she's got some skeletal width to go with that big, soft body she's got. Still contains a strong, a lot of strength to that spine, and still elegant enough up through her front end. Good place to start. The more roan heifer that comes in second rivals our class winner a little more in type and kind of quality. Her smoothness and her balance and her symmetry as far as her depth. She's not near as wide and as dense, and her muscle pattern is the one that's right in front of her, but I love her smoothness and her balance and her quality at the ground. Very, very elegant up through the way that shoulder lays it good into that body cavity in her chest and her head and her neck. The next pair of heifers gets a little closer for me. There's a little give and take here between 3 and 4. But the red heifer that's going to end up being third, where she has the biggest advantage in this duo, is she's just a lot more flexible off of both ends. I love her added reach and the way she gets out and goes. She drives very elegantly off of that back two. She's elegant up through her front 1/3. She's still fresh and very green, very good up out of her top line. Has enough depth of body at this stage of the game. Not quite as massive and well put together as the top two, but her advantage in flexibility gets over the young man's heifer that's really big bodied and stout featured. This heifer has some added foot size and bone. When we set her in her motion, young man, she just gets a little more rigid in the way she handles those hind legs. She wants to just kind of push them to the ground instead of just letting them float down to the ground. But on the standstill, I love her width and dimension, her squareness and her flatness of shoulder, and her uniqueness about her front 1/3. The red heifer coming in fifth is one that's got some intriguing pieces. I just don't think she blends it all together today, young lady. She gets a little bit more coarse right in the base of that shoulder, doesn't blend into that forerib quite as well. Her hip-loin juncture needs just a shot of work, doesn't blend into there just quite as well. She's got some added depth, she's got some foot size and bone, and her flexibility is there. I think as she just matures and has a little more time on feed, I think she'll bring it all together. Very fresh, a little more juvenile heifer comes in next. She's a little more refined in her features, and that's what gets her down here. She just doesn't have the added foot size and mass and dimension to get around those ones, but there's a lot of quality still there. The white heifer coming in next, young man Scott, good looking, attractive female, gets a little more concave in that forerib, a little harder in her design, still very attractive and got some unique parts and pieces. This heifer too just needs a shot more time to develop and catch up with some of those heifers in front of her. Young man's heifer rounding out the class, one that's got some size and some performance, just doesn't have the overall balance and symmetry and that three-dimensional look to get her any higher. Good group, really nice pair of heifers on the top side of that class.
First call, Class 49 Angus. First call, Class 49 Angus. Results of class number 46. In first place, entry number 303, EXAR Princess 3691, exhibited by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 300, Meyer LK Forever Lady 3106, exhibited by Alexis Colling of Bowling Green, Missouri. In third place, entry number 72, MLA Proven Queen 2331, exhibited by Mallory Yoakley of Moundville, Missouri. Fourth place went to entry number 305, exhibited by Mallory Peter. Fifth place, entry number 307, exhibited by Allison Davis. Sixth place, entry number 308, exhibited by Macy Carroll. Seventh place, entry number 306, exhibited by Michael Coulterman. This is your third and final call, Class 10 and 11 Shorthorn. Third and final call, Class 10 and 11 Shorthorn. Results of class number 7 of your Shorthorn female show. In first place, entry number 202, SN Max Rosa Martini 4125, exhibited by Alexis Wright of Philippi, West Virginia. In second place, entry number 164, CFPC Margie 490, exhibited by Kayla Sankey of Waynetown, Indiana. In third place, entry number 153, JA Fireball Tina, exhibited by Jordan Akers of Sibley, Illinois. In fourth place, entry number 201, exhibited by Rogan Lithanol of Plato, Minnesota. In fifth place, entry number 148, exhibited by Lainey Grace Swindell of Shirley, Indiana. Sixth place went to entry number 165, Quad K Shorthorns. Seventh place, entry number 158, exhibited by Caleb Blankman. And eighth place, entry number 8, exhibited by Tate Behrens. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn ring is class number 8 of your early spring heifer calves. This is your first call, class 12 Shorthorn. First call, class 12.
Well, here as we get ready to select your junior yearling Division 1, what a nice lineup out here. And I think there's several ways a guy could go in this particular division. We'll talk through them ever so slightly, and then we'll select you a couple champions. The heifer that comes out of the first class, you know, this heifer, when she come out here and started this division, I said this is the kind of female we've been looking for throughout the day, and she still maintains that as she comes out here in this lineup. She's a female that's got that extra power and got that extra dimension. You know, is she quite as fresh as a couple of the other heifers in the lineup? I don't think she is today, but that's nitpicking on a really, really good one. One other thing, maybe set that tail head down in her ever so slightly, but that is a very, very, very nice female that wins your first class in this particular division. The power heifer in this division is a heifer that comes out of the second class, and I've talked power all day, but you know, I want to maintain skeletal correctness with power. And as I study this heifer off her front too, she wants to knee in a little bit and turn that left front leg out. I'd like to tweak her there. I'd like to freshen her up in terms of her condition a little bit, but I think that's a very high quality female nonetheless. The heifer that comes out of the third class, she's one, she is fresh. I like her kind. She's big-footed. She's a really loose-made heifer that gets out and moves about the ring really, really nicely. As we get her out here in this lineup, you know, she's the one that does give up a little bit of power. She's the one, as you watch her go about the ring, she gets a little easier in her top, maybe wants to break in her loin ever so slightly, but that's a very, very nice female. I like her a great deal as well. The heifer that comes out of our fourth class, she's a female to me that combines a lot of good things once again. Very attractive in her shoulder, up through her front 1/3, very angular and maternal about that look. I love this one's rib cage. She comes out of the backside of her shoulder with a lot of width and dimension. I really, really like that about her. She's a powerful heifer when you get back and view her from behind. You know, for some, is she getting there in terms of her frame size? I don't know. Maybe she's the biggest one in this particular lineup. So that would be my question on her. Is she going to get out in the pasture, out in the green grass? Is she going to get away from you in terms of her frame? But that's a very high quality female. I really, really like her. Then the heifer that comes out of our fourth class, as we talked to her, she's one that just balances up super nice from front to rear. She's extremely long-bodied. I like that about her. And for one that has that much length of body, she's big-footed. She covers her track. I really like that about her. I think this one will go on and make a really, really good donor cow when she gets off these green shavings and goes home and gets turned out on grass. So with that being said, I'm going to take another look because I think this is really close. I think there's a couple different ways we could go out here. I'll take a look and I'll show you which ones I like to be your champion in reserve in this division.
Another excellent class, the Aprils. Really nice trio of heifers that we got, or actually 4 heifers here on the top side of this. Combination heifer of flexibility, smoothness, and balance with some added shape and power. As the young man's red heifer that wins this class. Love her at the ground. She's got the kind of flexibility and skeleton design that's going to last all day and every day on Sunday. Really good through her chest and her neck, balanced up, good sweep to that rib. Just very natural in that regard. She's got a little bit more spread when you get right in behind her. She is balanced up so nice. Elegant at the ground, elegant up through her front end, very maternal through the center part of her body, still maintains some width and dimension over her top. A little more power heifer comes in too. I like her added foot size and her bone. She too is big over her top and up out of her hip. Maintains enough through the center part of her body to go with the rest of her. Still elegant up through her front end. She's maybe not as pliable off of that back end as quite as that one right in front of her. She still gets out with some added reach. There is at times this one shows me just a shot of concern in the way she handles that But I think today and at this stage of the game, I think she's plenty good there. But I love the extra width and dimension. And her added width and dimension and added foot size gets over this really neat heifer that ends up being in third. Young man, I like this heifer. Maybe just a little more refined than the heifer right in front of you. And maybe just comes at me today just a little bit more in pieces compared to them front two. She gets a little more open at the top side of her blades, but she too, just like the ones front, she got a big old swoop to that rib cage. She's got some added width and dimension. Maybe flattens out just a shot more right through the center part of that hip. But I think when this heifer kind of pulls it all together and kind of blends into that shoulder forerib just a little bit longer into her show career, I think that's an ultra high quality one. Young lady's got another one that's really good from her hook bones forward. She's maybe a little tighter in her forerib in that lower rib cage design in the three right in front of her, but she gets a little shorter hip, maybe just a little shorter couple than those ones right in front of her. But she too is got that extra length and extension up through her front end, so it maintains a good quality look from the side. I want to stretch her out, blow her apart in the lower 1/3. Smooth made extended one comes next. Maybe for me just doesn't balance up quite as good. Change her in her forerib at the top side of the blades and all the way back down into that. And to me, probably if anything, and I don't want to ning her just too bad. She gets a little bit more rigid in that hock. I want to see just a little bit more flex in these cattle at this stage of the game, but she's got some power and some length. Young lady heifer next just needs a shot more maternal spring to that rib cage. She gets a little tighter in that barrel, a little flatter in that rib cage. She's very extended up through her front. And granted, we're talking about into April's, mid-April's here, but one that's sure still got an elegant look, young lady. You just got to let this heifer keep developing and feeding her. That's still a high-quality female. Heifer rounding out the class is another one that just doesn't quite have the extra dimension and that three-dimensional look as far as shape of muscle and shape of rib cage design as compared to those ones right in front of her. Still an elegant made female from top to bottom, but once again, a really good group, nice group on the tops end, very complete heifer to win that class.
Second call, Class 12 Shorthorn. Second call, Class 12 Shorthorn. This is your third and final call, Class 49 Angus. Third and final call, Class 49 Angus. Your Class 46 results of your Open Angus Female Show. In first place, entry number 303, EXAR Princess 3691, exhibited by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 300, Meyer LK Forever Lady 3106, exhibited by Alexis Coling of Bowling Green, Missouri. Third place, entry number 72, MLA Proven Queen 2331, exhibited by Mallory Yoakley of Moundville, Missouri. Fourth place, entry number 305, exhibited by Mallory Peter of Hicksville, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 307, exhibited by Allison Davis of Shelbyville, Tennessee. Sixth place, entry number 308, exhibited by Macy Carroll. In seventh place, entry number 306, exhibited by Michael Coulterman. Your champion junior yearling Division I female goes to entry number 303. EXAR Princess 3691, exhibited by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 295, BLC Proven Queen 2356, exhibited by Dakota Allen of Ottawa, Kansas. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is class number 47. Third and final call, Class 12 Shorthorn. Third and final call, Class 12 Shorthorn. Results of the class number 8 of your Shorthorn female show. In first place, entry number 174, CF Margie's Dream 482, exhibited by Maddox Reedy of Lovington, Illinois. In second place, entry number 184, Compton's Flojo 49M, exhibited by Jordan Peterson of Stanwood, Iowa. Third place, entry number 170, CF Dream Only 485, exhibited by Weston Ward of Greens Fork, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 166, exhibited by Lillian Whiting of New Wilmington, Pennsylvania. Fifth place, entry number 176, exhibited by Haley Mayer of Sumner, Michigan. Sixth place, entry number 172, exhibited by Colby 6. And in seventh place, entry number 178, exhibited by Ella Helton. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn ring is class number 9 of your early spring heifer calves.
Another outstanding class, April's heifer here. A little close decision here on the top pair of these particular females. And this is when you start getting into just hoping that you're not overanalyzing something and trying to see something that's not there. But and I think there is a little bit. The differences between these two, the dark red heifer, so fresh, so crisp, so good at the ground. And that's where she gives up a little bit of that extra mass and power to this one that ends up being second. But I think there's a significant difference when you set them into motion. This red heifer is so comfortable there, and that's where she has the advantage. She just floats and goes around the ring, and we talked about that from start when we started the bull show. She's elegant about her front end. She's beautiful in her design. The quality's all there. She's maybe just not quite as massive in her muscle density as the heifer that ends up being second. But I think from a freshness and crispness standpoint and just awfully so good at the ground, I think she's got to win this dynamic duo. On the standstill and just, one that's just so good from as far as a mass standpoint, and her forerib back in her rib cage and up over her top and up out of her hip and still up through her front 1/3. But when we set her into motion, she wants to just almost sit back on those pastures just a little too much, and she just wants to kind of hammer that hind leg down just a little bit more rigidly than that heifer that wins this class. If she doesn't do that, I don't necessarily know that it's that much of a tough decision to swap them. But when we go, she wants to just lock those hind legs and just kind of hit them down, and so she doesn't float and go quite as well as that one. And like I said, I don't want to overanalyze one because that one still is flexible and pliable, but I just want to change that to go with all the extras that she has. Swapped here in between 3 and 4. I think the red heifer is a little more genuine in behind her shoulders, up over her top and up out of her hip, so maintain some depth of body. She's not as unique up through her chest and her head and her neck as those two right in front of her, so maintain some added product with the right skeletal build. A little sharp heifer comes in here for it. Young lady, this heifer's just got to tie it all together. She gets a little bit more concave in that forerib, breaks a little bit more in behind those shoulders, gets a little more rigid in that hip-loin juncture, but she's got some added depth. She's got a good look to her. She just needs a shot more time on feed to kind of put all those things together. And then I think once she does that, she can run a little closer to the top side of this class. Heifer coming in next is one that's got some length of body and just overall extension. Probably for me, she just comes at us a little plainer about her front 1/3, a little flatter in that muscle pattern to go with all that. Just doesn't balance up quite as well as those ones right in front of her. Heifer rounding out the class is one that's got some added product with the base and shape over her top and her hip. She too just gets a little out balance, gets a little coarse about her shoulder and her head and her neck. Doesn't have that extra length and extension up through her front 1/3, but a good group, intriguing pair there on the top side of that class. First class, the March heifer surely doesn't disappoint. Good pair here on the top side of this. Once again, man, here's a heifer that wins this class, sure puts a lot of good things together. Like we talked about, skeletal build, strength at top, way everything kind of just blends and molds together. So good in the way that spine comes in the top side of her blades, hip-loin juncture, from hooks to pins. She's got some added width over that top, so relaxed in her spine. Has the right amount of depth of body, forerib, rear flank, chest floor match is really good. Foot size matches bone, little extra there. and just balances up so good. And you know, that heifer there gets a little hard to just totally pick apart and put so many nice things together. The heifer that comes in next, maybe just a little longer extended, maybe a little longer hip female. Not as relaxed and good in her hip-loin junction, middle part of her spine. This heifer too has that added depth of body, depth of forerib, depth of rear flank attachment, has some width when you get behind her. Just want to change her in her spine structure compared to that one that wins. Maybe just blow her apart just a little bit more in that forerib, right in behind those shoulders. But that one still gets out and reaches really, really nice. Elegant red heifer comes in third, young lady. A little more refined at the ground, maybe a little more refined in her muscle pattern and rib cage design. But this one here is still elegant up through her front end, her shoulder. It's still a high quality female. Little stouter heifer comes in fourth. It's got some shape over her loin edge and up out of her hip. A little coarser about her tail head. In her chest and her head and her neck doesn't have quite that extra shape and turn to that middle part of that rib cage as those front three. Still a high quality set. Really good complete heifer to win that class.
First call, Class 13 and 14 Shorthorn. First call, Class 13 and 14 Shorthorn.
Well, a really, really good class over here in the Angus side. And with that being said, I think it's there's many different ways you could go because there's so many differences in types and kinds out here that nothing matches. I think I'd like to just blend these all together, and I think we could come up with one to really tie to. But I guess what I did is I go back and I start paying attention to skeletal correctness. Fault-free and balance, and I come to this heifer that's on top of the class here. This heifer's got a beautiful look. She balances up from front to rear really, really nicely. We ask her to go when she gets out and goes in motion really, really well. Now, is she the stoutest one? Nope. Is she the biggest boned one? Nope. But I think she's the most complete, most fault-free one that we have to use here in this particular class. The biggest thing about that heifer, I'd probably like to see her maybe just a little further along in gestation as we compare her to a couple of the other heifers in this class. The heifer that most closely follows her is the heifer that we have coming here in 2. She's really good down her top. She's a heifer that gets out and goes very, very nicely. She's not quite as attractive in her shoulder up through her front 1/3 as our class winner. She's probably got a little more power when we get back and view her from behind her. 2 nice heifers. I think they're the 2 heifers that have the most quality and the most balance within this particular class. Gentleman's heifer that comes next, she's one that just has that cow look that we've looked for today. Big ribbed, really square hipped. I like her the down her top. She holds her top really, really good when we put her into motion. I'd like to see her take a little longer stride once we get her out into motion. And then this heifer that comes next, this thing has some amazing pieces. Just big bone, big feet, wins enough. I mean, she's got a little shoulder to go with that bone. She's got a little tail head to go with that bone. She's getting up there in terms of elevation for me, but man, she's got some really cool pieces that I think gentlemen will take her home and breed on that one. And I think if you can moderate some of that, that heifer's got a place in the business. Heifer that comes next is one to me that just doesn't balance up today. She's got a little deep inner chest on us as we've fed on her throughout the year. She's a female that gets out and goes really good. She's good out through her hip. I really like that about her. Just doesn't have quite the balance that we're looking for here today. Young lady's heifer that comes next, super, super attractive female, but she gets a little tight right behind her shoulders. Just like to see a little more forerib in her. Then we can move her up here today. 2 cattle that conclude the class are real functional, practical type of cattle. They don't quite balance up quite as nicely as some of the other cattle in this class. Not quite the eye appeal either. So a nice class of heifers, little give and take throughout.
This is your first call, Class 50, 51, and 52 Angus. First call, Class 50, 51, and 52 Angus. Results of Class 47 of your Open Angus Female Show. In first place, entry number 330, Seldom Rest Sandy, 3012, exhibited by Ann Dameron of Towanda, Illinois. In second place, entry number 328, Soul Lucy, 3104L, exhibited by Josie Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. In third place, entry number 310, exhibited by John Allison and Express Ranch of Yukon, Oklahoma. Fourth place, entry number 312, exhibited by Mackenzie Neal of Lewisburg, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 320, Triple C Frontier Gal, exhibited by Delaney Jones of Harrod, Ohio. Sixth place, entry number 313, exhibited by Maddie Coulter. Seventh place, entry number 316, exhibited by Naomi Fennig. Eighth place, entry number 314, exhibited by Abby Newberry. Now entering the Angus ring is class number 48.
Another excellent class of March females here, and once again, good combination heifer of soundness and flexibility and power to go to in that one spot. She has that advantage over width over her top and up out of her hip. Very proportional in relation to her length of body and her depth of body. Her quality at the ground, foot size and bone, has a little extra skeletal spread, just ties into those shoulders back into the top side of that spine and down into that base part of that elbow pocket and forerib extremely well. A little longer body, longer hip, maybe a little more extended heifer comes in second. Big bodied, bold made. Comes apart just a little bit more, gets a little more rigid at the top side of her blades, carries just a shot more chest than her heifer that wins, but I love her body, that maternal look. Her quality at the ground is there. She just doesn't tie herself together and balance up quite as well through her front 1/3 as good as that class winner. But man, I love the added length of body and length of spine and added product within that one. Young lady's heifer comes in third is one that's extremely good. Her quality at the ground is there too. Her depth of body, her width when you get in behind her, where we want to change hers at the top side of her blades as well. She gets a little more rigid there, comes apart a little bit more in that shoulder forerib juncture. She's very extended up through her front end, but I think just time and development will ease those pains just a little bit. But I like her added shape and her dimension. A little long, sleek-made one comes in fourth. Long spine, long hip, flat-shouldered, good chested, good neck. She too gets a little tighter in that forerib. She's got some spread and some width and some depth when you get right in that middle part of that rib cage. She too wants to narrow up just a little bit more at her pins, probably for me, than a couple of those heifers in front of her, and that's where we'd like to change her. The white heifer coming in next. Once again, a good design female. Love her foot size and her bone and all that matches. She just gets a little tighter in that forerib back into that rear flank attachment to get her any higher. Heifer coming in next, the red heifer just needs a shot more balance. She's got some depth of body and some extension up through her front end. I just want her to bring it all together a little bit better. She comes at us a little more in pieces, and I just want to see her just with a little more balance and symmetry. Young lady rounding out the class, long line type of a female. She too needs a shot more turn to that middle part of that rib cage and blow her apart there just a little bit more, but she's got some added features that still make her a high quality female. Good group from top to bottom. Nice pair on the top side of that class.
This is your third and final call, Class 13 and 14 Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 13 and 14 Shorthorn females. This is your first call, Class 17. First call, Class 17 Shorthorn.
Well, a really, really nice class of January heifers. And the one we're starting off with, I think, as we've talked in the last few divisions, you know, you talk about one that's complete and fault-free and one that's really good to look at. That's this heifer here that's going to win this class. Just beautiful from her shoulder up through her neck and head, just angular, feminine. I really, really like that about this female. Once again, is she the stoutest one? No. I think she's got enough width and dimension to her. Just very fault-free, very, very well-balanced female. I really like this one a great deal. The heifer that most closely follows her, the female that we have coming in the second, I like her moderation. I like the rib cage that she has. She's really deep-bodied. She comes out of her shoulders with a tremendous amount of width and dimension to her. We'd maybe like to clean up that chest a little bit, maybe make her just a little easier going as she goes about the ring. She wants to get just a little short of her stride, so if we could free her up a little bit, I'd like her even more. The big stout heifer that comes next, here's a female. You know, if you want one with bone and added muscle to her, I think this is the heifer you tie to. I'd like to change her in her chest, her neck, and her head. She gets just a little bigger in terms of her head for me. I'd like to see it a little more feminine, a little more angular. She's a female that she gets out and goes relatively nicely. Just a powerful heifer. I'd like to see a little smoother throughout to move her up in this class. Then we have two heifers together here, just getting a little big for me in terms of their frame and weight as we have them out here today. Just maybe like to tone them down if we could ever so slightly. The heifer that concludes the class is a female that has got a nice look from the side. We just like to power her up throughout to make her more competitive in this class.
Second call, Class 50, 51 and 52 Angus. Second call, Class 50, 51 and 52 Angus.
Well, what another really good class of March heifer calves here. These ladies bring us, and I mean that wholeheartedly. I think these top four offer a lot of good and a lot of future and promise. And just some differences between these ones. The combination one for me is the dark red heifer that's going to lead off. Her flexibility, her length of spine, her length of hip still maintains enough integrity as far as look and balance up through her chest and her head and her neck. To me, with just put into motion, I think that's where she really excels. Hey, she's got so much added reach off of both ends, and to and to me, it just puts so much nice things into that package as far as her width and her length. I think she's just a good combination female. Probably for me, there's some parts of this one I like just a tad bit better as far as a little bit of that wow factor. And this heifer, and to me, just studying it in my mind, she just gets a little shorter hip, just a little bit shorter spine compared to that one that wins. And but I mean, I like the shape and the turn and the expression of muscle this one possesses. I like her added foot size and her bone. She too, when you get her out there, she just kind of floats and goes around the ring. I just want to stretch that one out a little bit more to get around that nice, intriguing top pair there. Another good pair here goes 3 and 4, and this is one originally in my mind. I had these two flip-flop, but the more I studied this red heifer, it ends up being third. I think she's better in her forerib. She's a little more genuine through the middle part of her body, so good up out of her spine and from her hooks to her pins, and to me, still maintains enough elegance through her front 1/3. She too, when you set her into motions, the quality's there. I like how she goes off of both ends. I just maybe just make her just a little bit sharper through her chest and her head and her neck, and that might push them top two just a little bit more. I love her just so much from her shoulders back. Intriguing heifer for me here in fourth, young lady. I want to see how this one, she grows and develops, and because I like her presence, her extension, and when you get her nailed, boy, she gives you such a unique look. More I studied her today compared to those three right in front of her, she gets just a little tighter in that forerib. She has some added shape and dimension through the middle part of her body. I want to bring that tail head back down into her body cavity just ever so slightly more, but I think this one, as she matures and goes, that's one of those heifers staying in fourth today. As time develops and as she matures, she has a chance to rise on up and get a little higher in this particular group later on down in her show career. Stout heifer comes in next, one that has some power and performance. I just want to see a little more balance. She gets a little more rigid about her tail head, maybe doesn't kind of put things together as good in that forerib shoulder juncture. She has some width and dimension, just not as well balanced as those heifers right in front of her. Young lady's heifer rounding out the class just gives up a little bit of power and performance to those ones. Still a high quality female presented at a high level. Good group from top to bottom. Really intriguing two-pair class on that top side of that.
Third and final call, class 50, 51, and 52. Third and final call, class 50, 51, and 52, Angus. Second call, class 17, Shorthorn. Second call, class 17, Shorthorn.
Well, another nice class, January heifers here on your Angus side, and these first two are close. I think there's some give and take up here on the top end. I'm going to use the heifer that goes back to the basics, what I've been talking about, just in terms of skeletal correctness. I like this heifer better from at the ground on her front leg and through her knee and her shoulder and up through her front 1/3. I think she's a little more angular. I think she has a little more slope to her shoulder. I think she handles her front end a little bit better when we put her into motion. I don't think she's got quite as much power as the heifer that stands behind her, but I think she has plenty of power for me, and I just like the way she's designed a little bit better up through her front 1/3. The heifer that's in second, stout, powerful individual. I love her hip. She's really wide in terms of her pin set. But as we watch her, when she goes out of the ring, she wants to push just a little bit off of that front end. I think it's due to the fact she's just a tiny bit steep in terms of that shoulder as we compare her to our class winner. The heifer that comes third in this class, this is a nice female here, guys. Just really long-bodied, attractive from the side. She's building a beautiful udder. When we put her into motion, she wants to come up right behind her shoulder blades. She wants to roach up ever so slightly. I don't know if they could cut a little more hair off of that to help that out, but as she goes about the ring, she just gets a little rougher about her top, if you will, than the two heifers above her in this particular class. Same thing can be said about the heifer that comes in 4. As you watch her leave the ring, she wants to get up in the center part of her spine as well. So if we could relax her there, I think she'd be more competitive in this particular class. 2 heifers to round out this class, 2 females that don't quite balance up quite as good as our class winner, and the heifers that stand above them here today.
Third and final call, Class 17 Shorthorn. Third and final call, Class 17 Shorthorn. Your Class 9 results of your open Shorthorn female show: in first place, CFPC Margie, entry number 195, exhibited by Knox Harrison Newmar of Bowling, Texas. In second place, entry number 188, GCC Evolving Pinky the Roo 42, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Bellbrook, Ohio. Third place, entry number 190, exhibited by Alyssa Carter of Oregonia, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 263, exhibited by Bridget Cover of Bowling Green, Missouri. In fifth place, entry number 189, exhibited by Belle Broningham of Sydney, Ohio. In sixth place, entry number 197, Brentstole Farms, LLC of Butler, Ohio. Your Class 10 results: in first place, entry number 205, CFPC Missing Mirage 474, exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 207, Berg's Sweet Dream, exhibited by Caitlin Berg of Osage, Iowa. Third place, entry number 209, SQB Edith, exhibited by Abby Brown of Linwood, Kansas. Fourth place, entry number 212, exhibited by Hunter Schlackman of Greenup, Illinois. Your Class 11 results: in first place, entry number 217, ST Perfect Dreams 4097M, exhibited by Jacqueline Thomas of Pikeville, Tennessee. Second place, entry number 213, CSF Dream Lady 2442, exhibited by Barrett Griffin of Batesville, Arkansas. Third place, entry number 215, Red Knight's Dream 4423, exhibited by Caroline Jordan of Washington Island, Wisconsin. Fourth place, entry number 218, exhibited by Carson Butcher of Mount Vernon, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 223, exhibited by Ty Harrison of Holly Pond, Alabama. Sixth place, entry number 221, exhibited by Twin Maple Farm of Ohio. Seventh place, entry number 222, exhibited by Grace Nolan of Mendon, Ohio.
Well, here as we select your junior yearling Division II, 3 heifers once again out here as class winners, and actually there's some seconds over there, very, very high quality individuals. We'll talk about them briefly, and then we'll select your champions. The heifer that comes out of your first class, I think in that class there was so many different sizes and types and kinds, and I settled with the heifer that I thought was the best in terms of her skeletal design. And once we get her back out here, she matches. She suits what we did in the other classes. So I'm happy with that choice, with that decision. You know, the heifer's really sound made. She gets out and goes really nicely, and she's one that maybe could handle just a little more power, just a little more depth, just a little more volume in terms of her center rib cage. But that's a really nice female nonetheless. Really love the look of this heifer that comes out of the second class. Gives you, you know, if you get back in the silhouette that she shows you when she's a cow out in the grass, you're going to find that one every time you go visit the pasture, because she's just good looking. Along with that, love the design of her shoulder. Shoulder sits in there very nicely. She's super ultra feminine and angular up through that front 1/3. She's one that has plenty in terms of her rib cage, her volume and capacity. I like the muscle shape and dimension she has. Is she the heaviest muscled one we've seen all day? No, she's not. But I just love the way this one's designed. She's extremely well balanced and extremely fault free. The heifer that comes right behind her is a female that's a really long-bodied heifer. She's another one that just is designed really nicely up through that front 1/3. I like the way that shoulder sits in there. She's a heifer that's got that volume and capacity that we talked about, and when we put her into motion, she gets out and goes just really nicely. You know, as we compare her to the heifer that stands right in front of her, you know, she's sure nice up through her front 1/3, but is she as elite as the heifer that comes out of the second class? I don't think she is quite here today, but there's a couple really good heifers in this division. I'm going to take one more look, and I'll show you how I want to place them.
Well, things getting heated up back here on our Shorthorn side. Wow, what a trio of females here. These young ladies bring us a little bit of give and take, and it'll be interesting to see how these three heifers compete in their show career starting this winter all the way through next summer, because I think it's a little bit of some close decisions between these three, because, well, all three of these are good-looking, sound, attractive females, but let's just break them apart a little bit. For me, the one that, from a skeleton design standpoint, I think is the most fault-free is the young lady's heifer. It's going to win. Ties into that spine, top side of the shoulder. She's a little better in her hip-loin juncture from hooks to pins. She's got some added shape there. Her depth of body, her balance in her lower 1/3 is outstanding. She's a little bit higher chested maybe than the next two heifers. Really good up through her head and her neck. So good at the ground. I love her foot size and her bone. I think she just puts a little bit better skeletal package together. A heifer that comes in next, at times I think this one's just a little denser than the one they used to win, and she might be a little deeper as far as just from the top side of her spine all the way down to the middle part of her body. I don't think she blends together in her chest floor and her head and her neck quite as well as the one that wins. I don't think she's as genuine in the way that her hip loin and hip structure is designed as our class winner. But man, this one's got some added foot size and some added bone. She's got a little denser look, and that's her density is what gets over this heifer that's here in third. Young lady, I sure like this one. She's sharp neck. She's good at the ground. She's got some added foot size and her bone work. I think this one, young lady, just gets a little tighter in her fore rib, maybe a little plainer from her hooks to her pins compared to the other two today. Now, will that change as these girls, you know, are longer on feed and as they mature? I sure think they can. I just don't think she's not as good there and up over her hooks to her pins as the two right in front of her, but she gives you a good look and she's sound. Those are three highly competitive females that I think do an outstanding job. Good luck to those young ladies as they go forward. Next pair of heifers for me, I swapped these up a little bit. The red heifer, I think, is just a little more genuine in her length of spine and her length of hip, her body density. I'd like to change the way she gets out and goes. I'd give her a little more flex in the middle part of that spine and transition it down into that hind leg, just get her to go a little better. And maybe she could push those heifers a little bit further at her right in front of her. The young man's heifer coming in next, a heifer that gets a little shorter neck, a little shorter hip. She flattens out a little bit more. Still gives you a good look, presented at such a high level, but still want to just add a little bit more of a three-dimensional look, give her a little more extension. Heifer that has some more extension comes next. Length of spine, length of hip. She gets a little flatter, and the muscle pattern doesn't have quite the elegance and grace as those ones right in front of her. A high-quality set, really good trio of females on the top side of that class.
First call, class 18 and 19 Shorthorn. First call, class 18 and 19 Shorthorn. Results of Class 11 of your Shorthorn female show. In first place, entry number 217, ST Perfect Dreams 4097, exhibited by Jacqueline Thomas of Pikeville, Tennessee. Second place, entry number 213, CSF Dream Lady 2442, exhibited by Barron Griffin of Batesville, Arkansas. Third place goes to entry number 215, BJSF Red Knight's Dream 4423, exhibited by Caroline Jordan of Washington Island, Wisconsin. Fourth place, entry number 218, exhibited by Carson Butcher of Mount Vernon, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 223, exhibited by Ty Harrison of Holly Pond, Alabama. Sixth place, entry number 221, exhibited by Twin Maple Farm. Seventh place, entry number 222, exhibited by Grace Nolan. Your Class 12 results. In first place, entry number 228, SFF Dream Lady 422, exhibited by Lane Whitehurst of Williston, Florida. Second place goes to entry number 233, GCC Traveling Ruby 45, exhibited by Alexa Turner of Mahomet, Illinois. In third place, entry number 232, CFPC Margie 467, exhibited by Kayla Fogg of Rushville, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 230, Alyssa Meyer. Fifth place, entry number 234, Dawson Gulso. In sixth place, entry number 224, Paige Phillips.
Well, here in the Angus ring, a class of November, 2-year-olds out here, and the heifer we're going to use to win the class, I think she's the female that's in production, and she's a really nice female nonetheless. You know, the big-footed, big-boned individual. We put her in motion. She gets out and goes really good. Just a stout, powerful cow prospect. She's doing a good job raising that baby calf she's got on her side as well. The heifer that's second is a really high-quality female, and ideally we'd like to see her just a little further along in terms of her gestation here today, or maybe even have a baby calf at her side. But good down her top, really sound-made female that the young man brought us here today.
First call, all champion and reserve, champion Angus females. First call, all champion and reserve, champion Angus females to the makeup arena. This is your second call, Class 18 and 19 Shorthorn. Second call, Class 18 and 19 Shorthorn. This is your first call, Class 20 Shorthorn. First call, Class 20 Shorthorn. Your Class 13 results of your Shorthorn show. In first place, entry number 237, MFS Lady Olympia 47M, exhibited by Bristol Bates of Chandlersville, Ohio. In second place, entry number 242, SN Margie's Masterpiece 473, exhibited by Caroline Hubner of Union City, Tennessee. Third place, entry number 247, LKFM Paisley Rose, exhibited by Molly Lake of Ithaca, Michigan. In fourth place, entry number 240, exhibited by Springview Cattle of Neilsville, Wisconsin. Fifth place, entry number 239, exhibited by Jackson Overbay of Whitesburg, Tennessee. Sixth place went to entry number 241, exhibited by Drake Penrod.
Got an October heifer here as a single entry, and really nice female. Heifer's very extended up through her front 1/3. Tremendous amount of power down her top. Got a nice baby calf on her. You know, I'd like to maybe tweak her udder on her hind 2/4 a little bit and square it up, make it a little more level. But we'll get her out here with the other heifer in this division here and pick you a champion. So congratulations to you.
Back on our Shorthorn side, excellent our last class of March heifer calves, and what a nice pair here on the top side of this. Two heifers that kind of go together extremely nice. Two heifers that are soft, sound, yet attractive. The heifer that's going to win is just a little better in her shoulder, chest, and her head and her neck. Neck comes a little truer and better at the top side of her blades. She's a little stronger and truer in her hip-loin juncture, got a little more spread, a little more length of hip. And just puts together so many nice things in a very sound yet functional and attractive package. Heifer in second, like I said, just like that one that wins the class, just a little shorter and plainer about her neck, maybe just not quite as genuine in her hip-loin juncture, not quite as spread apart in her pin structure, but still has the quality at the ground, the depth of body, and the quality and the balance in her lower 1/3. Heifer coming in third is one that's really flat-shouldered, a little more feminine in her overall features, a little more refined in the ground, so it does work to her disadvantage just ever so slightly when you compare her to the top two, but still has some added width and dimension as far as her top side. To me, really compared to those top two, she just gets a little flatter in the way that rib cage designed, the way it comes at you, but really square off of both ends. A lot of future in that one. Long body, long spine one comes next to go with all that extra length and extension. She does not quite have the body density to go along with it that we'd like to see. Maybe it'll come out and catch up with her at time. She's got some width when you get in behind her like that. Young man's heifer rounding out the class. It just comes at us in pieces today. Just doesn't have quite the balance. Still a high quality female presented at a nice level. Change her from her hooks to her pins. Give her a little more mass and just overall power to get her any higher. But that can sure be fixed with time. These are still just March females, so the young man don't give up. Good set of heifers. Really nice pair on the top side of that class.
Final call, all champion and reserve champion Angus females to the makeup arena. Final call, all champion and reserve champion Angus females to the makeup arena. Your Class 48 results of your Angus show. In first place goes to PVF SFA Blackburn 3303. Entry number 334 is exhibited by Ashton Dillow of Villa Ridge, Illinois. In second place, entry number 331, PVF Missy 3302, exhibited by Ella Evington of Avon, Illinois. Third place, entry number 337, Conley Honey Bear 3762, exhibited by Rob Oakley of Livingston, Tennessee. In fourth place, entry number 338, exhibited by Keegan Long of Bath, Michigan. Fifth place, entry number 339, exhibited by Ben D. Selmeyer of Illinois. Sixth place, entry number 335, exhibited by Bo Ware. Your Class 49 results. In first place, entry number 346, Seldom Breast Sandy 3007, exhibited by Seldom Breast Farms of Niles, Michigan, and Moore Cattle Company. In second place, entry number 345, BCII Henning Sandy 223, exhibited by Josie Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. Third place, entry number 342, MLA Proven Queen 2312, exhibited by Isaac Rhodes of Newberry, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 341, exhibited by Owen Fennig of Coldwater, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 348, exhibited by Jaden Patton of Economy, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 349, exhibited by Austin Petow. Your Class 50 results. In first place, entry number 353, KCC Cheyenne 9122, exhibited by Logan Davis of Bidwell, Ohio. In second place, entry number 354, Whitestone Miss Famous 3016, exhibited by Griffin Spencer of Bluffton, South Carolina. Once again, all champion and reserve champion females to the makeup arena. All champion and reserve champion Angus females to the makeup arena.
Well, here as we get ready to select your senior yearling champion, two nice females out here. The heifer that comes out of your first class, just powerful. Just study her from the ground up. She's big-footed. Love the angulation she has to her knee, to her hock. She gets around the ring really very, very nicely. She's maybe not quite as chiseled up through that front 1/3 as the heifer that comes out of the next class, but you know, she's just extremely powerful. I love her udder, the amount of udder quality she has. She's really square. Maybe like to shorten the teat length up ever so slightly, but very, very nice female that comes out of the first class. I really admire this heifer that comes out of the second class. She's got that presence, that look about her, just extremely cool from her shoulder forward. She's a female that's good down her top. She gets out and goes very, very nicely. She's nursing a nice heifer calf here. As I mentioned in her class, you know, maybe like to square that udder up, drop those two teats down just a little bit on the back. That's being very, very nitpicky on a really, really high quality female. So I'll go show you the order I like them in, but two nice females to represent your senior yearling division.
Well, folks, jumping into this second division here, March, April's in the Shorthorn show, and man, what an impressive lineup, an impressive set of cattle that has come through in all of these classes, and to me, it's just a reflection of the breed, and you know, and for I think I've been to this show like 25 years consecutively, so that starts to show my age. And I've always been such a fan of this open Shorthorn show. And like I said, it's been just an honor and a blessing to get to do this. So just to let you know, I am a little jacked up, and I am fired up about doing this. And so we get into this division here. We get into some heat. We get into some cattle that are some elite level animals and that have a chance to go on, and they're just beginning their show careers within this particular group of March and April females. And so it gets pretty unique out here. And so we had to give and take, you know, and there's always this balance with calves, you know, are they too ready? Are they over? Are they just a little too far along? Are they not far along enough? So I know that there's that balance, you know, of trying to, get these things to compete in these calf divisions, but not have them too 12 o'clock, but yet still have them in the right rig to get them to be competitive. So man, but if you just take a gander and jump back, man, this is an awfully impressive set of class winners and seconds, in my opinion. I know we got to keep moving, but a quick rundown. The heifer that wins that first class, I sure like this one, young lady. That heifer's got a big, bright future. She's maybe not as from nose to tail as extended as some of the other heifers out here, but for an early or late April, that thing's body density and her mass and her skeletal structure, for me, I sure like that one quite well. I think that one's got a big time upswing, and sure enough is a contender out here. Young man's heifer coming in next, fresh and crisp. You know, there's a heifer that just kind of reads, you know, I got so much body and I'm very flexible. I got the right kind of skeleton. I'm going to make a big heifer someday. And I think she's going to. And to me out here, if I'm going to nitpick her just a nickel bit, she does get a little more opened at the top side of her blades, kind of concaves up just a little bit back into there ever so slightly. But man, I sure like that thing. I love her flexibility and the way she goes. The dark red heifer come out of that next class so fresh and so crisp, very elegant in the way she moves. She beat a really, really good heifer in that class because of her mobility and her just overall youthfulness, and I see just a tremendous amount of future in that one. And she's probably got it. She's as fresh and green as any heifer in this particular lineup, and I think the future is big for that one because of her skeletal build and the way that she can go. Young lady's heifer coming in next. We jump it up just the next, to another degree in these next two heifers. The young lady's heifer, you talk about length, extension, width, density, foot size, bone, and one that just puts so many nice things together. And I'm not gonna lie. I mean, that one gets a little. You want to sit out here and just start picking that one apart. Have fun. I don't think you can really do it. She's so good in her lower 1/3. She's still elegant around the front end. You know, goes again what I said. You know, is she too far along? No. Is she ready to play today? Yeah. Same thing goes for the heifer right in behind her, you know, and this one's maybe just a little bit more massive in the way that she's built of a young man's heifer. Big body, bold hip, good at the ground, extra foot size, extra bone. You know, this heifer, you know, yes, she is probably for me just pushing for March calf. Just, you know, she doesn't need to be any further along. Is she too past that? No, she's not. She's here and she's ready to play today, and she came to town to try to compete. Those two heifers are big time, in my opinion. Heifer coming in next, super long body, flat shouldered, good made. Maybe it gets a little flatter in her muscle pattern compared to the two heifers right in front of her, but so elegant at the ground, like her in her lower 1/3. I love this heifer's extra length, and you really just study the extension up through her front end, that length of hip. She too, just like a couple of heifers up front. This one just reads big heifer to me. I think this one's got a big time future. I could change her just a little bit right in behind those shoulders right now today compared to a couple other heifers, but I like that one quite well. A lot of future. And the next one, long extended female that's got that extra body and mass, good at the ground. Is she as dense over her top side of her spine as a couple of heifers in front of her today? No. She too reads a lot of future to me, and I like that extra look, and I like that extra balance. As she is 12 o'clock today as a couple other heifers, maybe not, and that's okay. They don't have to be. You know, these all got to make big heifers someday. But to me, I still think this one's a hard contender out here because she's still fresh, she's still elegant, still brings a lot of power to the table. Nice pair of heifers come out of that last class, genuine heifers that are sound, functional, big body. Maybe don't come at us with quite as much extras today, but the heifer that won that particular class, I think it's so extended up through her front end, and she's extremely well balanced and big bodied. But to me, she probably out here just gets a little bit flatter and a little bit plainer than a couple more shapely heifers out here. Guys, awesome lineup of cattle. If you could, I'm going to rack it through my brain one more time. Let's reward them with a real nice round of applause, and I'll pick you a pair of champions.
Well, over on the Angus side, we have a special recognition. As the American Angus Association has an incredible heritage of outstanding leaders and members that have served on our board of directors. To serve on the board, they give a tremendous amount of their time, and we have a special recognition today to Mr. Lauren Wilson of Orleans, Indiana, from our chairman, Jonathan Perry. Lauren is just finishing up his 3-year term on the board of directors. And I know he holds Louisville and the Green Shavings in high regard as a special place, and we thought quite fitting to recognize him here. So if you would please put your hands together, Angus enthusiasts and members, and our appreciation, Lauren, for your service on the board of directors. Thank you, Lauren.
Second call, Class 20 Shorthorn. Second call, Class 20 Shorthorns. Results of class number 52 of your Open Angus Female Show. In first place went to entry number 360, SAF Lucy Pride 2103, exhibited by Brianna Smith of Russell Springs, Kentucky. Your champion senior yearling Angus female went to entry number 353, KCC Cheyenne 9122, exhibited by Logan Davis of Bidwell, Ohio. Your reserve champion, senior yearling female, into entry number 360, SAF Lucy Pride 2103, exhibited by Brianna Smith of Russell Springs, Kentucky. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is a selection of your grand and reserve grand champion, Open Angus female. Attention in the barns, all group classes, please report to the Angus Arena. Once again, all Angus group classes, please report to the makeup arena.
We jump into this first class here of February's, and way to go. What a trio of females here to go 1, 2, and 3. Pretty domineering one to go 1. This dark red heifer. You talk about flexibility, sharpness, and then just, man, some three-dimensional turns. This one sure puts a lot of nice things together. She's square off of both ends. Her foot size matches her bone. To have that kind of nice, rigid yet shapely turn to that top side of that spine and that muscle pattern, and then kind of really gets elegant up through her head and her neck. She's very proportional in her lower 1/3 and still gets out and goes extremely nice. You talk about one that's sharp and got some density to her, puts a lot of nice things together. The heifer most like her in type and kinds, this one here in second, her added foot size and her bone. She too is extremely dense. I don't think she's quite as shapely from a muscle pattern standpoint, maybe not as genuine as far as her rear flank and turn to that middle part of that rib cage is that one that wins, but she rivals her as far as foot size, a little more added foot size and bone and skeletal design as far as flexibility off of both ends. Two high quality females go 1 and 2. Third heifer's right there with them. Young lady, she's so bold and good through the middle part of her body, and I love her up through her front 1/3. But from her hooks to her pins, she plays out just a little bit more. She gets a little lower in that pin set, a little flatter from hooks to pins, a little flatter in her muscle design, maybe just not quite as domineering in the way she handles that hind leg and drives it to the ground as those top 2 females. But man, that's still an ultra high quality female. The young lady here coming in next, our exhibitor 267. This young lady's done an outstanding job getting this thing presented. This is a long body, long spine, good built one. Just gets a little plainer about her front 1/3, a little tighter about her forerib. Doesn't balance up quite as genuinely nicely from the side as our top 3 females, but that's still a heifer with a lot of product and a lot of quality. Sharp made one comes next. Just it's a little bit more rigid in the way she set her in motion. Her shoulders a little straighter. She's a little straighter, more restricted in that knee. Doesn't have quite the added flexibility that we want to push her just a little bit harder. But she's got some shape and some body shape presented at a nice level. A young lady coming in next, a long spine one, just gets a little flatter in her muscle design, a little plainer about her head and her neck. Want to change her, add some power right in behind her shoulder. She gets a little flatter and weaker there. Young lady rounding out the class, sharp, good built one. This one just needs more time and maturity to get her any further. But young lady had done a great job with this one. And don't give up. I mean, we're still talking about end of February females that heifer can catch a gear and get going as far as performance. I think she can catch up because she's got a nice general build to her.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to a conclusion of the ROV show here today, first of all, I want to thank my family, Christy, Austin, and Caden. All the things they do for me that allows me to come out here and do things like this. The crew at home, actually right now, my nephews are kind of holding down the fort, and they do an awesome job. I appreciate them as well. So besides them, I want to go through some thank yous. The North American. This is an awesome venue to get out here and come on the green shavings. It's just an amazing place. So to the board of directors and the staff of the North American, we all appreciate you. We appreciate what you do for us. Mark McCauley and his staff at the association, they keep things running awesome on a day-to-day basis. We appreciate everything they do for us. Caitlin, the junior board, they're at all these shows and keeping the cattle lined up. And, if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be able to have as many of these shows that we do. So we're grateful for you as well. And then some other guys I think get overlooked once in a while as our regional managers because those guys have been out here working right next to the junior board members. They're at all these shows. We see them throughout the years at sales, promoting the Angus business, and we appreciate all you guys do for us as well. With that being said, I'm gonna touch a little bit on the cattle. I'm not gonna go through and talk them. We've talked enough about cattle today, but as I went through today, I try to select cattle that are well balanced, that are fault free, cattle that are good at the ground, cattle that got the proper angulation from the ground up to get out and move good, not just in the show ring, but once they get back home and we make cows out of them. I think that's very, very important. So as we went through today, I hope you could follow me in what I did, because I think there's about 5 of them out here that I haven't made my mind up yet, but I think they're all what I think is elite Angus show cattle, and so I'm very, very pleased with what we wound up with. And you know, with that being said, I just want to touch on another thing about the cattle. You know, the Angus show ring is just one branch of the Angus business. You know, there's a lot more Angus cattle that'll never set foot on green shavings than these right here. You know, there's a vast number of them throughout the country. So as a performance breeder, something we've recently got into, we're adding genomics to phenotype, and we're trying to make that side of the cattle better. And I think as breeders of show cattle, I think if we take, you know, let's forget about the extremes. Let's throw away and not worry about making them the freakiest necked. Let's not worry about making them the biggest boned. Let's not worry about making them the hairiest. Let's just make them good. And I think if we do that on the show side, the performance guys do that and focus more on phenotype on their side, I'm not saying it'll ever meet in the middle, but I think we'll have a better product for the people, and our markets will be better. I just think I encourage you as breeders of these show cattle to take a look and attempt to do that. With that being said, you know, I've heard guys give speeches at these events like this, and they make it about themselves, and they talk about themselves, and, you know, there's something greater than me today. So I'm going to, if you'll give me just a second, I want to tell a little story, and it'll kind of culminate to the ending of what I want to say and what is truly important to me here today. I'll try to get through this. So a couple buddies of mine, and we got this group text, and we cover a vast variety of issues. We solve a lot of the world problems and get a lot of that stuff done. And a couple weeks ago, it was actually the morning after the presidential election, I get a text, and I don't do social media, so some of you might have seen this on social media, and I did not. I get a text from one of the guys, and it moved me, and it touched me a lot, and it was like, wow, it was very important to this group of people to do what they did, and I think more of us need to be like that. So this President Trump's staffers, his election committee, they come together in the middle of the morning when they realized they were going to win the election. And what they did is they sang a song, How Great Thou Art. They gave praise to God for winning the presidential election. Instead of going around patting each other on the back and saying how good a job they did, they gave the praise to God. And as we end the show today, I want to give the praise to God and glory to Him for allowing me to be out here, for me to have all these great friends, and for all you folks to be here today. It's just amazing. I can't thank you enough. I'll go find you a couple champions.
Your grand champion Angus female goes to entry number 237, Seldom Rest Pinup Gal 3095, exhibited by Cato Craft of Anadarko, Oklahoma. Congratulations, your reserve grand champion Angus female goes to entry number 303, EXAR Princess 3691, exhibited by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Congratulations once again to all of our Angus exhibitors. Once again, all Angus group classes need to be in the makeup arena. Once again, all group classes need to be in the makeup arena. We'd also like to recognize additional Roll of Victory Award winners here with your champion Get Up Sire goes to Silveris Forbes 8088, owned by Chris and Sharon Sankey of Kansas, Silvera Brothers of California, and Rocking Us Ranch Incorporated of California. Your reserve champion Get Up Sire goes to RVF SE Captain H103, owned by Sawyer Keith Eastridge of Indiana. Your champion and junior Get Up Sire went to MC Stunner 49, owned by Fry Family Angus of Pennsylvania. Your reserve junior Get Up Sire went to RVF SE Captain H103, owned and exhibited by Sawyer Keith Eastridge. For a complete list of 2023 through 2024 Roll of Victory results, visit the American Angus Association website. If you haven't been able to pick up your award, please make your way to the backdrop at this time. Once again, congratulations to all of our Roll of Victory awards.
Very well said, Barry, wherever you are. I thought that my hat's off to you, Barry. That was a very nice speech, and no doubt, there's some things in lives that come at you hard and fast and different things, and sometimes the good things you need to step back and really appreciate what Barry just said and do that. That was very touching, Barry. I spent a lot of times on that other side of the ring on these Monday mornings here at the North American. So what very well said. Jumping right back into a great set of cattle here on our Shorthorn side. A little bit of give and take within this class here. So kind of some comes at us in some different sizes and different molds, but the one we're going to land on is one I think just puts it all together. She's not the biggest, she's not the stoutest, but she's the best built one. Over her top and her skeleton design, her quality at the ground, her balance and her chest and her lower 1/3 and her shape. She just puts so many nice things together in this particular class. A very well balanced female that's got some power and some dimension. Just extremely high quality. From here on back, it gets a little bit of some give and take. I moved a young lady up here. I think this heifer follows our class winner a little more in type and kind. She's very angular. She's very long. She's very extended up through her front end. She's got some depth of body. This one from the side, I was kind of ruling her out. I thought she just didn't have enough when you got in behind her. But when you do and you get there and you really study, hey, there's some product in this female to go with all that extra length and extension and quality at the ground. And that's where she gets into that second spot. The stout, powerful one that ends up being third, if I could change her just in that hip-loin juncture, she wants to run back from tailhead to hip down and just level her up at her top. It might change the dynamics of where the 2-3 spot lands, but I love her power, I love her flexibility, I love her presentation. I do want to make her just a little bit more refined about her head and her neck and her shoulder. One that is a little more refined about her head and her neck and her shoulders, this white one here, and I wanted to give this one her due, and because when she was the lead-off heifer in this class, she was fighting this young lady. This is a high-quality one. Gives you a dynamic look from the side. She does flatten out a little bit for me as far as muscle pattern. She wants to get just a smidgen awkward in that hip to stifle the hind leg transition when you set her into motion. But, man, that thing's elegant, smooth-made, and really, really nice. A good, unique heifer comes in next, big-bodied, bold-made one. Gets a little plainer at the ground, a little deeper about her chest and her head and her neck. She, too, flattens out a little bit more in her muscle pattern. But, man, she is long and big-bodied and cowy, has tremendous reach off of both ends. A really good, heavy muscle female comes next, and I like that about her sharpness over top and her hip. And at times, I want to run this one just a little higher in this class. But when we set her into motion, that's what gets her down here. She just gets a little stiffer in that hip-loin juncture, doesn't transition to that hind leg to the ground quite as well. But on the standstill, she gives you a dynamic look. Another really good one comes next, this painted up heifer, really extended up through her front end. She too just comes out at us with a little less product as far as rib cage design and muscle pattern to get her any higher. Same thing goes for the next young lady's heifer, one that just gets a little flatter in her forerib, just a little bit tighter in that rib cage than I'd like to see, but still gives you an awesome look from the side. Still two high quality heifers that round out this class that still have big futures that are fresh and green, so don't give up on them, young people. A good set, really complete heifer to win that class. Good pair of heifers here to go 1 and 2 in this February class, and two highly presented females. The young man's heifer probably gives up just a little bit of power to this one and ends up being second. But what we gain is just a little shot more flexibility and actually just a little bit more true natural shape. A little more true natural shape in that rib cage, a little more true natural shape as far as muscle expression. She is so comfortable at the ground and is extended and so well balanced at this stage of the game. That's what I really, really like about that one. The red and white heifer here is a little more domineering in her bone work, her length of spine, her length of hip, and her extension. But yet with that, she gets just, and I know she's fighting this young lady out here just a little bit, but there's still at times she's probably not quite as truly genuine the way she drives those hind legs as our class winner. She flattens out just a little bit more. She's got a beautiful coat of hair, but I think that thing is still ultra high quality like those two heifers quite well. Just subtle differences there. The young man's heifer coming in next is a long spine, long hip female that's got some product in her. She's got some width when you get in behind her, like her foot size and her bone. Probably for me, she just doesn't balance up. She wants to run up into that forerib just a little bit more, get a little tighter there. Doesn't bounce up quite as well as those top two, but as far as product and width and density, she's right with those top two females. Big, soft, middled one comes next, and I sure like that about her. A little plainer about her hind leg set, gets a little bit weaker in that hock, gets a little plainer about her chest and her head and her neck. Probably with all that body that she has, I'd like to see just a shot more muscle shape, but man, that's an awfully good female as far as her depth and her flexibility off of both ends. Long spine, long hip one comes next, flat shouldered, good neck. She too gets a little tighter in the midsection of her body, like her foot and her bone. If we could add just a shot more shape to that rib cage and to give her just a little more of that maternal look through the middle part of her body, I think she could rise up a spot or two. Young man's white heifer rounding out the class is one that is a good built female, has some quality about her, some flexibility. She just gets a little plainer about her features, a little plainer about her head and her neck. Just a good complete female for this young man. Just doesn't have the extra bells and whistles that we're looking for out here today. Congratulations, really nice pair of females on the top side of that class.
Attention in the barns, this is your first call, Class 1A, 1B, and 1C Charlays. First call, Class 1A, 1B, and 1C Charlays. Attention Charlay Bull exhibitors, when we get to the Charlay Bull portion of today's show, please note that all bull classes will be called at the same time. Once again, Charlay Bull exhibitors, due to the size of entries for each class, all bull classes will be called at the same time. This is your second call, Class 1A, 1B, and 1C, Charlay females. Second call, Class 1A, 1B, and 1C, Charlay females to the makeup arena. This is your third and final call, Class 21 Shorthorn. Third and final call, Class 21 Shorthorn. This is your first call, Class 22 and 23 Shorthorn. First call, Class 22 and 23 Shorthorn. Results of class number 18 of your Shorthorn show. In first place, entry number 285, MFS Toodles 8M, exhibited by Lucas Wilson of Delton, Michigan. In second place, entry number 291, CFAB Dream Lady 2419, exhibited by Kesley Carson of Newark, Ohio. Third place goes to entry number 287, CSF Margie 2430, exhibited by Kayla Fogg of Rushville, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 281, exhibited by Alexa Lowe of Macy, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 284, exhibited by Lindsay Jesser of Moreland, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 282, Brian and Sally Caverly. In seventh place, entry number 289, Bryce Heverly. Eighth place, entry number 288, exhibited by Campbell Shepard. Your Class 19 results. In first place, entry number 296, GCC Knighted Margie 241, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Bellbrook, Ohio. Second place, entry number 303, Steck Chelsea RM 482, exhibited by Keegan Steck of Woodstock, Minnesota. Third place, entry number 297, 7G Max Rosa Roar M13, exhibited by Carson Butcher of Mount Vernon, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 292, exhibited by Lane McCall of Evanescence, Kentucky. In fifth place, entry number 302, exhibited by Corbin Huber of Ohio. Sixth place, entry number 300, exhibited by Waylon Eckelman. This is your second call, Class 22 and 23 Shorthorn. Second call, Class 22 and 23 Shorthorn. Third and final call, Class 1A, 1B, and 1C Charlays. Third and final call, Class 1A, 1B, and 1C Charlay.
Once again, really nice trio heifers here on the top side of this class here. Good combination one here of muscle shape, flexibility, and quality of look from the side. The young lady brings us like that at foot size and bone, her flexibility off of both ends. She's a little more shapely over her top and her hip than the next two heifers, and that's where she has that advantage. She still has plenty enough in her lower 1/3 that it balances up good enough in her chest floor back into that rear flank. Just a high quality female, puts a lot of nice things together. A little closer decision for me is 2 and 3. The white heifer, I think, I just prefer her skeletal design. She's better at the way that spine ties into the top side of those blades, her hip-loin juncture, and I think she's actually a little bit more dense up over her top and has a little more width. This heifer puts a lot of nice things together when this young man gets her put together, but I do think she's a little flatter in her muscle pattern compared to my class winner, and that's the subtle differences there. The long-bodied, extended female here that comes in third, and a lot of future in this one here. I think her best days are still yet to come. So extended, so fresh about her chest and her head and her neck. At times on the standstill, she gets a little more awkward in her spine compared to those two right in front of her. But man, that's still an awfully elegant female that's got the quality at the ground and the flexibility off of both ends. I like those three heifers quite well. Young lady does a great job getting this one shown, and I know this one doesn't have quite the power today, but I love her skeleton design. Her flexibility is what gets her over the more powerful heifer right in behind her. Young lady, I just don't think she's got the body density to get around those three in front of her today, but she's got a good skeletal design. She's extremely attractive. I think that one's, once again, her best days are yet in front of her. The heifer that's got the mass and the power and the foot size and the bone comes next. Gets a little more rigid in her tail head and her hip structure. Gets a little more rigid when you set her into motion. Young lady rounding out the class, still a high quality female young lady. This heifer's got some look. She's got some quality at the ground. She just comes at us a little more compact, maybe just a little bit more terminal in her overall appearance compared to those ones right in front of her, but still a high quality female. Good group, really nice trio of females on the top side of that class.
First call in Class 26, Shorthorns. First call in Class 26. Your Class 20 results: in first place, entry number 309, CFLV Margie 430, exhibited by Reagan James of Plymouth, Indiana. In second place, entry number 306, Armstrong Sarah Rose, PW 2405, exhibited by John Allen IV. In third place, entry number 210, LGF Sol MFS Rubies EV 4407, exhibited by Evelyn Hill of Yorktown, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 310, exhibited by Miley Cover of Bowling Green, Missouri. Fifth place, entry number 308, exhibited by Haley Jester of Moreland, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 307, exhibited by Natalie Campbell of Diamond, Ohio. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn ring is class number 21 of your junior heifer calves. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome you to the 2024 National ROE Charlay Show, starting with our Class 1A of our spring heifer calves. We'd also like to introduce our judge today, Mr. Matt Crutcher from Fairgrove, Missouri. Matt and his son Lucas will be judging today's show, and they run a small purebred operation in southwest Missouri with a primary focus on Charlay cattle. Matt currently teaches agriculture in Fairgrove, and his kids are highly active in the Junior Charlay Association. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome the father-son duo today, Mr. Matt and Lucas Crutcher of Fairgrove, Missouri.
What a really good class from top to bottom. And I mean that wholeheartedly. There's good ones all in this particular class. These top four kind of pulled together a little bit for me in this particular class, especially probably these top two. The one that, once again, goes back to what we started the day out with, just balance and symmetry and freshness. I know this one's not overpowering for a January heifer here today, but she balances up so good. When she relaxes, she's got the flexibility, she's got the extension. I love her over her top and her hip and her design. She's not overwhelming as far as just mass, probably like the heifer that's in second, but everything is proportional, everything fits. That's why she's got to win. A heifer that's in second maybe is a little bit of the denser heifer. She's a little really bold over her top and up out of her hip. I don't think she's as genuine in her shoulder neck juncture as our class winner. She gets just a little coarser about her tail head, maybe not just quite as refined in her features up through her front 1/3, but I love her flexibility, her foot size, and her bone. She matches up with that one that wins quite well. Really unique, highly presented one with some unique features coming third. This young lady, this heifer here's got a big upside. She's got a beautiful coat of hair, presented really, really well. But for me, I don't think she's as genuine as far as her mass as compared to those two heifers right in front of her. I think she runs out of power up through her twist just ever so slightly, but she is flexible. She's unique up through her front end, still has some skeletal spread. I think that's a high quality one that's got some unique parts and pieces, has some big upsides as her future goes on. Really long body, long spine one comes in next. Young lady gets this one planted, gives you a killer look from the side. She gets a little more restricted in her way that she goes around the ring compared to those top three. So that's why she's got us fall in this fourth spot. Young lady coming in next, getting everything she can out of this next female. She's got some body, she's got some hip shape. She just doesn't have enough of it to get around those top four females. Gets a little more compact, a little shorter hip, just a little shorter up through her front end. But I think that heifer's got some quality at the ground and very quality at the way that she's built. Your red and white one coming in next gets a little tubular in her design, a little harder for me. I just want to see a little more expansion in that forerib to go with that uniqueness up through her front end. Very flexible, very pliable one comes out, just gets a little plainer about her chest and her head and her neck and her features. Doesn't have quite the balance and the extension and look as some of those heifers right in front of her. Good group, really nice pair trio of females on the top side of that class.
What a great way to start off our Charlay show over here on this side of the ring. We sure brought a lot of quality in, and I think that's kind of what defines the heifer that leads off the class here. Just an ultra high quality heifer. Really like the way that she hooks into the top of her shoulder. I love the balance when you look at her from the side. I like the way her knee sets back into her, and I like the angulation of her passers. Still, when you step behind the female, she's probably the biggest right down the middle of her back and really the widest out of her hip. Now, the heifer that comes in second, there's the big soggy middled one. She's going to be sure an easy keeper as we get going. A heifer that maybe gets just a little shorter up through that front 1/3 when compared to the class winner. Young man's heifer that comes out here in third place. Here's a growthy type of a female. She's probably the longest when you measure her from her shoulder back to her hip. She's got a lot of gas about her. A heifer that probably just gives up a little bit in terms of balance when we can compare her to those first two.
Attention in the barns, please don't forget that to all of our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion winners from today in the following divisions of cow-calf pair, as well as the heifer and bull shows, don't forget that the top Grand and Reserve will be invited to stay as this year, new in 2024. The North American will be picking a top 5 overall Open Supreme bull, heifer, and cow-calf pair. So once again, if you were one of our Grand and Reserve champions today, here at any of the open shows or the rest of the week, you are invited to stay for the Supreme Selection on Thursday. Third and final call, Class 26, Shorthorn. Third and final call, Class 26, Shorthorn. This is your first call, Class 27 and 28, Shorthorn. First call, Class 27 and 28, Shorthorn.
Really good class here from top to bottom. High quality females, no doubt. Combination female of freshness and soundness and just general skeletal build. How the young man's heifer's going to win. Her added length of the spine or length of hip or extension, she still bounces up so nicely. She has an advantage in the next two heifers from her hook bone back and that awfully powerful yet comfortable hind leg that she possesses. She's got enough width when you get in behind her. She's maybe not carrying quite the condition the next two heifers, and that's okay. She's not quite as bold right through the center part of her body as the next two heifers, but she's still got some turn to that rib cage. It still balances up good in that lower 1/3. Good, complete female with a lot of attractiveness, yet soundness, and still enough three-dimensional look about her to win this class. A little closer between 2 and 3. The longer I study, the more I like this one. I end up in second, especially as far as her freshness through her chest and her shoulder. She's a little bit more expansive in her pin structure than the heifer that ends up being third. She's really good in her rib cage design. She's good at the ground. Just a high quality female. Not quite as unique through her chest and her head and her neck as that one that wins this class. Bold one here comes third, big bodied. Heifer just, pushing just a little bit more condition in these top trio. Probably for me, I just want to change her from her hooks to her pins. She narrows up a little bit more in her pin structure. She's got the added shape down low. I just want to change and pull that hip apart a little bit more. She gets a little bit more compact, a little bit shorter neck, but still that's a high quality female with a lot of body density. Long extended female comes next, one that's got some length of hip. Young lady, this heifer just gets a little flatter in her muscle pattern. She's deep, she's extended, she's smooth. I just want to see that little more turn to the muscle shape. She just gets a little more devoid of muscle for me to run her just a spot or two higher, but that's still a high quality female. Young man's coming in next, long-bodied, extended female, gets a little tighter in her forerib, doesn't have quite the extra shape and dimension in her lower 1/3. Balance and symmetry is what gets the young man's heifer coming in next. Female that's got some product, but yet just doesn't have the extra length and extension and quality of balance.
All right, back over here on the Charlay side, and her second class comes to us today. The heifer that wins the class, I think does so rather handily. She's a very nice presented heifer. She's a heifer that's by far has the most muscularity about her, and that's something I think it's very important in our Charlay cattle, is we got to keep that muscle packed in them, and that's her huge advantage. But at the same time, she's the big rib, big centered heifer. She's a heifer that sets down on her pasterns and feet really nicely. Awfully nice heifer to start with. Heifer that's in second Boy, I really like the design of this female. This is one that you see a whole lot of future in her. Come next summer, this may be the contender out here. She's a heifer that's awesome up through that front 1/3. She tracks around neat in her spine. She hits her steps. She just gives up a little bit in performance to our class winner, but that's one to sure keep an eye on as she progresses through her show career. Young ladies, female in 3rd. Here's the high-performing female of the class. She's a stout maid type of a female. She's got a nice round muscle shape when you view her from behind. Heifer would like to balance up a little bit when we start talking about that shoulder and front end. Heifer would like to maybe deepen down her flank, but an awfully nice type of a female. Female we're going to round out the class with. Here's a heifer that when you look at practicality of size, she's a very practically sized female. She's a heifer that still shows some shape to her rib coming right out of her top side. A heifer that you like the angle to her pasterns when she gets out on the move. Just a heifer that gives up in terms of balance, gets a touch round out of her hip as we compare her to our 3 that's in front of her.
Second call, Class 4A, Charlay. Second call, Class 4A. Third and final call, Class 27, Shorthorn. Third and final call, Class 27, and second call, Class 28, Shorthorn. Third and final call, Class 27, and second call, Class 28, Shorthorn. Results of class number 21 of your open Shorthorn female show. In first place goes to entry number 332, Max Rosa Margarita 418, exhibited by McKinley Evans of Petersburg, Texas. Second place goes to entry number 316, SFF Mona Lisa 417, exhibited by Grace Rinker of Strasburg, Illinois. In third place, entry number 320, DJS Wild Cherry C409, exhibited by Blaine Dunklow of Wayne, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry number 315, exhibited by Alanis Knepp of Plymouth, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 319, exhibited by Liza Chamberlain of Hastings, Minnesota. In sixth place, entry number 333, exhibited by Amelia Clemens. Seventh place, entry number 334, exhibited by Jacqueline Thomas. Your Class 22 results. In first place, entry number 338, CF Mona Lisa 410, exhibited by Sawyer McGrew of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Second place, entry number 341, Shady Brook PL Springtime 26M, exhibited by Shady Brook Farm Ltd. of West Brome, Quebec, Canada. In third place, entry number 344, NF Judy's Rose Gal, exhibited by Kendall Nelson of Seneca, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 348, exhibited by Bristol Souls of Sperry, Oklahoma. Fifth place, entry number 337, exhibited by Brandon Barr of Xenia, Ohio. In sixth place, entry number 350, exhibited by Beckham Place of Wapakoneta, Ohio.
On our last January heifer calf class, good set from top to bottom. Once again, high quality cattle Little different creature here to win this first class, or this class here. This dark cherry red one comes at you with some unique features, extra foot size and bone, really dense, that good three-dimensional look. She's got turn everywhere. Turn over her top side of her loin, turn in that middle part of that rib cage, turn in that middle part of that stifle and hip. One that's still got the quality at the ground, still fresh and good enough up through her chest or neck. She does run downhill just ever so slightly, but man, that thing's got some unique features and power to go with the flexible skeleton. Really sharp, maybe a little more of a fresher, crisper type of a female comes in second. I think there's a lot of future in this one young lady. She's flat-shouldered and good neck, long spine, good hip, built really, really good. I just don't think there's quite as much product in this one here today as our class winner, but still I think the quality is there. Maybe sits back on those pasterns for me just a little bit much, but I don't think it's near a problem, but still a high quality one. On the standstill, I like this one quite well, and she rivals them top two, and she probably could push them just a little bit more. I set her into motion. She comes up just a little shorter off of that back end, gets a little more tight up in that hip, doesn't have quite that drive and go off of that hind leg as those top two. The heifer coming in fourth is one that's got some depth of body. Her depth of body and flexibility gets her over the sharp heifer that's right in behind her. She's a little plainer about her chest and her head and her neck. She too could use a shot more muscle when you get right in behind her. Really sharp made, good presented one comes in next. She just gets a little tubular in her design. She gets a little restricted when you set her into motion as well compared to that heifer right in front of her. Young man rounding out the class, heifer that's got some shape and turn, and I sure like that about her. She just gets a little bit more unbalanced for me, a little lower about her chest set, a little more awkward when you set her into motion, a little tighter in that lower part of that rib cage. Good set of heifers from top to bottom, really nice pair on the top side of that class.
Third and final call, Class 4A, Charlay's third and final call, Class 4A. Results of class number 23 of your open shorthorn female show. In first place, entry number 365, Stack WSCC Chelsea, DM 401, exhibited by Carter Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana. In second place, entry number 362, TRN Maddie Mirage 401, exhibited by Callie Turner of Mahomet, Illinois. In third place, entry number 364, Crystal Rose 401M, exhibited by Bunnell Cattle Company, LLC of Columbus, Indiana. In fourth place, entry number 355, exhibited by Aubrey Short of Moncton, Maryland. Fifth place, entry number 358, exhibited by Benjamin P. Allen of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania. Sixth place, entry number 359, exhibited by Shady Brook Farm, Ltd. of West Brome, Quebec, Canada. Results of your National ROE Charlay female show. Your Class 1A results. In first place, entry number 2, Boy H.L. Mary M452, exhibited by Brooke A. Polson of Darwin, Minnesota. In second place, entry number 3, Triple SC Millie 8M, exhibited by Sydney Allard of Sydney, Nebraska. In third place, entry number 1, BHSC Rhinestone Cowgirl 22M, exhibited by Riley Brown of Bunker Hill, West Virginia. Your Class 1B results of your Charlay Spring Heifer calves. In first place, entry number 12, Block Sherrill Miss Pop Style 104, exhibited by John Davis III of Ivy, South Carolina. In second place, entry number 8, Boy AALB Montella 468M, exhibited by Boyer Show Cattle of Sayville, Ohio. In third place, entry number 11, B. Lila 414A, exhibited by Macy Hoag of Illinois City, Illinois. In fourth place, entry number 4, exhibited by Molly Burns of Dover Plains, New York.
Well, folks, wow, we jump into this January, February division. I know we're just in calves. We haven't even got into the falls or these aged ones. And just like that March, April division, man, it's pretty impressive. You know, it goes back again. You know, here's the time. You know, the big old saying. You know, who's ready now? Who's ready? Who's going to be the one that's going to make the big awesome bread a year from now? And so that's, you know, that always plays in your mind when you're judging these calves, especially here to North American. That heifer that wins that first class, real quickly, we'll run back through them. Man, that thing's is as dense and as square as you can make one at this stage of the game, but yet fresh. She's quality at the ground, square off of both ends. She's plenty chiseled enough. I think that thing's just got some unique parts and pieces, the way that she's assembled, but yet has some real muscle, some real red meat in that one there to go with that extra look when that thing really relaxes. The white red-legged one that comes next, you know, that thing was just really, really complete in that class. She comes back out here in this drive, and she's probably just a shot more impressive to me than she was just in class. Her quality at the ground, her balance and her symmetry and her smoothness. Is she as long and then pulled apart from nose to tail as a couple other heifers? Probably not. And that's probably her one disadvantage out here in this lineup. But her quality and her shape and her dimension still makes her a contender out here. A really fresh, crisp, good-made one that's got a lot of longevity comes out of that third class. I sure like this one. Is she as massively put together as some of the other ones out here? Probably not, but that one just reads a lot of future to me. I like her quality at the ground, her flexibility, and her freshness. Same thing goes for the young lady's heifer right in behind her, one that kind of blows back. You know, I talked in that class there. She's got a lot of shape over her top and her hip, and I like her added foot size and her bone and her extension up through her front end. She, too, balances up extremely nice and a contender out here. Really, once again, another fresh one that's got some length. She probably, for me, you know, she's not as powerful when you get right in behind her, but man, this thing is so deadly from the side, and when this thing relaxes, she flows and goes about the ring. I love her balance in her lower 1/3, and I'm not saying she's completely devoid. You know, there's at times I get right in behind her, and I'm like, man, if you were just a little bit wolfier here, I could just really, really tie into that one, but I like that one, and she's sure a contender out here. Young man's heifer, good, well-balanced one, maybe not quite as dense through the middle part of her body, super extended, super well-balanced, super fresh. That shows a lot of big upsides. Unique heifer comes out of the last class, a really dense three-dimensional heifer that's got a little extra foot size and bone and mass about her. You know, we talked about she runs downhill just ever so slightly for me, but man, she's got to be one that kind of you got to pay attention to out here, no doubt, just because of her mass and that flexibility that she possesses. Guys, I'm going to give them another good look. Reward these exhibitors with a big round of applause because they deserve bringing this quality of set of cattle to the North American.
First call, Class 4B, Charlay's first call. Class 4B, Charlay.
I think we got a really tight top pair up here, and depending on what people are want to do, they might flip-flop these based on some different things. The heifer we're going to go ahead and lead the class off with, I think she does so on her freshness. I like the way that she's made up through that front 1/3. When you start studying both these females track around the ring, I think the one that leads off the class is probably naturally wider at the ground, and I like the way the shape comes out of the top side of her rib. Now, I'll go ahead and give you this heifer that is going to be in the second hole right here. She's kind of a stout-legged type of a deal, kind of the burly-built type of a female that as we progress along, she's probably going to be the female with a lot of muscle working down her top. She just gets a little more jammed up in that front end, a little chubbier in her condition. A female, though, I sure like a lot of things, got a lot of cool pieces about her. I thought the heifer in first just maybe tied them together a little nicer for me today. Young lady's female that comes out here in the third hole. Here's a female, the longer she was out here, the more and more that we liked her. She's a female that I really like the overall design of the heifer. She's a heifer that you like the swoop that she has on that underline. She's a heifer that hits the ground right. She's a female that still lays in nice in her shoulders. She's thin when you look at the top side of her neck. And when you step right behind the female, she's real practical in her rib shape and practical in her muscularity. An awful nice female for on down the road. Young man's female that comes in third. This is one, boy, when she walked in the ring, you know, kind of sparked my interest a little bit. She's the big-footed type of a heifer. She's the stout-made type of a heifer. She's a heifer that you like the extension that she has up through her front end. She's a heifer that's real practical in her size at this age. Maybe a heifer that I might like to see is compared to the heifers in front of her, she just gives up a little bit in terms of rib when you look at those ones that are on up in front of her. Young lady's female coming out next. Here's a female that we really like the body shape that she has. She's a female that has some spring to her rib. She's a female that lays in nice up in that front 1/3. She's a female that just gets a little bit narrow at the ground, a female that when you start studying her feet, she kind of wants to dance around a little bit out here. Maybe like to see her sit down just with a little more confidence as she tracks around. Young lady brings out kind of the rascally acting female out here. As we gather her up, here's the long spine type of a female that's out here. Boy, when you start studying the extension that she has up through her neck, you study the extension she has from the point of her shoulder back to her grow bone right there. Boy, you really like that about her. She's still adequate when you study her at the center part of her body. A heifer, though, that you might like to see a little bit more flank. And when you step right behind the female, you might like to see a little more shape coming right out of the top side of her rib, but an awfully nice female. Young lady's female coming next. Here's a female that when she sits down, we like the way that her knee sets in. She really tucks that back nice. We like the angles and everything that she has on her. A heifer that just kind of gets outperformed when we start looking at the other ones, as is the young man's heifer next. Young man's heifer here is a muscular made type of a female. Another female we see with that extension, just a female. I'd like to relax her in her spine as she tracks around the ring, make her just a touch more comfortable. Young man's female that we're going to round out here with, here's a big, broody made type of a female. She's going to be easy in her flesh. She's going to be muscular. She wants to get a little bit round in her pin shape, like to see that foot size, maybe just a touch bigger, but an awfully nice female to round out the class with.
Third and final call, Class 27 Shorthorn. Your third and final call, Class 27 Shorthorn. This is your second call, Class 28. Second call, Class 28. It's your first call, Class 29 Shorthorn. First call, Class 29. Congratulations, your junior heifer calf champion here in your Shorthorn female show. Goes to entry number 266, CF Mona Lisa Pays 4045, exhibited by Skylar Ward of New Paris, Ohio. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 332, SN Max Rosa Margarita 418, exhibited by McKinley Evans of Petersburg, Texas. Now entering the ring is class number 26 of your winner heifer calves. This is your third and final call in Class 28 Shorthorn. Third and final call, Class 28 Shorthorn. Second call, Class 29. Second call, Class 29 Shorthorn. This is your second call, Class 4B, Charlay, second call, Class 4B. Your Class 1Z results here in your Open Charlay Female Show. In first place, entry number 14, Block Glow 103M, exhibited by John Davis of Ivy, South Carolina. In second place, entry number 28, Senate Mila 18M, exhibited by Mackenzie Neal of New Lebanon, Ohio. Third place, entry number 17, BRCAG Hot Gossip 4506, exhibited by Macy Hagg of Illinois City, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 20, Boy AALB Montella 410M, exhibited by Boyer Show Cattle of Seville, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 18, exhibited by Sydney Allard of Sydney, Nebraska. In sixth place, entry number 25, exhibited by Brindley Antic. In seventh place, entry number 21, exhibited by Devin Snow. In eighth place, entry number 24, Colton Sugg. Ninth place, entry number 16, exhibited by Levi Schultz.
First class here, falls Novembers, late Novembers, just, some heifers that are approaching a year of age and three high quality ones. The one that's a little fresher and crisper for me is the one that's going to win. The young lady brings us, this thing is so ultra feminine up through her front end. I like her flexibility. At first when she come in, I was like, man, is she dense enough for me? Once you get on her in relation to her age and her maturity pattern, everything fits. She's got enough depth that matches her chest floor, but she's so elegant the way she's made everywhere else, and she's not anywhere. I mean, I really like the body condition she comes at us today. So I think that one's awfully good. She's just a little better put together in that shoulder forerib juncture than the young lady heifer that comes in second. The one in second, she too, we could blow her apart just a smidgen more right in that forerib. She's probably just a little wider and more genuine in her muscle and her density, right from her hooks to her pins down in that stifle. But she wants to come apart a little bit more in her shoulders. She's probably not as smooth and quite as elegant as that class winner. Two highly quality heifers that go 1 and 2 that match up extremely well. The bold heifer comes in third. I love her depth of body and her spring, and she's got that advantage here. She wants to get just a little bit plainer at you about her front 1/3. She too wants to come apart in her shoulders. Want to change her up about of her hip structure and the way she handles those hind legs when you set her into motion. Maybe not quite as square and true off of both ends as those two that go 1 and 2. Good set, nice trio of females.
We come out here in our first division, boy, I think real excited to see what keeps on coming through the ring today, because we sure had a lot of quality come through in those first 3 classes. I'm just going to touch briefly. I'm not going to repeat what I just said to you in class a whole lot. When we look at that heifer out front there's kind of the fresh female of the group when we get her out here. She's real practical in that condition at this age. When you start studying her, she's got a lot of the neat pieces, the way she extends, the shape of her body, the way she holds her spine when she tracks around. Awfully nice future on that female. The heifer that come out of that second class, she's a little stouter made than is the 2 on either side of her. She's a heifer that has a lot of muscularity when you get right behind her, has a lot of muscle shape when you view her back in that hip, and still maintains a big sound foot as she tracks around. Heifer that just came out of her last class, I think she combines a lot of things. When you start talking about stoutness and you start talking about the way that she tracks with a lot of natural width at the ground, and combines that in a pretty package. We'll go out here and select your champions real quick. Give these exhibitors a round of applause for this first division.
Another really good class here, November females. Young man's red heifer puts a lot of nice things together. That flexible design, the quality at the ground, freshness of condition at this stage of the game, her body depth. Once again, you get in behind her, she's got enough as far as width and muscle expression down low to go with all that extras. Just a high quality one to win. The white heifer that comes in next is more like our class winner in type and kind as far as depth of body and in spring and natural softness, and she too has the quality at the ground. She's just not as bold over her top and up out of her hip, not quite as extended as the heifer that's right in front of her, but still a high quality female. Yeah, heifer rounding out the class is one that's got some good linear design. She just comes at us with not quite as much mass and lower 1/3 as those heifers right in front of her. But a good set, good complete heifer to win that class.
This is your third call, Class 29 Shorthorn. Third call, Class 29 Shorthorn. This is your first call, Class 32 and 33. First call, Class 32 and 33 Shorthorn. Your Class 26 Shorthorn results: in first place, entry number 372, CF Max Rosa 3138, exhibited by Samantha Van Voorhees of Bowling Green, Ohio. In second place, entry number 376, CF Max Rosa 3135, exhibited by Josie Beiser of Camden, Ohio. Third place, entry number 379, Picture Perfect 319, exhibited by Adeline Vaughn of Maxwell, Iowa. Your Class 27 results: in first place, entry number 377, CF Mona Lisa 3134, exhibited by Maddox Reedy of Lovington, Illinois. In second place, entry number 383, IF Darlene 130, exhibited by Mallory Inskeep of Lafayette, Indiana. Third place, entry number 381, CC Suki St. James, exhibited by Lily Terrell of Paris, Kentucky. Second call, Class 32 and 33 Shorthorn. Second call, Class 32 and 33 Shorthorn. This is your third and final call, Class 4B. Third and final call, Class 4B as in Buckeye, Charlay females to the makeup arena.
No doubt, a high quality class here from top to bottom, and I mean that from our class winner all the way down to our last place. I mean, there's good females here. Just a little bit variance in type and kind within this particular class. Probably for me, the combination one of soundness, natural softness, and just putting everything together as far as density and shape to that middle part of that rib cage and freshness is a young lady's heifer that's going to win. And that's where she really excels. She's so good at the ground. That base of that foot and that bone, she's so soft there, so soft in the way that she's built. You know, is she as razor sharp as a couple other heifers out here? Maybe not, but man, I just love the way this one's put together and then comes at you in that very flexible skeleton design, but yet still has that dimension through the middle part of her body, has still some shape over her top, still maintains some shape in her hip. and I think she's the one you got to tie into. The sharper angled one comes in second, and like this one here, I love the sharpness up through her front end or over her top. She's very fresh, she's very crisp. And I like that about her. She gets just a little bit more restricted in that shoulder to knee than our class winner. Maybe not as genuinely comfortable the way she handles that hind leg as our class winner. Not to say this one doesn't get out and motor really good. She just doesn't do it to the degree that our class winner does. She's wide up high. There's still a lot of future in that one. Heifer coming next, she too is one that just motors at the ground. A little lower centered of gravity type of a female. She gets a little shorter in her cannon, maybe a little shorter coupled the way that she's put together. But man, this thing's got the quality. So square and good over her top and her hip and her body. I would like to just freshen her up. She gets a little coarser about her head in relation to her body to me than the other heifers on either side of her. So that's what I'd like to change about her just from a maturity standpoint. But man, the quality's there. As far as mass, I just wish she was a little more extended to get her around into that top 1 or 2 spot. Heifer coming in next is I sure like this one, young lady. I think this one's square, and when you get her pulled together, she gives you an awfully good look from the side. Flat shoulder, good chest, and good neck. She just flattens out a little bit more for me, gets just a shot more one-dimensional compared to those heifers right up at the top side of this class. But I think that one's she's still in the right rig for this stage of the game for a fall. That one's still got some big upside to her. Good set all the way through in those top 4. This one here still, too, is really, really good. Young lady, you've got one that's presented at a high level. Probably for me, her body mass doesn't match her extension up through her front end and her length of body and her length of hip. And once she starts to mature and get some body mass to go with that, today she just looks a little bit harder right through the center part of her body. That's a high quality one. Another high quality one rounds out. Good over top and her hip. She doesn't have quite the extension and look, and it's overall just balance to get around those ones right in front of her today. That's still an awfully good female. Compliments of those exhibitors on bringing us such a good class from top to bottom. A really good one, good complete one to win that class.
Back over here on the Charlay side, sure, a good practical set of cattle that came to us. The heifer that we landed on to start off the class, I think, is the combination heifer, and she wins based on structural soundness and design. She's the female. When you view her from the side, we like the way that she is up through that front 1/3. We really like the way that she lays into her shoulder. When she moves around the ring, she's ultra flexible at the ground. She's a female that when you view her from the side, you love her back through that flank. Not the most powerful female in here, but sure a flexible, very nice balanced, very well designed type of a heifer. Heifer that comes in second, she's probably the stouter mate type of a female that steps down with a lot more substance of bone. Female, we really love the way that she is up through that front 1/3, the way she ties into her chest. Heifer, I'd like to relax her down in her spine as she tracks around the ring, and that can happen as one kind of gets calmed down and shown a little bit more comfortable there, but an awfully nice heifer to land in the second hole. Young man's heifer that comes out here in third, probably the more practically sized type of a female. Here's a female. When you step right in behind this female, boy, you love the muscularity that she shows. She's ultra big through her hip. She's really wide down that top side. When she tracks around the ring, she does so elegantly. She's a heifer that we might like to change the way she hooks in the top side of that shoulder, tuck her into that chest, clean her that throat. Awful good third place female. Young man's heifer that comes out here in the next spot. Here's a heifer that, boy, when you talk about a way one hooks up into its top side where they're way high in it, this one is it. She likes to present herself as she tracks around the ring. Really nice up there. A heifer we'd like to just see have a little more substance about her to place any higher. Young lady's heifer that comes out here next. Here's a long spine type of a female that moves around the ring, plenty comfortable. Heifer we'd like Mike to change the shape of that shoulder, the angularity up through there to place on up. The next yellow heifer that comes out here, here's a heifer that's very sound. She's very comfortable and very flexible as she moves around the ring. Heifer that might like to see have a little more center body to move on up. Young man's heifer that we're going to round off the class with. She has an advantage over that heifer in front of her when we talk about natural shape to her rib. She's a heifer that she lays in neat enough in her shoulder. Just a heifer that we'd like to see straightened up and pulled up in those pins, stoutened up on those legs to move on up in the class.
Congratulations, your spring calf champion female in your Charlay show goes to entry number 14, Block Glow 103M, exhibited by John Davis III of Iva, South Carolina. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 2, Boy HL Mary M452, exhibited by Brooke Polson of Darwin, Minnesota. This is your second call, Class 7 and 8 Charlay. Second call, Class 7 and 8 Charlays. This is your first call, Class 12 Charlays. First call, Class 12. Third and final call, Class 32 and 33 Shorthorn. Third and final call, Class 32 and 33 Shorthorn. This is your first call, Class 34. First call, Class 34 Shorthorn. Third and final call, Class 7 and 8 Charlays. Third and final call, Class 7 and 8 Charlays. This is your second call, Class number 12 Charlays. Second call, Class 12.
Well, folks, here you go. Another good class of falls. I sure like these two that go 1 and 2. The one that wins, you talk about being fresh and sound and built good. And, you know, once again, I talked about that skeleton design, you know, from when we started that first class of bulls. And, boy, this one here, it's hard to pick a hole in that skeleton. She's good over her top. Everything hooks up extremely nice, flexible joints. And then you combine that balance that she puts on there, chest floor, lower 1/3. She's got some width when you get in behind her. She's not quite as dense as the heifer right behind her, but she's got plenty. And to come at us in a fresh, modern, good package right here, that thing puts a lot of nice things together. Well, this one here in second, she's right there with her. She's carrying just a shot more condition than that one that's right in front of her. But, man, you talk about one that can flat motor, and I know this girl wants this heifer to slow down just a little bit, gear down. This thing is smooth. She's well balanced. She's good at the ground. She's good over her top line. She's got a little more extra spread when you get in behind her. I think that one's awfully, awfully good. She's just not as crisp up through her front end. She's just maybe not quite as comfortable. Wait till that shoulder neck comes up out as our class winner, but man, that thing's awfully good. On the standstill, the white heifer rivals her top 2, but young man, when we set her to motion, she gets a little more restricted in that hock and in that upper hip structure. She's not quite as comfortable at the ground. She's presented at a high level, and man, on a standstill, she gives you an awfully, awfully good look. Got a lot of mass and density. We just need her to get her go a little bit more. A lot of product in the young man's heifer coming in next. She gets a little straighter in that shoulder and that knee for me. I'd like to tone her down just a little bit there and rock that shoulder back into her. But man, you talk about some real world product in that cow. She sure has it. Young lady's heifer coming in next. She's done a nice job. Heifer just gets a little restricted when you set her into motion. She gets a little tighter off of both ends. She gets her pulled together extremely nice and gives you a good look from the side. We just want to change her there. Heifer rounding out the class. Good design female, good in her lines. For me, she just gives up too much body mass and density from her forerib back into that rear flank. To get her just any higher, she gets a little harder and flatter right there, but still a high quality female. Good set, really good pair on the top side of that class.
Your Class 28 results of your Shorthorn show: in first place, entry number 390, Saul Cherrymaker 3668L, exhibited by Schrag Nickel Show Cattle of Marion, South Dakota. In second place, entry number 393, Proud Fool FL98L, exhibited by Miley Cover of Bowling Green, Missouri. In third place, entry number 389, Creeks Eve, exhibited by Emma Helsinger of West Manchester, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 385, Michaela Sugg of Alden, New York. Fifth place, entry number 387, exhibited by Finley Jones of Aledo, Texas. Sixth place, entry number 391, exhibited by Addison Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri.
Boy, here's a class. You talk about two differing types. And we went back and forth and maybe disagreed a little bit here and there. The one I elected to start with is the one I feel most comfortable with when we start talking about a quality of an animal. I love the design of this female. I love the way that she hooks up. I like the way she's built in the top side of that shoulder much better. I like the way she's made through that front 1/3. When I view her from the side, she's so relaxed and comfortable in her spine as she tracks around. She's flexible at the ground. Heifer, you might question, is there enough of her? Is she wide enough when you get behind her? I think so, and I feel comfortable bringing her to the front. Heifer that's in second. Boy, here's a stout made type of female. When you get behind them, she's the muscular female. She's got a lot of shape back through that hip. She's got a lot of shape of rib coming out of the top side of her spine. Heifer, I'd like to neaten up in the top side of her shoulder. Heifer, I'd like to clean up a touch in her chest. Moreover, though, I'd like to make that heifer more comfortable. She tracks around the ring. She wants to get up in the top side of her spine. I'd like to see her relax down a little bit more to move on up.
Third call, Class 32 and 33, Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 32 and 33, Shorthorn. This is your first call, Class 34 and 37. First call, Class 34 and 37.
Well, once again, we're not messing around over here in this Shorthorn ring. Boy, this fall division just kind of cranked it up. And, you know, we had those two domineering calf divisions, but, man, this fall division I think is pretty spectacular in these heifers that go 1 and 2 in these respective classes. That November that wins that first class, so fresh, so sound, so built, so good. You know, we talked about maybe just a little bit immature in her body shape and her dimension and as far as her muscle pattern, and that's okay right now. I mean, that heifer's built for the long haul, and I can sure step back here and see that one come July at a June in a junior nationals, looking awfully good with a calf inside of her in that early November senior yearling division. Is she as powerful as a couple other ones out here today? Probably not, but is she the right kind? Yes, she is. Heifer comes out of the next class, one that, I probably for me, and I'll just say it, the longer I look at this female, the more I just like her. Is she really exquisite in any one area? No, but she's quality at the ground. She's balanced real good. She puts a lot of nice things together. Maybe doesn't have that unique chest and neck and just explosive upper square hip as a couple other ones, but man, I think that one's awfully good and sure a contender out here. Soft at the ground, this next one, so genuine in the way she gets out of the ring and her flexibility. A little more moderate female, got a softness through the center part of her body. She puts it together, still in an elegant package to go with that. Is she as domineering in her hip structure as a couple other heifers? Maybe not. We could change her there just ever so slightly. But, man, just one that's so flexible and so soft and just genuine in the way that she's built. The one that comes out of the last class, man, you talk about for a September female that's just fresh. Good built, got enough mass and density. And once again, we talk about the design of these cattle. Everything just fits. Chest floor, lower 1/3, rear flank attachment. Get behind her. She's got enough width and dimension to spread and up over her top. Once again, just like the heifer that comes out in November. I mean, you talk about cattle that are built to really look good come this summer for a junior national with a good calf inside of them. That one sure can do it, and that's the way I always look at these falls. I mean, I have a lot of falls, always have for all the years I've been doing this, and so that's what always looks at me when you look at these falls. Who's going to put it all together with a little less hair this summer, and so that's just a little extra twist that I put on these fall divisions. Excellent set of cattle. I'll give them another good look and pick you a pair of champions. Let's reward these exhibitors on an awesome set of fall females they brought us here today.
Second call, Class 34 and 37, Shorthorn. Second call, Class 34 and 37. This is your third and final call, Class 12, Charlay's. Third and final call, Class 12, Charlay. First call, Class 15. First call, Class 15, Charlay.
Second division here, a little bit smaller on numbers, but boy, I think it was a high quality division. Again, we just kind of talked through these, but I'll touch on them real quick. I think the heifer out of that first division, I thought that class was both these classes were kind of difficult classes, but I think the heifer out of that first division, she kind of won that class based on design, based on balance, as we start looking at the heifer that won that second class. There's another one we really like the design, the balance of. Those second placers, both a little bit stouter. Both animals have probably a little bit more muscle about them, and I think it gets relatively close when we start studying for that reserve. We're going to go ahead and use the heifer out of that first class there to win the division. We're going to follow her up with a heifer that was second in that division.
Congratulations to your champion senior heifer calf here at your Shorthorn show. Goes to entry number 405, CF Rosebud 3120, exhibited by Carter Meyer of Needville, Texas. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 390, Soul Cherry Maker 3668, exhibited by Shrag Nickel Show Cattle of Marion, South Dakota. This is your third and final call, Class 34 and 37 Shorthorn. Third and final call, Class 34 and 37 Shorthorn. Results of Class 4A of your Charlay show: in first place, entry number 48, BJF Susie 4029M, exhibited by Avery Coles of Hutchinson, Minnesota. In second place, entry number 32, Boy CK Mary 455M, exhibited by Boyer Show Cattle of Seville, Ohio. In third place, entry number 31, Cars Miss Smoke Show 403P, exhibited by Knox Harvey of Lamar, Missouri. Fourth place, entry number 42, exhibited by John Chandler of Belton, South Carolina. Fifth place, entry number 45, exhibited by Guinevere Bowman of North Salem, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 46, exhibited by Sage Revels. Seventh place, entry number 44, exhibited by Nathan Alexander. Your Class 4B results: in first place, entry number 34, Boy HL Maggie M420, exhibited by Brooke Polson of Darwin, Minnesota. In second place, entry number 49, LJR Miss Madison 3826M, exhibited by Trace Falkenstein of Oswego, Kansas. Your junior calf champion, Charlay female, goes to entry number 48, BJF Susie 4029M, exhibited by Avery F. Coles of Hutchinson, Minnesota. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 32, Boy CK Mary 455M, exhibited by Boyer Show Cattle of Seville, Ohio. Attention to the barns. This is your second call, Class 15 Charlay females. Second call, Class 15 Charlay females. This is your first call, Class 38 Shorthorn. First call, Class 38 Shorthorn.
Well, folks, the heat just keeps coming, and we jump into this first class, early summers, and boy, what a pair of heifers here on the top end of this class. Boy, this white one, you talk about density. Here we go. Big over her top, big over that hip. She's wide, bold through the center part of her body, but she carries it well. Foot size and bone. And, you know, she's, at first, my first glance, I was going to just be maybe a little hard on her from a body condition standpoint, but I'm okay with it. I'm comfortable. I don't think she needs any more, because I think that's just her. That's just the way that she's built. And I think sometimes we look at these cattle that are really easy doing and really stout, and they put on just a little bit, but that heifer's genuinely stout. She's got width, she's got muscle. She's not quite as fresh as this one right behind her, but I think that's just the heifer. That's just her kind. And she does that and keeps it together in a very flexible, pliable, skeletal package. And so to me, that mass and that density, she's got, I'll overcome, you know, what you're going to call as far as maybe, hey, this one's probably pushing the limit as far as body condition. I don't think so. I think that one puts it all together really, really, really nice. But I do really like this red one that comes in second. She is fresh, she is crisp, and you know what's deceiving about her is when from the side you're like, well, maybe she's not as stout as, you know, obviously as that one in front, but she's got some width, she has some power. She's just not quite as blown apart over her loin edges quite as well as that one that's right in front of her. She too has got quality at the ground. It's very, very well balanced. It's two high quality females. Heifer that's right there with him is this one here in third. She just gives up too much in her lower 1/3 to get around her because she's wide over her top. She's got an explosive hip, an awesome hind leg, and still really good about her front 1/3. I just don't, she just doesn't have the rib cage design as those top two females. Next heifer is long spine female. She gets a little straighter in that shoulder. You want to change her in the way she gets around the ring, but still gives you a good look on the standstill. Young man rounding out the class. Good conventional female. It's got some very moderate, but yet very easy doing type of a female. Just maybe doesn't have quite the extra look and balance to get her any higher. Good set, really intriguing pair on the top side of that class.
Back over here on the Charlay side, boy, I thought just a real easy spot to land at the top of the class. Here's a highly presented heifer that's real good looking when you step back off of her. She's a heifer that lays in real nice up through that front 1/3. She's a heifer that when you study the symmetry in her underline, she's very balanced from her forerib back to her flank, steps down on a big enough foot. Just an awfully nice place to start the class with. I thought the decision lied between second and third. The second place heifer might be just a little bit overcooked for me, but a heifer at the same time, when you talk about natural rib shape, natural pin width, she's a heifer that I really like there. Especially I like the way that she tracks out of that front shoulder as compared to our heifer in third. Sure, this heifer in third's the fresher made type of female of the pair, but a heifer that wants to get a little bit laboring off that front end as we watched her track around the ring. A heifer I might like to raise up in that pin set just a touch, but it kind of really was close and vying for that second hole. Young lady's yellow heifer that comes out here next. Here's a heifer, when you study her from the side, she's big-bodied, get behind her, she's plenty muscular, a heifer that we might like to balance up a little bit, need her to move on up in the class. Young man's heifer that's going to wind up the class for us today. Here's a stout-made type of a heifer, a moderate frame type of a heifer that you really got to appreciate the size of foot that she steps down on. A heifer I might like to change the way that she's made in the top side of that shoulder, neaten her on up right there, maybe drop her in that flank just a touch to place any higher.
This is your third and final call, Class 15 Charlay. Third and final call, Class 15 Charlay. This is your second call, Class 38 Shorthorn. Second call, Class 38 Shorthorn. Your Class 32 results of your open Shorthorn female show: in first place, entry number 417, MFS Tootsie 55L, exhibited by Madeline Berg of Osage, Iowa. In second place, entry number 414, GCC Dream Only 71, exhibited by Alexa Turner of Mahomet, Illinois. In third place, entry number 415, Maxa Rosa LK 71L, exhibited by Sarah Moore of Jerseyville, Illinois. In fourth place, entry number 413, exhibited by Maple Grove Farm of Fish Creek, Wisconsin. In fifth place, entry number 412, exhibited by Amelia Clemens of Chestnut, Illinois. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn ring is class number 33 of your late spring yearling females. This is your third and final call, class 38. Third and final call, class 38 Shorthorn. This is your first call, class 16 Charlay. First call, class 16 Charlay. Results of class number 7 of your Charlay Open Show. In first place, entry number 54, GRNR Miss Poppy 1M, exhibited by Garner Show Cattle of Hamilton, Ohio. Second place, entry number 57, TKB Rosie 983A, exhibited by LCR Birch of Flanagan, Illinois. In third place, entry number 59, Bruins GG D113, exhibited by Taylor Moore of Nancy, Kentucky. Fourth place, entry number 56, exhibited by Kinsley L. Harris of Hepler, Kansas. Fifth place, entry number 109, exhibited by Isaac Clay Montgomery of Lancaster, Kentucky. Now exhibiting the Charlay ring is class number 8 of your senior heifer calves. This is your second call, class number 16. Second call, class 16 Charlay.
We jump into this June class here in our purebred shorthorn shad. Real good set from top to bottom again. And to me, all four of these females all full of some high quality. One who puts it all together in the flexible maternal package is our young man's heifer that leads off, bold through the center part of her body, got enough spread over her top and her hip. Her quality's there at the ground, flexibility, love her joints, love her feet and legs, still good about her head. She's a little more genuine the way that neck comes out of the top side of those blades compared to the one that, or the two heifers right in behind her. Love the power and the density and the flexibility of that one. A little closer between 2 and 3, but the heifer that's put together probably just a little bit better than that shoulder forward juncture is the one that goes in second. She's good over her top line. She's a little shorter neck, maybe not quite as up-headed as that one that wins, maybe not quite as bold in that lower 1/3. Heifer that's coming in third is one that's a big-footed, big-bone type of female, got some big features about her. I just don't like how, I wish she could just drive off of those hind legs just a little better. She wants to drag them around just a little bit, gets a little more open at the top side of those blades, gets a little harder right in behind that shoulder and that fore-rib juncture, but still a high-quality female that offers a lot of good parts. Young lady, Steph, rounding out, square, good made one young lady. She just gives up a little too much internal dimension to those ones right in front of her, but she's got the quality at the ground, like her silhouette. You've done a great job. Just doesn't have quite the internal dimension to get around those top 3 females. Good set, really good complete heifer to win that class.
Boy, we sure got an easy place to start the class off over here on the Charlay side. You want to talk about quality and design? This one's it. She hooks up so high in the top side of that shoulder, remains knee down through her chest. When you steady your front leg, her knee lays in back. Really like the design to that leg. Just a really, really good place to start the class off with. Not to take away from this heifer that's coming out in second. Here's a bold rib, wide pin type of a heifer. I really appreciate that about the heifer. When you watch her track around the ring, she does so with ease. A heifer that just probably gives up a little bit of the extras when we talk about that front 1/3 as compared to that heifer that's right in front of her. I think it gets a little closer here between our third and fourth heifer. The gentleman's heifer coming out next, I think this is just good, practical livestock. When we study the muscularity that this animal has, she has it down her top. You get behind her, she's really big hipped, really ties that down in there. She has a good rib shape out of the top side of her rib. A heifer that probably gives up a little bit when you start studying that front 1/3. When you start studying her, the width that she has on the top side of the shoulder, I'd like to lay that in a little nicer. Good type of livestock to land in third. The young lady's heifer that comes out next, she's probably a longer spine, a little higher performing type of a female. A female, when you got behind her, as compared to the heifer right in front of her, she didn't have quite the width of muscularity in her top or out of her hip as did the gentleman's coming out in third. Next heifer that's coming around here. Here's the cow we made one when we start looking out through here. She's one that you can see out in the pasture. She's going to be an easy keeper. She's going to be one that maintains her muscularity. She's going to maintain her body shape. A heifer that just doesn't have quite right behind her forerib as compared to the heifer in front. A heifer that we'd like to maybe stouten her up just a touch in her hock. The next heifer that comes out here next, a heifer that I think probably gets to this place as does through design. She's a heifer that I like her front shoulder quite a bit better. A heifer that I like the way her knee sets quite a bit better. A heifer that I might like to see strengthen up just a touch in those pasterns, but a nice heifer to land there. The heifer that we're going to wind up the class with, here's probably a little bit more muscular type of a heifer. A heifer, though, when she tracks around the ring, she wants to get upright in her shoulder, wants to get round in her hip. A heifer that you probably appreciate more when you get behind her and talk about pin width. An awful stout, nice made type of a heifer to wind up with here. nice division when we start talking quality that came out here for us. It's a division. It didn't take very long. Just had a couple classes here. I just talked those. I'm not going to re-talk the females. The heifer I'm going to choose to win the division is going to come out of the second class. I think she's kind of the quality one and wins the division. We start looking for our reserve division. I think it gets a little bit closer because you got two differing types right here. You got kind of a little rounder rib, stouter made type of a female coming out of that second hole from that last class. I think I'm going to go ahead and keep with the first class winner here. She kind of follows her class or division winner a little more closely.
This is your third and final call, Class 16. Charlay's third and final call, Class 16. Your Class 8 results of your Charlay show: in first place, entry number 65, RS Miss Mara 3322, exhibited by Claire Norris of Eudora, Kansas. Second place goes to entry number 60, Schaefer's Candace 323L, exhibited by Lizzie Schaefer of Awanaco, Illinois. In third place, entry number 67, DNK Bella D905, exhibited by Charles and Tony Druin of Eminence, Kentucky. In sixth place, entry number 62, exhibited by Sage Rebels of Webster, Florida.
Man, what a trio of females, no doubt. And I apologize for taking time. I mean, we're getting awfully late in the day, but man, these cattle, these exhibitors, they deserve it. So, I mean, I've got to sit here and rack my brain, you know, where we're going to land and what are you going to justify doing and lining them up. Because honestly, no doubt, the heifer that's first, she's either, in this trio of females, she's either got to win or she's got to be third. And so, you know, I've done this a long time, and you know, this is a unique featured female. She's so wide and just robust over her top and her hip. She comes at you with some unique features, but still puts it together in a very flexible, manageable skeleton design. And so to me, I want it to be hard on her, but man, I think this thing, she still gets out and goes extremely nice, but she's so dense and over her top and her hip and her mass and her power, and still puts it together in such a unique square package. Yeah, I know she probably doesn't lay in the top side of that blade quite as good as these next two, but those next two aren't as blown apart over her top, not blown apart through as much through her center part of her mass. You know, this thing, you talk about just dense, square, still flexible, and still maintains all that mass that she has and still puts it together in a nice ring. She's just one. She's just too unique for me to put in that third spot. That's why I chose her to win this awesome trio. Another hard decision is 2 and 3. And the white heifer, I'm going to be honest, at first, she didn't blow me away as much as the first two. But the more I studied more, the more this girl just worked it. This heifer probably rivals the class winner as far as density, depth of the top side of her spine to her forerib. She's extremely massive in the way she's built, and still very up-headed. All three of these females are so good at the ground, and this heifer will get out and roll with the best of them. I just wish she probably had a little more flair in that lower stifle. I think she flattens out a little bit more there, and I think she gives up just a little bit of length of hip and an extension to this one that ends up being third. The one here in third, she's so sound and still flexible and pliable. She's got some extension. She's got some length of hip. I think in comparison, not that she does not have enough, because she does, but it just in relation to those two in front of her, she does just give up a little bit more mass through the center part of her body compared to those two right in front of her. But man, hard decision today. Three awesome females. Heifer coming in next is another really good one. Good body, good weight, good silhouette, athletic. She just doesn't have the extras as far as front end and muscle mass and dimension as those top ones. Young lady coming out has the mass and dimension. She just doesn't have the flexible skeleton. Young lady rounding out the class is once again one just comes at us with some product, just a little coarser in the way she's built. Good set, awesome trio of females on the top side of that class.
First call, Class 19, Charlay's first call, Class 19, Charlay's. This is your first call for Shorthorn Open Show, Class number 39. First call, Class 39, Shorthorn.
In our Mayborn class over here, the heifer that we elected to start with does so based on comfortableness that she has as she tracks around the ring. She's the heifer that lands at the ground much more comfortably. She's a heifer that handles her spine, tracks around much more relaxed as we see her track around the ring. She's the big-footed type of a female. When you start studying them, you get right up on top of them. Heifer, her knee lays back in just a touch nicer than does the heifer in second. The heifer in second, there's a heifer that's probably a little more feminine. When you start studying the top side of her neck, she's a heifer that has more natural rib shape coming out of her spine. Just a heifer I'd like to see handle that spine a little bit more relaxed as she tracks around, be a little more comfortable. She tracks around the ring for us today.
Corrected results from class number 8 of your Charlay Female Open Show. In first place, entry number 65, RF Miss Mora, 3322, exhibited by Claire Norris of Eudora, Kansas. Second place, entry number 60, Schaefer's Candace, 323L, exhibited by Lizzie Schaefer of Awanaco, Illinois. Third place, entry number 67, DNK Bella, D905, exhibited by Charles and Tony Druin of Eminence, Kentucky. In fourth place, entry number 63, exhibited by Sarah E. Barron of Mount Vernon, Kentucky. Fifth place, entry number 66, exhibited by Macy Howick of Illinois City, Illinois. In sixth place, entry number 62, exhibited by Sage Rebels.
Once again, we turn the heat up here in this intermediate division. White heifer wins that summer deal. We talked about density, big top, big hip, bold centered, still flexible and pliable at the ground. You know, we made a few comments about her body condition. I said, I'm not going to jump back into that again. I think she's plenty fine because that's just, she's soft. She is unique featured, through her chest and her head and her neck. I think it's plenty good because it just matches and balances up well with her. Heifer comes out of that June class, very fresh, good body, good built, square wide hip. Heifer that's still good up through her chest and her head and her neck. I think that's still an ultra high quality female that's sure in contention out here. We come out of that last class trio of females there that were awfully stout and awfully good and run into a really, really hard decision in my mind. The unique featured one ended up coming out on top for me here today, and it's hard for me to step back from that class. Young man's gonna be our champion in this division.
Congratulations, your senior calf Charlay champion female goes to entry number 65, RF Miss Mora, 3322, exhibited by Claire Norris of Eudora, Kansas. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 54, GRNR Miss Poppy, 1M, exhibited by Garner Show Cattle of Hamilton, Ohio. Your Class 12 results. In first place, entry number 75, B. Ophelia, 343A, exhibited by Reed Naughton of Atlanta, Illinois. In second place, first place in class number 12 is entry number 73, APL Bewley Opal 318, exhibited by Gracie J. Schultz of Flag Pond, Tennessee. Second place to entry number 75, B. Ophelia 343A, exhibited by Reed Naughton of Atlanta, Georgia. Second call, Class 19, Charlay. Second call, Class 19, Charlay. Second call, Class 39, Shorthorn. Second call, Class 39, Shorthorn. Your Class 33 results of your Shorthorn Open Show. In first place, entry number 436, Dry Rose 23, exhibited by Winston Dreyer of Tulare, Texas. In second place, entry number 421, CSF Margie 723, exhibited by Aubrey Wakeham of Clinton, Maine. In third place, entry number 418, Sweet Nightly Dreams 3673, exhibited by Caroline Jordan of Washington Island, Wisconsin. In fourth place, entry number 419, exhibited by Colby 6. Your Class 34 results. In first place, entry number 427, GCC Red Diva the Roo 33, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Bellbrook, Ohio. In second place, entry number 432, RFL Lucky Charm 2L, exhibited by Reagan Ray Ferris of Whiteland, Indiana. In third place, entry number 429, SN Lucky's Locket 3120, exhibited by Caitlin Berg of Osage, Iowa. In fourth place, entry number 434, exhibited by Lane Blankenship of Orlando, Oklahoma. Fifth place, entry number 433, exhibited by Paisley Dreyer of Tulare, Texas. Sixth place, entry number 435, exhibited by Reese 6. Congratulations, your intermediate champion Shorthorn female goes to entry number 427, GCC Red Diva the Roo 33, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Bellbrook, Ohio. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 432, RFL Lucky Charm 2L, exhibited by Reagan Ray Ferris of Whiteland, Indiana. This is your third and final call, Class 39 Shorthorn. Third and final call, Class 39 Shorthorn. This is your third call, Class 19 Charlay. Third call, Class 19 Charlay. This is your first call, Class 20. First call, Class 20 Charlay. This is your first call, Class 42 Shorthorn. First call, Class 42 Shorthorn.
Once again, we jump into this first class A. April's pretty domineering here on this top pair of females here. A little bit of variance in these top two. The one that's going to win is just a little fresher, neater about her chest and her head and her neck. Maybe might give up just a little bit of density right through the middle part of that hip of that one that's in second. But what we gain is a little more length of spine and a little more length of hip and maybe just a little bit more true natural reach off of that back end to go with that fresh, good-looking, attractive female to win this class. The one that's really dense over her top in the middle part of her body and her hips, the one that comes in second, she's, you know, she's got plenty as far as her chest. I'm not saying she's too far there. She still balances up so good in her lower 1/3. She just gets a little shorter hip and a little shorter neck compared to that one that wins, and maybe just a smidgen. I'm talking just a smidgen, a little more rigid way she handles those hind legs compared to that class winner. That's an awesome pair of females to go 1 and 2. Heifer coming in next is right there with them. My young lady, she just gets a little flatter in her rib cage, a little flatter in her muscle pattern compared to those ones that are right in front of her, but she's got the balance, she's got the skeletal design that we sure like, just doesn't have quite the three-dimensional look. Long-bodied, long-hip female comes in next. She just gets a little more tapered into that rib cage that goes right back into her body cavity, a little too hard and fast. Doesn't have quite the flare in that lower 1/3, but still has a good look from the side. Another high-quality one rounding out the class. She, too, gets a little more terminal in the lower 1/3 of her body cavity compared to those ones right in front of them. Good set of females, good pair of females on the top side of that class.
Second call, Class 20, Charlay. Second call, Class 20, Charlay. This is your second call, Class 42, Shorthorn. Second call, Class 42, Shorthorn.
Big class, and the quality really runs deep in this class. I feel real comfortable the place that we landed on to lead off the class. Here's a heifer that ties a lot of good things together. I really love the extension the heifer has. She maintains a feminine package. When you get behind her, you love the shape of the rib. She's adequate in her muscle. She tracks around very comfortably, just an awfully nice place to start with. The young lady's heifer in second does so do on power. She's an easy moving type of a heifer. She's good in her shoulder, but when you get right behind the heifer, she's huge in her pin, she's huge in her top, ultra muscular in a moderate package. It maintains femininity, a nice place to be second. Young lady, heifer that's in the third place, that's a heifer I really like, and she's got a lot of practicality about her. Heifer we like the way that she lays into her shoulder, a heifer we like the extension of, a heifer that when we get behind her, she's probably muscular enough, she just gives up in that pin width as compared to our first two in that class. Young man's heifer that comes out here, here's a heifer that really struck me as she come in the ring. She's a very nicely presented type of a female. It's got a lot of quality about her. I might like to change the way that she tracks out of that shoulder as she moves around the ring to move up higher. The heifer that comes in next, here's a big-bodied, broody-made type of a female that we like the extension that she has. She's adequate there. She's adequate in the way that she holds her spine and in relation to her underline. Real nice heifer. Just gives up a little bit when we step behind the female. The heifer that comes out next here, she's probably got a little more muscularity. She's probably got a little more rib shape than does the heifer in front of her. A heifer that wants to get a little round out of both ends the longer that you study her. Young lady's heifer that comes out next. Here's a long-bodied, long spine type of a female, a heifer that has plenty of foot to her, a heifer that I'd like to see track out a little bit better off both ends to place up any higher. Here's a really fresh type of a female that comes out next. She's really fresh in her condition. She's right in her condition. She's a heifer that lays in really neat in her shoulder. She has a lot of extension up through her front. I might like to change the way she is out of that hip just a touch. A real similar type of a heifer that follows that heifer right there. A heifer that's got some muscularity. Again, a heifer I might like to change in that pin set, raise it up just a little bit, and make her track around. Young lady's heifer that we're going to wind up with here. Here's just a functional, easy-keeping type of a heifer that's going to be real practical as the cows move on down the road. A heifer that I might like to change up in her balance. She wants to get a little bit big in that front end in relation to that rear end when we study her from the side. Real deep, real nice set of heifers to talk right through there.
Third call, Class 20, Charlay females. Third call, Class 20, Charlay females. Results of class number 15 of your Charlay females. In first place, entry number 85, BSSC Sherry Baby 3101L, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. In second place, entry number 79, LJR Miss Legacy 356L, exhibited by Alyssa Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. In third place, entry number 80, Boy HL Lola 314L, exhibited by Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois. In fourth place, entry number 82, TR Miss Outsider 3765L, exhibited by Jackson Corner of Caledonia, Ontario. In fifth place, entry number 88, exhibited by Carly Berkheimer of Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. Sixth place, entry number 84, exhibited by Shelby Pearl. In seventh place, entry number 89, Guinevere Bowman. Eighth place, entry number 81, Sophie Slusser. In ninth place, entry number 71, Austin Alexander. In 10th place, entry number 86, MJ Flowers.
Here's a really high quality single entry that come into us very presented here today. A heifer, when you study her from the side, you like the design of her, you like the build of her, you like the way those legs sit, you like the way that her knee tucks back into her leg, you like when you study that back leg, you love the shape to it. When you step behind the heifer, she's got plenty of rib shape, she's got plenty of muscularity. A heifer that you might like to tuck in just a touch right in the point of her shoulders, tighten up there, but a really good one to be a single entry out here.
Your Class 16 results. In first place goes to entry number 95, SVY Elsa 345L, exhibited by Cheyenne Bennett of Winchester, Indiana. Now entering the Charlay ring is a selection of your spring champion female. This is your first call, Class 24, Charlay. First call, Class 24. Third call, Class 42, Shorthorn. Third call, Class 42, Shorthorn. Your results of class number 37 of your Shorthorn early spring yearling females. In first place, entry number 444, CF Traveling Ruby 394, exhibited by Reed Haynes of Greenville, Ohio. In second place, entry number 450, LGF Emerald's Dream 1183L, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. In third place, entry number 445, TMC Margie's Rise, exhibited by Sarah Allard of Sidney, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry number 447, exhibited by Katie Fry of Rochdale, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 440, exhibited by Amelia Clemens of Chestnut, Illinois. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn ring is class number 38 of your early spring yearling females.
Boy, we turned it up again here. Great pair of females on the top side of this class. We talked about earlier in the day. I got hung up and sitting there waiting. Skeleton design. Boy, this one here does that so good in her top line, in her hip, shoulder, neck juncture, fore rib, lower rib cage, hip loin, back to that hind leg. Well, I mean, she just from that standpoint, she gets hard to fault there. She's got enough power over her top and her hip, so extended and fresh about her chest and her head and neck. Just a good place to start. Really soft, powerful, good female comes in second. Little more chest, not quite as extended, not quite as long and sharp out of her hip, but the qualities there. I love her body shape, her three-dimensional look that she gives you, but one that's still so good at the ground, high quality one. Big stout one comes here in third, over her top and up out of her hip, pushing a little bit more performance, but she still handles it well. I think with that, her added foot size and her bone still maintains a flexible skeleton design. Yeah, sure, we'd like to tidy her up just a little bit in that lower 1/3 in her chest, but man, I still think that's a high quality female. A little more refined featured female at the ground comes next. A female that's got some body, some squareness. She just gives up too much from her hooks to her pins down into that hind leg compared to that one in front of her. The white moderate female comes in next. This is still a high quality female. She just comes at us in a little more compact, more moderate package, and I'd like to just see a little bit more of that heifer to run her a little higher. Good extended female comes in next, gets a little tighter in that lower 1/3, just doesn't have quite the body mass and density. Balance is what gets the young man's heifer that rounds out the class, just needs a little more balance and symmetry. Good set from top to bottom, high quality pair on the top side.
So we get in here to this spring division here. I'm sure 3 awfully nice heifers to come out here and represent. Again, I'm not going to talk on them deep as we look here, but I think as we look at the heifer that come out of the first class, she's a heifer that's very nicely balanced. She is a heifer when we get right behind her. You like the shape that she has to her muscle. You like the shape of rib that she has. Might like to freshen her up just a touch in that very front end, but that's getting really, really picky on an awfully nice one. Heifer that was second in that class. There's the powerful heifer. A heifer, when I got right behind her, boy, I love the extra stoutness and pin width that she has. She's a heifer that I like the stoutness and the fullness that she has in that forerib as well. A heifer that may get a touch shorter sided when we start studying her as compared to some of the others out here. Heifer that came out of that single entry class. Here's a fairly extended heifer. Here's a heifer that has plenty of depth from the side, plenty of shape when you get behind her. Heifer I might like to strengthen up in that forerib and tuck right in that chest just a touch when you view her from that front side. We'll go out here. We'll make our decision here on our champions and kind of look again for our reserve.
This is your third call, Class 42 Shorthorn. Third call, Class 42 Shorthorn. First call, Class 43. First call, Class 43 Shorthorn. At this time, we'd also like to recognize our royalty joining us here on the green chips here in Freedom Hall. We'd like to recognize your 2025 Miss Charlay USA, Miss Casey Conway from Canton, Texas. We'd also like to recognize our Shorthorn Queens and Lassie Queens. McKenna Giesman from Everhart, Michigan is the current National Shorthorn Lassie Queen. McKenna is a fourth-generation producer of quality Shorthorn genetics at Lakeside Farm. Having recently completed her study at Michigan State University, home of the Spartans, in the livestock industry program, McKenna had returned home to the farm, and she and her family are proud to be custodians of the generational farm homesteaded in 1876. McKenna works full-time and maintains a competitive string of junior show cattle, attending 8 to 12 junior shows each year. McKenna takes pride in the show ring success she has earned with a primary bred and owned group of Shorthorn and Shorthorn Plus cattle. McKenna has also found success marketing seed stock bulls and females at Lakeside Farm's annual fall open pasture event, expos, and private treaty sales. We'd also like to introduce Maggie Bass, your 2023 through 2024 alternate National Lassie Queen. Maggie is from the Sunflower State of Kansas. She is involved with the Kansas Shorthorn and Junior Shorthorn Associations, and Maggie has a cow-calf herd of about 30 purebred and Shorthorn Plus cattle. She is a sophomore at Hutchinson Community College and will be transferring to Kansas State University for the spring semester. Maggie is majoring in agricultural education with a minor in animal science. Maggie's favorite part of being a lassie has been the opportunity to meet Shorthorn breeders from across the country and build relationships. She believes that every size Shorthorn operation had the opportunity to contribute to something positive into the Shorthorn breed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put your hands together for all of the royalty here for the Charlay and Shorthorn shows.
Once again, an outstanding set of cattle here from top to bottom, no doubt. The one that's fresh and agile is the young lady's heifer that's going to win. One that's good over her top and up through her front 1/3, still balances good in her lower 1/3. Yet she's not as just truly dense as some heifers, but I think she's got plenty of it. I just like her skeletal build and just her balance and her smoothness within this particular class to rise up to the top. The red heifer coming in next is one I know giving this young lady some fits here, but I think her flexibility, her natural softness to the center part of her body, she's still good through her chest and her head and her neck. Maybe just gets a little bit deeper about that chest than that class winner, but still maintains a good look from the side. The heifer that's in third, and I thought about running this one just, this is a little bit closer decision between 2 and 3. This heifer here gets a little tighter in that forerib. That chest floor wants to drop out of her just ever so slightly more. So she doesn't balance up quite as good in her lower 1/3 as that one that's right in front of her. But she's long spine, level hip, good and still quality at the ground. Gets out and goes extremely nice. Those are 3 high quality females. Heifer coming in next, presented at a high level. I just want to change her from her hook bones back. She gets a little plainer from her hooks to her pins, wants to be a little rounder, gets a little bit plainer about the way she handles those hind legs when you set her into motion, but still a high quality female. Young lady gets a lot of good out of this one here coming in next, extended up through her front end, good about of her lines. Maybe for me, she just gets a little more concave, a little one-dimensional in that forerib back into that rib cage. Red heifer coming in next. Want to change her a little bit of her skeleton off of both ends, give her a little more flex and go, and a shot more softness through the center part of her body. But a good set from top to bottom, good complete heifer to win that class.
Your results of class number 16 of your early spring yearling Charlay females goes to entry number 95. SVY Elsa 345L, exhibited by Cheyenne Bennett of Winchester, Indiana. This is your second call, class 24, Charlay. Second call, class 24.
Heifer that we're going to elect to win this class here, I think did so rather easily for us. She's a heifer that combines a lot of good things. She's a feminine made type of a female. When you study the female from the side, you like the shape that she has to her leg. You get behind the heifer, you like the muscularity, you like the rib shape. Just a really easy place to land to start the class. We kind of had some back and forth between us on this second and third place animals and kind of had a little give and take. We elected this heifer in second. We liked the extension about the heifer. We like the way that when you view her from the side that she has the angle to her shoulder, and we like how she's much more relaxed in her spine as she tracks around the ring. Now, this is an awfully good one to land in third here. Here's the big rib, stout featured type of a female. She's really big down her top. She's big out of her hip, but a female gets just a touch upright when you look at her shoulder. She wants to get just a little uncomfortable in her spine. She tracks around the ring, but if you want to switch that second and third, we got no problems with it.
Second call, class 43, Shorthorn. Second call, class 43, Shorthorn. This is your first call, class 44. First call, class 44, Shorthorn.
Great set of April Junior yearlings here, and these 3 class winners sure kind of fit into each other quite well. You do these deals and you try to set a pattern and try to go, and boy, we got 3 females out here that are fresh, they're flexible, they got some length, they got some extension, but yet they still have got some product attached to their skeleton. The red heifer here is really just super intriguing. Boy, she's sharp up through her front 1/3. kind of blows back, good through her forerib back into that rear flank attachment, good over her top line and her hip. She bounces up really, really nice. She is truly strong right in the middle part of that back, as maybe that heifer that's right behind her, maybe not, but she might be just a shot longer hip and maybe just a shot more extended. The heifer that comes out in that next class, I made a comment. I mean, boy, this one's so razor good over her top. Everything fits together so nice and neat, so flat and good in that shoulder and her chest and her head and her neck. You know, she's just not over, just extreme in any one just area other than a simple fact of the term called just balanced. And she is just that. She puts a lot of things into a really nice complete package and a very functional package at that. The heifer that come out of that last division, once again, one that's got some width when you get in behind her. She too has that flexible skeleton. She wants to run downhill a little bit more, maybe not as good right in behind her shoulders as these two right in front of her. But man, when that young lady gets her planted like right there, she gives you that good wow look. Good shape to that rib cage. Her foot size and bone match is extremely nice. For me, it's a little bit close in this division. I'm going to give them another good look. Let's reward them with a nice round of applause, and we'll pick you a pair of champions.
This is your third and final call, Class 43 Shorthorn. Third and final call, Class 43 Shorthorn. Second call, Class 44. Second call, Class 44 Shorthorn. Results of class number 38 of your early spring yearling Shorthorn females. First place goes to entry number 453, CF Crystal Lucy 384, exhibited by Carter Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 463, SN Missing Mirage Legacy 372, exhibited by Caroline Hubner of Union City, Tennessee. Third place goes to entry number 458, CCS Sherry Soda 406L, exhibited by Don Cagwin of Virginia, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 460, exhibited by Jacqueline Thomas of Pikeville, Tennessee. Fifth place, entry number 457, exhibited by Megan and Katie of Rockridge, Maryland. Sixth place, entry number 462, exhibited by Cora Stad of Prior Lake, Minnesota. In seventh place, entry number 452, exhibited by Lakin Martin. Your Class 39 results. In first place, entry number 478, TRN Curtin Breck E 342, exhibited by Alexa Turner of Mahomet, Illinois. In second place, entry number 479, LGF Sol MFS Ruby's Dream 3401L, exhibited by Emily Hone of Elizabethtown, Indiana. In third place, entry number 471, SFF Nebraska Queen 339, exhibited by Alexa Lowe of Macy, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry number 9, exhibited by Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 470, exhibited by Liza Chamberlain of Hastings, Minnesota. Sixth place went to entry number 466, exhibited by Cannon Clear. Your early spring champion Shorthorn female goes to entry number 453, CF Crystal Lucy 384, exhibited by Carter Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 444, CF Traveling Ruby 394, exhibited by Reed Haynes of Greenville, Ohio. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn ring is class number 42 of your junior yearling Shorthorn females. This is your third and final call, Class 43. Third and final call, Class 43 Shorthorn. This is your second call, Class 44. Second call, Class 44 Shorthorn.
Boy, just a class of really good type of livestock that's going to be productive, and they ought to be when they get to this age. If we're still feeding on them and we're still showing on them, they got to have a lot of good about them. I think the heifer that we started the class with does so rather handily. She's a heifer that, boy, I like the way she lays in her shoulder. I love the shape to her leg. When you study her from the side, you like the way that she handles her hip and she tracks around the ring. And then when you get behind the heifer and you look at her at the point of that shoulder, she lays in really tight when you view that shoulder from behind, but still's really strong in her forerib and has a lot of shape out of that top. Heifer that's in second. Here's a long spine, long fronted type of a heifer. It's a heifer that I love the way that she That front leg shape, I like how that knee's tucked back in there. A heifer that I love the shape of her body. The heifer that's in third, this is where it kind of gets a little close. I probably like the way that she handles her spine a touch better. A heifer that's maybe tucked in her chest a little bit neater. Heifer I'd like to drop down in that flank just a touch. Heifer I'd like to maybe lengthen out in their coupling. The heifer that we're going to round out the class with, this is a really, really nice heifer to land in the fourth hole. She's real practical livestock. That's good in her angles. She's a heifer that when she tracks around the ring, though, I'd like to see her step down on those pasterns just a little more command as she goes around the ring. Might like to see her strengthen in her forerib, but an awfully, awfully good heifer to land in the four hole.
This is your third and final call, Class 24. Third and final call, Class 24. Your Class 19 results of your Charlay Open Show. In first place, entry number 103, WGB BF Miss Bia 314P, exhibited by Addison Fiddler of Fairview, Illinois. In second place, entry number 98, WD 7143 Lucy 1L, exhibited by Reagan Dunn of Cochranton, Pennsylvania. In third place, entry number 101, Miss Roxanne 313P, exhibited by Addison Fiddler of Fairview, Illinois. Your Class 20 results. In first place, entry number 104, Boy H.L. Lilo 350L, exhibited by Avery Sweeney of Vinton, Iowa. In second place, entry number 105, GEIG Miss Angela, exhibited by Grant and Cash Rumpel of Decatur, Indiana. In third place, entry number 107, Boy H.L. Lucy 306L, exhibited by Dalton Geiger of Mattoon, Illinois. In fourth place, entry number 108, exhibited by Macy Hoag of Illinois City, Illinois.
Back on our Shorthorn side, an elite pair of females here to go 1 and 2. Two females that are extremely good at the ground. One's probably just a little denser and bolder over her top and up out of her hip, a little longer and square from her hooks to her pins, and that's the young man's heifer that's going to lead this duo off. She's a little bolder, about her foot size and her bone. She's just a little bolder up over her top and her loinage and from her hooks to her pins. Maybe not quite as flat in that shoulder as that one that ends up being second, but she's got just a shot more of that three-dimensional look. Talk about quality of the ground, maternal look, flat shouldered, still good her chest and her neck. Maybe gets just a little flatter and a little steeper as far as her muscle pattern over her loinage and from hooks to her pins, but that's outside. That's about the only thing that really separates these two, because when you do get behind this one here in second, she's got some width of skeleton design, and she does carry it down deep into that twist and that lower stifle. She just doesn't have it quite as much up high as that one that wins. Move the young man's heifer up here, one that's very bold, a little further along and calved and probably some, big-footed and big bone, extended up through her front end. She just doesn't come at us as sharp and as chiseled as those top two females. Heifer coming in next is one that is sharp and chiseled about her chest and her head and her neck. Maybe just gives up too much internal dimension right through that forerib and back into that rear flank, but still the quality from her hooks to her pins and her levelness of her design, that's still a high quality one. Young lady's rounding out with one that's got some width of chest, width of base, and some power. She just comes at us a little more in pieces. Shoulders come up outside of her. Just gets a little bolder and coarser up through that front end compared to those ones that are in front of her. A good set, a really dynamic pair on the top side of that class.
Back in this junior division over here on the Charlay side, I think we got 4 really nice females to come out here and represent in this junior yearling division. Heifer that came out of that first class, sure a long spine, extended type of a heifer. When you study from the side, boy, you love the shape of those front and rear legs. Really like the way that she's built through there. I like the depth that she has. I like the extension that she has. Heifer that comes out of that second division, awfully nice pattern. I really love the way she hooks out of the top side of that shoulder into her neck. I like the way that she's built out of her hip. Love the power that she shows up in that forearm. We'll go out here. I'll select your champion reserve. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
All champion and reserve champion Charlay females to the makeup arena. All champion and reserve champion Charlay females to the makeup arena. This is your first call. All Charlay bulls to the makeup arena. First call. All Charlay bulls to the makeup arena. Congratulations, your junior champion Charlay female goes to entry number 104, Boy HL Lilo 350L, exhibited by Avery L. Sweeney of Vinton, Iowa. Your reserve champion and junior Charlay female goes to entry number 103, WGB BF Miss Bia 314P, exhibited by Addison Fiddler of Fairview, Illinois. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 24 of your early senior yearling Charlay females. This is your second call. All champion and reserve champion Charlay females to the makeup arena. Second call. All Charlay bulls to the makeup arena.
Nice trio of females here. Pretty domineering female the young man brings us here in this January class. Bold centered, bold top, bold hip, quality at the ground. Beautiful presentation. Good through her chest, her neck. He took all about ones, just naturally soft and square and good belt like this female quite well. The white heifer, these next two, is the bolder, denser one through her top, as far as her body shape, over her top and up out of her hip. Still maintains some flexible reach off of both ends. The red heifer coming in third, good in her lines, but just gets too linear there. Wants to get a little too concave in the middle part of her body cavity, just gives up too much power and performance. High quality female to win that trio.
Is a single entry in this senior division here. The young man brought an awfully high quality one out here. She's a big rib female. When you set her into motion, you like the way that her forerib ties into her shoulder. She's a heifer that hits all her points when she tracks around the ring. Heifer that should sure stand a lot more competition in this division. We'll see her back in here for the champion drive in a moment.
Final call. All champion and reserve champion Charlay females to the makeup arena. Final call. All champion and reserve champion Charlay females to the makeup arena. Your class 24 results: in first place and your senior champion female goes to entry 114, MCC Hot Honey 2508, exhibited by Brixton Birch of Oneida, South Dakota. This is your second call, class 47 and 50, Shorthorns. Second call, class 47 and 50, Shorthorns. Results of class number 42 of your open Shorthorn female show. In first place went to CFPC Mona Lisa 350, exhibited by Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana. Second place went to entry 497, LGF Knights of Ruby 3400L, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Bellbrook, Ohio. Third place went to entry number 501, Free Fitz Crystal Swan 2309, exhibited by Benjamin P. Allen of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania. Fourth place went to entry number 498, exhibited by Shady Brook Ltd. Of West Brome, Quebec, Canada. Fifth place, entry number 487, exhibited by Adeline Vaughn of Maxwell, Iowa. Your Class 43 results. In first place went to entry number 505, CF Max Rosa 324, exhibited by Baylor Cowden of West Middletown, Pennsylvania. Second place went to entry number 506, FF Picture Perfect 1L, exhibited by Mason Fuller of Rensselaer, Indiana. Third place went to entry number 503, Martindale Cover Girl 315, exhibited by Norman Tulowski of Trafalgar, Indiana.
Good pair of females here on the top side of this class. Good set all the way through. Two females that are very functional at the ground. Females that maybe a little more toned down in their overall features, but two females that I think pair up extremely nice from a freshness and flexibility standpoint. The darker red females, one's just got just a shot more product. I think she's a little better from her hooks to her pins. I think she's one that's just a little bit bolder in the way that she's built. Still a high quality one. Heifer coming in second is one that's extremely good in her shoulder, her chest, and her neck. I love her in her lines and her overall design, her balance in her lower 1/3. For me, I think that she gets just a little bit flatter in that rib cage compared to that one that beats her. That's a close pair, two high quality, fresh yet athletic females. The white heifer coming in next is one that's got some bold features, bold bodied, but when we start to analyze her compared to her to the two heifers right in front of her, she wants to come apart a little more in that hip loin juncture, right in behind those shoulders. She's still got the quality at the ground, the flexibility that we like. She's just not as sharp and crisp with those two right in front of her. Big stout one young man's got here, and sure, this one's got a lot of power, beautiful coat of hair. For me, she just kind of gets a little large, a little out there, maybe wants to push off of both ends just a little bit more, doesn't quite bring it together quite as well. Heifer rounding out the class is one that just is a really good high quality female just in her overall design, but she just doesn't have enough power and punch to get around the heifers right in front of her. A good set of females, good complete pair there on the top side of that class.
We get out here to our champion Charlay drive. As we study back down through here, I think we got a lot of quality brought to the table out in our champion drive. As we start all the way down on the end of that first division, there's a heifer that lays in real tight in her shoulder. There's a heifer that has a lot of body about her, a heifer that you just really like the overall design. As is the second division heifer here, a heifer that she kind of won that division based on the way she's made out of that front 1/3, made on her outline. We really love that about the female. Heifer that came out of this third division right here. Here's a heifer that's so unique up through that front end. She hooks up ultra high in the top of her shoulder, tucks in tight into her chest. A heifer that you love the leg design. Just a really neat one as we get down through here. Young lady out here in this fourth division brought a big bodied type of a female. Here's a heifer. We like her feet and legs. We like the body shape. We like the smoothness that she had. Heifer that comes out of this next division here, the gentleman has a big body type of a heifer that you like the shape of her leg when you view her from the side, a heifer that lays in nice in her shoulder and is probably nice enough up through that front end. Heifer that come out of this next division out here, big, powerful, big-footed type of female. Has a lot of power, but then when you step off to the side of her, there's a heifer that's flat in her shoulder. She hooks up really nice in the top side of that shoulder. Just a heifer that's got a lot of really good things happening about her. Young man had a single entry in that final division out here. He brought the big-bodied senior yearling out here for us. She's got a lot of length about her, got a lot of extension, an awfully nice single entry out there. Really appreciate getting to go through here. It's kind of been one of those deals. We're not trying to pick the trendy ones. We're trying to pick the practical type of livestock, the type that we'd be proud of. Appreciate you guys having us out here to evaluate these females. We'll go through and we'll show you the two that we like.
Third and final call, Class 47 and 50 Shorthorn. Third and final call, Class 47 and 50 Shorthorns to the makeup arena. All champion and reserve champion Shorthorn females to the makeup arena. All champion and reserve champion Shorthorn females, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Back on our Shorthorn side in our division here at this last junior yearling division, a high quality set of females from top to bottom, no doubt. Good pair of heifers come out of that first class. You know, here's some heifers. That pair of heifers there, you talk about athletic, ladylike females that still have some product and some freshness about us. I think that was a close decision. The heifer we chose, I think, just a little more three-dimensional over her top and from her hooks to her pins. That thing gets out and goes extremely nice. She balances up extremely well. Got a little extra length and extension from nose to tail and put so many nice things together. Really shapely, well presented one comes out of that next class. Very three-dimensional, bold through the center part of her body and her hip. You know, there's at times, you know, she, with all that mass she has, you know, she still could be a little bolder right in that forerib. She's good and bold up over her top and her hip, still presented at a high level. Dark red heifer coming out of that last class is one for me. She fits right into this mold. Sound, big-bodied, got some hip and some structure when you get in behind her as far as pin width. Still maintains an elegance up through her front 1/3. She too probably could hook just a little bit better in that shoulder back into that forerib, push that chest back in her ever so slightly. But I still think she manages all that and still bounces up extremely well. For me, within this particular division, there's a pair of heifers that I think I have a hard time splitting, and it's the two that come out of the first class. Young man's going to be our champion. The one that was second to it be our reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your grand champion, Charlay female. Here in your open female show goes to entry number 104, Boy HL Lilo 350L, exhibited by Avery Sweeney of Vinton, Iowa. Your reserve grand champion, a Charlay female, goes to entry number 65, RF Miss Mora 3322, exhibited by Claire Norris of Eudora, Kansas. Congratulations once again to our Charlay female exhibitors. This is your final call, all Charlay bulls to the makeup arena. Once again, final call, all Charlay bulls to the makeup arena. Final call, all champion and reserve champion of Shorthorn females to the makeup arena. Final call, all champion and reserve champion of Shorthorn females to the makeup arena. Your Class 44 results of your Open Shorthorn Female Show. In first place went to entry number 509, CF Red Traveler 311, exhibited by Cornerstone Farms of Winchester, Indiana. Second place went to entry number 523, Myrtle Bow Walk, exhibited by Rex Harrison of Holly Pond, Alabama. Third place went to entry number 512, Myrtle Bow F6L, exhibited by Milia Cover of Bowling Green, Missouri. Fourth place, entry number 513, exhibited by K. Snap of Plymouth, Indiana. Fifth place went to entry number 511, exhibited by Nate Ruark of Hillsborough, Kentucky. Congratulations, your junior champion, Shorthorn Female, went to entry number 484, CFPC Mona Lisa 350, exhibited by Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana. Your reserve champion went to entry number 492, Correction, your reserve junior champion, Shorthorn Female, into entry number 497, Sol LGF Knights of Ruby 3400, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Bellbrook, Ohio. Congratulations to our Shorthorn exhibitors.
One of our last divisions of the day, the senior yearling. The red heifer that's going to win is one that sure fits the mold of what we've been looking for throughout the day. She's sound, she's flexible, so good in her design and presentation, flat-shouldered, good-chested, good neck, so well-balanced. Female that puts a lot of good together. You know, a little close for me in this 2 and 3 spot, especially with one that's got her calf at her side. But I'm going to give the nod to this one that's going to end up being second. I love her look and her style and her presence, her density through the middle part of her body and her hip and her over her top. Still one that's very flexible off of both ends, high quality female. Commend the young ladies here for bringing out one that's in production, one that's a flat shouldered and good neck, good built. We could hook her up a little bit better in that hip loin juncture. She's got a nice setter about her, doing a great job with this bull calf. It's still a high quality female, just maybe doesn't have quite the overall width and dimension as far as those two right in front of her, but still a high quality pair. A young man rounding out the class, still another really good one that's flexible off of both ends, maybe just gets a little more rigid in the way that she's put together, hip loin juncture, shoulder back into that forerib, but one that's still got all the quality we've been looking for, just doesn't have quite the extra power as those ones in front of them. But still a high quality set, a good group, good heifer to lead off that division.
Your Class 47 results of your Shorthorn Female Show. In first place goes to entry number 526, CF Mona Lisa 2135, exhibited by Alyssa Carter of Oregonia, Ohio. Second place goes to entry number 528, Compton's Halley 208K, exhibited by Jordan Peterson of Stanwood, Iowa. Third place to entry number 535, Triple C Miss D, exhibited by Aubrey Wankham of Clinton, Maine. Fourth place, entry number 531, exhibited by Nate Ruark of Hillsborough, Kentucky. Those were also your automatic senior champion and reserve champion senior Shorthorn females. Now exhibiting the Shorthorn ring is class number 50 of your 2-year-old cow-calf pairs.
Really an impressive pair here, especially the calf. You talk about a female's put a lot of power into that calf. And you know, to me, that's what you're wanting, a high quality cow. Calf might even be just a scotch better. She's good as far as, to me, as far as her teat size and her udder. Female that's still fresh. She's been working and still maintains the structural correctness that we've been looking for, and with a powerful heifer calf at her side. Let's congratulate these young men for an awfully outstanding cow-calf pair champion.
Your Class 50 results and also your champion and cow-calf pair goes to entry number 541, Shady Brook Bonfire 49K, exhibited by Shady Brook Farm Ltd. of West Brome, Quebec, Canada. And folks, don't forget to see your favorite photos of your exhibitors. Be sure to check out lindysPhotos.com. Once again, to see all those great photos that Lindy and her talented assistant photographers take here all week at the North American, be sure to visit lindysPhotos.com. At this time, we'd like to present the American Shorthorn Association Herdsman of the Year Award to Brittany Blankenship. Brittany is a second-generation Shorthorn breeder. Her passion for the Shorthorn breed started at an early age when she would ride in her car seat to feed and check cattle. At this early age, it was obvious that she would have a strong passion for cattle that would continue to grow. This passion has helped her develop into a detail-oriented cattle woman. This passion also drives her knowledge of pedigrees to determine breeding and cattle selection decisions. Brittany started her show career attending her first National Junior Shorthorn Show at age 9 in Lawton, Oklahoma, where she showed a ranch-bred heifer to take first-place buckle. This then led her to numerous family-bred champions at state, regional, and national levels. Brittany has been an integral part of the show barn at Lost Diamond Bee Ranch, where she is involved with cattle care, if it is feeding or midnight calving duties, sale cattle preparations, or show cattle prep. She has been involved in cattle selection and breeding decisions, which has led to numerous show ring awards and a successful annual production sale. Most notably, Brittany managed 2 national champion bulls, numerous division and regional champions, and a recent donor herd addition from Kate's Farms, who was national division winner. Brittany took a short sabbatical from the LDB ranch to follow her passion and further her knowledge with Kate's Farms, honing her skills in the show barn with sale cattle preparation. With this valuable knowledge, she has returned to focus on her own herd with LDB. Brittany is most happy when she is working cattle in the barn or at a Shorthorn cattle show. So, ladies and gentlemen, help me in congratulating Miss Brittany Blankenship, your 2024 American Shorthorn Association Herdsman of the Year.
I just wanted to make a couple comments. I think this is probably one of the most prestigious awards you can get from the barn. This is voted on by the peers in the barn. It's an annual belt buckle that's presented to the Herdsman of the Year. The Lawrence Grathwohl belt buckle, which is presented by the Shorthorn Foundation. And this young lady here has got the endorsement of everybody else in the barn this year. Let's give her a great round of applause. Without these herdsmen, we wouldn't have a show like we got. Thank you.
Once again, all Charlay bulls to the makeup arena. All Charlay bulls to the makeup arena. Attention in the barns with a purebred Shorthorn bull. Please make their way to the makeup arena. Purebred Shorthorn bull champion, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Well, folks, what an awesome lineup of cattle. And Barry there, you know, he made an interesting comment. A lot of guys at the end of these shows and stuff, they make a lot of things about themselves. I want to make this about the Shorthorn breed and the show. And this is no doubt, when I got the call from Monty that I was going to get the opportunity to judge this show, this has been I think I said it earlier today, I've been to this show for like 25 years consecutively. I haven't missed this show, and have tried and competed at this show for all those years. And so and I've always admired this show right here. The purebred open Shorthorn show at the North American is one of the most prestigious and most impressive venues for the breed and just of cattle in general. And so my thanks to the Shorthorn Association and Monty and everybody a part of that board allowing me this opportunity, because man, I've been looking forward to it and I have had an absolute ball this afternoon. I'd like to thank my crew and my family for showing into several different rings today without me. And they'll probably say they got along better without me back there than they did. And so maybe I just should stay away. But I want sincere thanks to the crew and my family. We put a lot of heart and soul into this. But man, this is impressive, and every time I get asked to judge a show, and it doesn't matter, I take it with extreme honor, and I try to work really hard and give every breeder, every exhibitor, and every cattle that their benefit of the doubt, and try to wrap it in my mind really, really hard. And so we're not going to go back through these cattle, but if you can step back from the stands, and you Shorthorn breeders, give yourselves a big round of applause, because this is an impressive lineup of cattle, an awesome set of breeders and exhibitors, just an awesome, awesome venue. We'll go out here, and there's several females that are sure deserving this award. There's two females that I think, for me, that kind of sums me up as far as what I like out here, and to me, once again, just an honor and a privilege, and to you know, Monty was talking about the Herdsman Award. This is a selection of my peers to get this opportunity to do this. And once again, I put my whole heart into this deal, and every time I get to judge. And so I thank you, breeders and exhibitors, showing great sportsmanship and bringing such an awesome set of cattle. I'll go out here and pick your champions for the Open Purebred Female Show, and I sure appreciate this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Back over here on our Charlay side, first class of bulls that we have out here, I think the bull that we start off the class with kind of combines balance and power. He's a bull, when you look at him and look at his design from the side, you like the way he hooks up in that front end, you like the levelness that he has down his top, you like the relation to the depth that he shows from the side. Just an awfully nice place to start. Bull in second, probably a little square out of his hip when you get to him from behind. Bull's got a lot of power, got a lot of muscularity. He sits down, has a lot of flex to his legs. A bull you might like to tighten up in the top side of that shoulder a little bit, have a little more extension, and clean him up in that sheath. The bull that we wrap up with, there's the extended type of a bull, the practical size type of a bull I'd like just to balance up a little bit nicer to place up any higher today.
And your grand champion Shorthorn female goes to entry number 484, CFPC Mona Lisa 350, exhibited by Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana. Your reserve grand champion Shorthorn female goes to entry number 427, Red Diva Theroux 33, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Bellbrook, Ohio. Congratulations once again to our Shorthorn exhibitors. Up next, we will have the Supreme Champion Shorthorn selection. Results of Class 30A of your Spring Bull Charlay calves. In first place, entry number 119, Border Patrol, exhibited by Katie Graves of Tipton, Indiana. Second place, entry number 121, SWF Mr. Outlier 435, exhibited by Slate Wind Farm of Mercersburg, Pennsylvania. Third place, entry number 120, exhibited by Isaac Clay Montgomery.
Got an awfully nice single entry that came out here in the class. Here's sure an extended maid type of a bull. It's a bull that hooks up really high in the top side of his shoulder. He's really neat about his chest. He's a bull that's long when you study him, and he's real practical in his size. A bull I might like to raise up in that pin set just a touch, but an awfully nice single entry bull that the people brought out here for us to look at.
I guess in closing comments, you know, this, what an extreme honor, and to pick the Supreme here between the bull and the heifer. And, you know, in the bull show, I thought was quite excellent. And, you know, and sometimes, you know, people, you know, want to gauge, you know, where does the Shorthorn breed in relation to the commercial cattlemen. And I thought that that bull division was very well represented. And there's a lot of practicality and use in all of those bulls. No doubt in my mind, though, as domineering as that female show was, and just like I was talking to Mr. Souls, I mean, it was just so many heifers in play for them final two spots. But that heifer that came out of there, I think, is quite the exceptional individual. Female is going to be our supreme individual. Congratulations.
And your supreme champion, Shorthorn, goes to entry number 484, CFPC Mona Lisa 350, exhibited by Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana. Once again, congratulations to all of our Shorthorn exhibitors today. On behalf of the North American, thank you for a great show. And ladies and gentlemen, and take care on your way home. Once again, thank you, Shorthorn exhibitors. Results of Class 30B of your Charlay Bull Show. In first place goes to entry number 123, SCC Kershaw 214M, exhibited by Gabriel Bowman of North Salem, Indiana. Now exhibiting in the Charlay Bull Ring is class number 30C.
Next class of bull calves that we have coming around, the bull coming around to us, I think wins so on balance. He's a bull, when you study him from the side, he's deeper in his flank in relation